From here with
Chat, what's up? How we doing? Hello, hello.
It still feels like they're trying to find the right pieces that they can like implement into these teams, and so far it's come with middling results.
I think one of the hardest things for the Brazilian teams, as it is for the LATAM teams,
Spruce Tree and Pretense, that is crazy, by the way. 165 stream streak and 150 stream streak. That is very impressive. Part of a very small club that seems to have watched every game. Dylan is chilling. Thank you so much as well, man. Look at all the old scores right here. 38 months as well. Appreciate you, Dylan. Thank you for the tier 1.
So I think a lot of the times our Brazilian teams are kind of locked into a lot of the same players going back and forth, and it's a big
Where's
risk
YouTube
to
chat?
have to make a roster change.
Yeah.
And
Why have I
on
lost
top
you
of that,
guys?
I
There
think
you are.
This format is just pretty
AVK, hello, hello.
tough, right? Because your record carries over. If you have a rough start to the season, even if you're trying to take a risk, make a change, it's really hard to get out of those ruts.
Yeah, and G2 is what the only team that successfully has done a change like that. I mean, apart from what Heretics, who like have just a 6-man.
They don't count. They're over across the pond.
They don't count at all. But yeah, making a change so late. I mean, we've seen so many of the teams get affected by it. Like
I always see you guys.
We're the only ones
I'm
that
getting better though.
So this is clearly
Actually read you guys now, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and you'd also say like you look at our Brazilian teams that have played and made a change.
Yeah, Yinsu, we're multi-platform these days. All inclusive.
We're able to take that game off under Thieves, so it's like it's gotten better, but the start of the year is where I see the big problem, right? All these teams have made roster changes, and they started off dreadfully. Yes, they've started
Embarrassed by the addiction, just embrace it. It's fine.
Time built into the schedule
Good.
for them to make that full-on pivot.
Got the knowledge. That's all that matters.
I'm not sure exactly what led to this, but I think our Brazilian teams for the most part
Yinsu,
also
I am
didn't
not.
find the right
Oh, I
momentum
am
to
not.
get up right away. We saw an MIBR that was still playing most of their comps from last year. Similar.
They were playing double duelist still.
We saw Loud, who was taking risks and trying to kind of pave their own way with the Phoenix Breach stuff that ended up not really working out. And
It's
again,
dude,
like,
it's too hard to try
season,
stream all the regions and add in like traveling.
super quickly, things will
It's too
snowball.
much.
And I think there were slightly different factors for all the Brazilian teams.
Also the
all of them kind of ended up in that same.
you know the Saturday Sunday when it's like the finals or like the lower bracket like final, it's just like back-to-back 20-hour days, but gotta do all the regions.
Taking risks and trying out new talent and trying to make a big change, and that's why I actually like what MIBR management is doing, taking a risk to invest in some rookies. It's not gonna.
Yeah, I'm not biased like you. I just watch all the regions. I don't mind. I'm just here for any Valorant. Mainstream's low. Yeah.
Okay.
Does that help?
I think we got to get Aspas back. Okay? He's the one that got away. We got to get him back into Loud, and that team is going to be
That's it. And then we solve the problem.
Get him back.
Isn't it tiring? It's a little bit tiring. Some of
Let's go ahead and take a look.
some of the schedule, but I don't know. I've done a lot of jobs that I haven't enjoyed nearly as much as this, so it feels so fine.
And Loud. So coming off of those two upsets, how much confidence has that instilled in your performance and overall performance in the team?
Yeah, I think those victories was really good and boost our confidence a lot.
Too loud?
And I think that
really?
helped a lot to show a better Furia every game.
Now, what are your expectations for today and moving forward?
To do our best, because since that we don't have any chance to qualify for the playoffs, I think that we need to show that we keep playing well and do our best, you know.
Absolutely. I think that's all anyone can ever ask for is for you to do your best. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And do their best, they shall. Now, Furia is on a bit of
Do
an
their
upswing.
best? I mean, I think they're looking good.
Some upsets, some big
I wish they had
wins
looked like
here.
this from the beginning.
And, you know,
Masuro,
they
hello, mate.
managed to also fell Loud, a team that has caused a problem for them for such a long
Wait,
time.
Yinsu, you don't have
Being
7
able to
TV?
get that win against a fellow Brazilian team that has always had their number had to feel good.
Yeah,
you can just skip straight to number 7.
Furia had never beaten them before. Loud had that
Dude,
25
yeah. So you don't know about the Polvi pick? Oh my god.
Furia came in and played a
Your mind's gonna get blown, dude.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that one. I like some of the ideas they were bringing out. I think the Sage.
Do you know why it feels like 7-1 Snowball meta is back? Teams are just better at... It's a mix. It's a mix of two things. It's a mix of the Outlaw, which means that you can't invest as heavy into the second round, so in theory we should get less 50s.
You said it. It's the fundamentals. They
And
actually
it
did
is
them
the
correctly
fact
in the
that
two wins that they had
teams are
against
getting
ranked
better
teams.
on
It
that
was
second
lacking
round of
against
making
EG.
sure they
That's
have
why
an
got
ult
absolutely
into the
decimated.
bonus or the round
But
after.
the follow-up on Loud and to beat them when they
then
were
they just have the
undefeated
ult
against
economy
Brazilian teams,
advantage.
That's so sick. And it's a lot to look forward to for this Furia roster. My only gripe with this is that they're doing it at a time when there's nothing on the line and there's no pressure for them to do it. And that's a problem because when you're in a league
The
like
EG meta.
this,
I mean, it was
you
always
have to
around
be able to be
before
accustomed
EG,
to the
to be
pressure.
honest. I would just say that
Yep,
there
but
was
that's
only
not-
about
that's not Paul and
5
Rich's
teams that were
fault.
doing it
Oh,
well,
no, they came
whereas
in
now there's
strong,
probably
and have
about
been flying with this roster, and I think like giving them the credit,
25 or so.
especially as rookies coming into this team. is
not
very
Srept.
important.
Yeah,
How we
of
doing?
course, but that's also
Dude,
for
why can I
MIBR,
never?
that those
Why can I
guys
never
so
get your name, man?
So right. I was like, wait, that's
Yeah,
Thank you for the 9
yeah.
months, bro. I
But
appreciate
But
it.
still,
Yeah,
you're,
yeah.
I think what you're saying does, to an extent, apply to both teams.
Same
We've
thing.
They
seen
took
the
it to
kind
another
with
level
the
because of
pressure, right?
fracture. Yeah, I mean, just double the amount of orbs, right? Double the amount of orbs, and the reason that we kind of see them as the best example is 4 orbs on the map and a whole comp that was just based around having insane orbs. It is the best example, but teams were doing it before.
For some time now.
Maybe not as
But,
consistently as they
look
are
at the
now.
difference here between that game versus EG and game versus Loud. You can definitely tell that they were not finding success in that matchup versus EG at all.
When MW's on, he's one of the best duelists that we've. I think he is the second best duelist to come out of Brazil. I think the only other guy in that conversation would maybe be Digizin, who has not been able to hit the same levels of success as MW in his career.
I think that's fair. And
Do
literally
you
looking
think
at
if an
this
Ascension
game that he ended
team
up playing versus
wins
Loud, like, he was
champs,
all
they should
over the
stay in the
place,
league,
like, super
and another
fast,
team should
flying
be
in on that
relegated?
neon. I think they
I
coordinated
mean, the whole
very
thing
well
is
around MW to
the
actually
franchise
set him
system
up
doesn't
to
work
take
if you
some
start kicking out
big
teams
fights,
that have been
throughout.
that like have one bad season.
You
need to have some stability
right? Him needing
and
to
security.
constantly be the linchpin for this team certainly has been a detriment at times. But when he pops off, he shows
I do
up.
believe
There
there
has
should be
always been an
something that,
over-reliance on
like
MW,
honestly,
but I think
the
as
season
of
that they
late,
have,
the team
like the new
has done a
system that
better
they
job,
have,
like you
where
were
if you
talking
get to
about,
like champs,
honing in the fundamentals,
you have a good
having
chance of
better
staying in.
performances
I
from
think
some of
that's
the other
good.
players. We've seen Khalil hitting his form again.
But yeah,
on top of just
the problem is
an
we
overall
can't just kick
slight
out
improvement
orcs for
as
having
well.
one bad year.
Actually, as a matter of
Especially
fact,
with a game
Khalil,
like this where it's
he
just
had a
like
few big moments,
if you don't get on board
as
with the
well,
meta,
as
you
had
fall
mentioned.
behind.
I mean, their first series
like,
win,
you can
I
have
think
just
you
one
can
bad
prescribe
year.
a lot of that
wasn't.
to Khalil.
Yeah, you could definitely give him the flowers for that one here. All right.
Absolutely nuclear.
Well,
As
let's
much-
go ahead and look
yeah,
on the other
as
side of
much
the
as it would be
stage,
fun
shall we?
to do
'Cause we got
something like that.
MIBR now. This is a squad that is still looking to find that first win of the season.
And this is where I come in and say,
Yinsu,
wow,
I can't believe we're
Paul
just
and
discovering
Rich,
it.
they
There's so many
inherit
good
the
ones.
tough record from stage 1, but these guys are looking pretty good. I really like the way they played, especially Paula. I think he was getting really
Dude, what are the
aggressive,
best
on
ones?
this
What
jet,
ones?
finding a
What
lot
do we
of
got?
different moments
Colby's
where he was just
insane.
clutching up in rounds.
Some of the Mr. Fallon ones are good.
They showed
Dude,
potential.
all of the foot ones are good,
I
honestly.
think that they had good moments, but I think Paula especially was falling for kind of the classic blunder of a new player, where
He is
he
an
was
overheater.
getting his moments, he was getting his kills.
The
and
can
then
ones?
So many
Oh,
rounds
yeah, we
where
got
he
some good
overheated
cans.
and was losing rounds for his team because of it. And I mean, you've probably been in
Yeah.
that position. You're having a great game, you're feeling it, but your team isn't really keeping up in the same way. And I think it's tough to not fall into that trap.
Boaster
And
ones?
it's
Yeah, we got a
stuff
good
that
amount of
works
boaster
in
ones.
tier 2. That's the main thing, right? This is what we
Who
talk
have I got
about when we
winning
talk
this
about
one?
inexperience
I'm
and,
pretty
like,
sure I went
rookie
with Furia.
players and stuff like that.
I'm on board with
In
Furia
tier
at the
2, he
moment,
probably
dude. I
gets away
think
with that
Furia
all the
looks
time.
sick.
He probably dominates. He probably gets 2, 3,
They
4,
got like at
5
least
even
3
at
maps
times.
that
But in a
are
league
pretty
like
high
this,
level.
when everybody is the best of the best, you're gonna get sat
Or at
down.
least
And those
teams
are
haven't
little
sussed them out yet.
changes in the round when maybe if you just played passive in a post plant when you already secured the 5v4, you might set yourself up to get a 3K and 4K later on.
For sure. I think it's important to get sat down, though, especially as a rookie
Yeah.
player, right? Because, like,
Yeah.
to me, that is the most teachable, solvable problem in the universe. Okay, you're a guy that goes and gets first blood every single round, but you're getting traded out because you overextend.
Dude, there's so many
Okay,
good
You've
ones.
got a good head on his shoulders. You have a good coach and staff behind you.
Map
that,
1
like,
is Sunset.
sets
Where are you
you up
getting
that-
this info?
You can fix that.
Seriously, yeah, you can.
I want to ask though, like for your experiences being like a duelist player and kind of going like from tier 2 to tier 1, how big is the difference from playing that role at those 2 levels?
So it's crazy because any type of mistake
exactly
you make,
that,
there's a chance for the other team
Kamete.
to actually run away with it, right? Like, for example, mistakes that Furia made against Loud. What, it's like 11-4, they're in the lead on a
Is there ever been a
And then
team
they
to
give
get
Pankata a 1v4 because of what? 'Cause they
international
overheated.
dominant
All 4 players
success and
overheated,
continue
right?
to do so
So
afterwards?
now, all of a sudden, Loud has a chance to bring it
Fnatic's
back
the
and win out
closest.
the game. So any type of mistake
and those
that
two
you
events
make
were
at
pretty
this
close
level
together.
is so detrimental to your squad, and it's really important that you
Like
learn
actual
that skill
dominance,
ceiling, that
yeah.
skill
I think
gap
lock
from
in
tier 2
lock
to
into
tier 1.
I
Tokyo
think
is
the
the
other big thing
closest
is
of
when
that.
you're losing a lot and you do make those mistakes, having the ability to reset and
Which
not
team
let
do you
that
have high
snowball. And
expectations for champs this year? Heretics, Genji, Apex.
Yeah, no, good call there. Now let's go ahead and hear what Paula has to say as he stands back.
Sentinels, to be honest, as long as they make it.
All right, joining me right now, we have MIBR's Paula. Now, I got to ask you, how do you think you've been fitting in with the entire MIBR roster?
É uma sensação muito gratificante ser chamado para um time Tier 1. Então, eu sinto que todos os meus sacrifícios no Brasil foram recompensados.
Yeah, it's a very big opportunity to be part of a Tier 1 team, and I feel like all my efforts have been rewarded.
Now, regardless of you all not being
Not
able
on the
to
Lev
make it to
train.
playoffs,
I'm on the Lev train,
what do you
but
hope
I'm
to take
not
away from
expecting
this
them to win the
experience?
event, if that makes sense.
Eu espero com o resto do campeonato, mesmo não entrando
Yeah,
nos
but the other four
playoffs,
have a good
só uma
chance.
experiência, porque aqui a liga, o nível dela é maior que no Brasil.
These guys in the
então,
background like, oh,
eu só espero melhorar como jogador
we'll come back
e
later.
vir muito preparado para o próximo split.
Yeah, I'm just expecting to get more experience. The league here is stronger than in Brazil, so I just want to get more experienced and prepared for the next competitions.
Now, speaking of that experience, how has this experience
Not on the
compared,
Fnatic train.
playing on
Dude,
VCT,
no Leo,
to your
no
experience playing in
chance.
Challengers?
Há muitos jogadores experientes no VCB, jogadores de alto nível, porém aqui, pela maior competitividade talvez, a maior diferença é o nível de jogadores. Então, aqui é muito mais difícil comparado ao Brasil e é isso que me deixa mais animado ainda para competir.
Yeah, compared to challengers, the level here is way higher. We have lots of big players in Brazil, but everything's just more difficult here, so it's a great opportunity.
Well, honestly, best of luck today.
Thank you so much for that.
Gonna tell
Now,
Hero?
Stage 2
Honestly,
has
hope-
been
yeah,
full
do it.
of just big changes. Meta shifts,
I mean, he's a
new
talent, man.
players, new rosters. Oh, it's great.
He's a talent, but
All right, and
I don't think they can
here's the
win.
thing. It's not just.
I think Leo's a big key to like winning big events.
All right, it's time to talk about team jerseys, baby, in this edition of Baby
what is this?
Baywatch. Look at that.
I feel like I get more jacked every single time. I
You
look at
really
that.
do.
But in person, I get smaller.
That's
and smaller.
amazing.
Like, but I'll take it. You know, I got the race car swag today, so let's see what I got.
Yeah. So the good thing is, we have our resident drip king here on the desk to go ahead and talk to us. That's what I call him in conversations.
He was an F1 driver.
And an
he thought
F1
he was
driver.
Formula 1, but he's really looking baby Formula
Combination of them both. All right.
Baby Formula.
Let's see what our first one is. We got NRG, the old jersey, the new jersey.
New jersey.
I kind of like the black and the black and
No,
orange.
that is so
I kinda like the
basic.
black and orange.
Old jersey is kind of cool.
But there's too much going on here, you know what I mean? It's too wild. And this is a little bit more subtle, a little
No.
bit more crazy. It's more clear.
Every
the sponsors
esports
are more
team-
clear.
Every esports team has that NRG jersey. This one, white jerseys, you hardly ever see white jerseys, actually. I think this is pretty sweet.
Okay. I'm still
don't
giving
think
it
it
to the
looks
new
good.
one. Also,
You like the old jersey?
Also, Song is a handsome lad.
Yeah.
Yo,
That makes it look good.
Ethan.
No offense to Ethan.
Wow, this guy just
That's so
said
nice.
Ethan's hideous
Oh,
right on air.
so-
That's crazy.
thought we were reviewing the
All right, next up, Evil Geniuses. I'm gonna be up front and just say right out of the gate, old logo / new logo, way better. Going back to
yeah.
the history. But I like the green. I
Well,
like the
I
green
think
and blue.
they got less
The Seattle
paint on
colors.
the old jersey than they got on the new one.
Look,
so it's
The old
less
one's
messy.
better,
I
but
don't know if Jogmo maybe washed this a little bit too much, but
This
it's a little
logo
bit
is
too
nicer
faded.
than this
Like,
logo.
it's a little too
Faded.
light, right? It's faded. This one, solid colors, looks amazing.
It's locked in.
Everything pops. The paint pops even more than this one.
Yeah, so that's not a jersey.
Is that
thing.
even paint? What
no,
is it,
that's
water?
a
Is that an
lighting.
ocean?
It's the lighting, and also that has like some kind of like film effect, like graining on
Okay,
it.
but
Let's
this
see
one
the
is better.
That's like-
let's see
this
the
one
next
is
one.
4K.
I'm going Derek.
Let's see the
Overwatch,
next
okay?
one. Let's
I'm
see the
going
next
Derek
one. We have
Overwatch
45 seconds. Oh, I'm glad this
This
one
one.
came up because that green loud jersey goes hard as hell.
I think
Yeah,
that
I'm
new
going
jersey
you.
is
Yeah.
so
I'm going
it's
you.
unique.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
loud. It's good. I like the little like.
Yep, love
thing
it.
going on.
What?
Let's see the next one.
Let's look at the necklace.
We already. Oh my God! What is that? Oh Lord!
Hey, come on, this is banging though.
Okay, old or new
the
though.
cats.
Okay,
It's the cats.
just for me because I'm a cat guy. I got a cat at home. I gotta go with the cats.
The
I gotta go
cat
with
sweatshirt.
not a
But the
cow
moo
guy?
cows are fire too.
Cow guy.
Honestly, they're both great.
Cows
They're
kinda
both
go
great.
hard, I'm not
Honestly,
gonna lie.
Sideshow
you
can
were
own
really mean
anything.
to Josh when he said he's the drip king. It's Wilkinson.
It's actually Josh.
Did you see
You're
that
right.
silly goose show?
It's actually
We did,
Josh.
yeah. He really is
Like
a
that.
silly goose. All right, everyone. Well, it's time to get serious, and it's time to get this Sunday started.
I was
It's
there, they didn't
MIBR
do the
versus
100
Furia,
Thieves?
NRG versus C9. VCT America starts right
I
now.
love flaming that 100 Thieves old jersey. Dude, we had some horrendous jerseys last year, man. We had a real challenge for the worst jerseys. We had the Chat, do you remember the Burger King Giants? Holy. The Fnatic barbecue shirt. We had 100 Thieves shirt. There was another really bad one. Steakhouse Fanatic. Yeah, the Steakhouse one was crazy, bro.
Essa transição
Gone to a Harvester or something.
da Fúria para MBR foi bem interessante para mim. Na Fúria eu joguei apenas 2 jogos, mas eu estava numa função que não era do meu estilo, do meu agrado. E agora entrando para MIBR, vou fazer uma outra função, Flex, que é uma que eu gosto mais e me sinto mais confortável. Então, é bom demais.
Thoughts on this Haven comp? Yours, Sova, Viper, Killjoy, Omen.
E a MBR sim é um time que eu quero
Yeah,
enxergar bastante,
yeah, you could make it work.
porque
I see what you're
eu
going
acho
for.
que a gente tem que acertar umas
You'd have to, like,
contas,
face check some
apesar do
stuff.
time ser brasileiro, só brincando. E realmente tem um membro familiar, que era o Liazzi, que estava no nosso time, e vai ser um jogo bom contra ele. E ele vai vir forte.
Riot Games Arena, bora pro último clássico brasileiro. E de lado,
Dude, I swear there's a really bad jersey that I'm forgetting about last year, but I can't remember. I had 4 in my head, but I could only think of 3. Dude, we should do. I wonder if I can rope Mini into doing something like that. Like some awards at the end of the year, but like the bad awards, like worst jersey, worst management decision. That kind of stuff could be pretty fun. We could have a vote for it, right? Worst management decision would go hard. It's a stacked one this year, man. It's a real stacked one. I think I know which one takes it, but it's stacked. Best wingman death? Ooh, that could be good. Yeah, best wingman mess up. Worst match of the year? I know which one takes that. I know which one takes that, and it's not the actual match, it's the technical pause.
MIBR Furia take the stage as we see who's going to manage to come out on top.
Yeah, it doesn't matter about the games, man. That 6-hour tech pause was insane. Hopefully we never have to do that again.
Yeah, and the stakes don't seem high at all because, you know, obviously there's no playoff implications. There's nothing for the season anymore for both these sides, right? But what is on the line is your job, your individual job. And you
Furia
want
looks
to
so
look
good
good.
at
You
it.
want to be the
I think that
team
makes sense.
that wins this match. That's not wrong.
Could Furia have done that thing where they just stick on 2 maps, so they always either get Icebox or they get Haven?
We don't know yet. They don't know yet.
Gotta make yourself valuable.
There's a lot of time until the first event of next year. It is worth pointing out for MIBR that they actually did start off the year pretty hot during kickoff. They got a few wins. Their first
Best
win
mod award?
of
Yeah,
the
but
year
Smoothie
was
would always win
against
that.
Furia. Haven't been able to win any in the regular season.
That guy's always here doing his job.
But hey, maybe today's the day.
Yeah, it definitely could be, and I mean, it's like you're saying, a long road till next year, like 5 months until
Best,
January. Who knows when the season is going to
Best
start?
bacon reaction could be good.
Yeah, it's going to be a while though, and there's a lot of time to.
Just
for these
yeah,
rosters
could
to
have
make
could have
changes
just
and adjust.
so many awards
really
that Bacon wins.
Showing what you're worth.
Just create like 10 awards that he's gonna win.
This MIBR team, not necessarily the same squad that, you know, Furia took on at kickoff, right?
Definitely not.
Definitely not the same squad. And I mean that literally, but when I say like functionally as a team, like they definitely
Best coach
have
cam moment.
a different way
Ibaba
of
would win
approaching the
that
game now
though.
that the other roster certainly.
Ooh, maybe Alex
they're
though.
not here, you know, like the changes that they needed to make.
I'm even back on that old team. Like Artisan was playing duelists in a lot of their
Best
comps when they were running the double
Splashjack
duelist
gaslighting.
comps. And
Just
even on the
me
double
trying to
duelist comps
persuade
now,
Bren every
MIBR,
single
it's
time.
not the same thing at all. So they've gone through a lot of
The yearly awards, yeah, I'll run it by Mini. I'll see if he's down for
I
it.
feel like the core of what this team is still pretty similar. They play
Maybe
simple stuff, they play,
maybe we
like,
get the
slow,
voting on
tap,
Discord as well.
mid-rounds.
I think that's the
I guess
best way to do it.
rules
You
may
guys
more
vote.
sense, which is a big upgrade, I feel like.
That is a big upgrade, and they're also investing into
Yeah,
their
chat, we're
future
gonna do
as well,
this.
which I think is
Everyone join my
something that you
Discord.
gotta,
This is how you're gonna vote.
really
I
acknowledge.
mean, you
I
basically
like
have
this idea.
two free
It's too good
officials
not to.
test out some
But
rookies,
we'll
see
do
what
my
happens.
Discord, Mini's Discord, so we got a good amount of
You can
numbers.
Select those. The options starting
Sick.
to come in here, and we'll see if we get anything fun. But I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case. And I think to Babyface's point, you're 100% right on that, right? These guys, they're going to be fighting for, you know, their spot. They're fighting to prove that they do in fact belong on that stage, and this is where they need.
I can do polls on YouTube too. Man, YouTube's crazy.
And
I didn't do the
very
emotes.
recency biased as well, right? Like I feel
Extremely.
like, yeah, it's extremely recency
Okay.
biased. So you want your
Tomorrow
last showing
exists,
on
it's
this
fine.
stage to be one that people talk about. Maybe people don't forget, especially the coaches that are scouting. Especially.
Oh, tell you what I
other
did do
teams,
though,
other
chat.
players.
What I did do today,
Jet on
left the house
Sunset.
first of all. That deserves an applause on its own.
Yeah,
But
that is a
we got a
weird one.
cable,
Normally
and I
you're
think
taking in the rays or
I think
no,
now, not that I plugged it in, but we got a cable, so in theory I can stand up for some games. Haven't put the cable in yet, but the cables. I mean, it's in the car, but we at least have the cable. We have the possibility of doing it.
In a lot of ways, you end up just
I
playing
might
this
actually
map
have
like
to,
Ascent. Like you're gonna be looking for a lot of the mid-control stuff.
actually
You're
stand up at
prioing
one
breaking
point.
trips with the Sova shot darts, things
VJ,
like that. It's an
VJ with the
interesting
Prime.
idea.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate
Let's
that.
see how this all plays out. We're gonna send it over to your
A singular
casters for
cable.
this
I
one.
think
We got two
I think this is the only
veterans
cable that's
enjoyers
preventing
on
me
the call. It's
from
Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy, from one
put in the
Valorant
table.
enjoyer
Put it.
to
Yeah, put in the table.
another.
Up.
Great to be back
Why did that sound so
here
weird in my
for
head?
a game that, again, without playoff implications, is still interesting because both of these teams are
The
attacking
Sliggies
these
is the
from
award.
weaker
It's called the
Brazilian regions
Sliggies.
from completely different
Interesting.
directions. I mean,
Dude,
this
do you know what?
MIBR
Mini's so
side's
good
about
with
bringing
names,
that
he'll
new
come up with
blood in,
something
training up
insane.
these rookies, getting them going. But for Furia, it's really been about bringing back faces from the past, from that initial Furia roster.
Yeah, this is the core of all the way back to their 2021 run where Furia made it to champs, and it was led by Nazwar, Shandi,
I believe I'm watching this
Khalil,
game.
and
You wait
kind of funny enough,
until I
that
have
team
4
as well
hours
as
sleep and then wake up
on
for
the
the
opposite side with MIBR.
T1
So,
bleed game
you know,
that
they've
means
gone
nothing.
back to
That's
that
the
chemistry
ultimate.
they've had
That's when you know I've
historically
lost
to
my
have a better
mind.
run in stage 2.
That's
And
when you
it
know
has
he's
worked
fully
out for
lost
them.
it.
Their fundamentals.
Why is he doing that after 4 hours of sleep? Okay, Furia on defense, MIBR on attack.
Elevation and play from them, and MIBR as well.
And they're playing an Ascent comp on Sunset, which
Hey,
is a bit
it's
of
the
fun.
Gen G.
Not expecting to see this.
The
And
Gen G
I think that
pistol. The Gen G
question of
pistol,
getting through that
double
side
Sheriff,
will be one we
got them
look at later on,
5
but
pistols
straight away,
today.
MIBR have taken control of mid here, and they've left Pala
Also, the Gen G
stationed at top
pistol
mid
for
to challenge this,
people
but
that
50
aren't,
HP on the race.
or the anti-Sheriff in pistol round. They had a 13-0 pistol
Furia
streak.
waiting for the door, straight
It
to
did get
crosshairs.
broken
Was
today,
dealing
but
with Argentina comfortably now, trying to interrupt the plant, but it does go down, and now inside markets. MIBR a hold up here.
what a
Paranoid, they're
flash.
coming from the
What
backside.
a
It's a problem.
flash.
Khalil makes short work of Massine.
Dude, I love
Chandi
watching
ends it.
Furia recently.
Furia here with a
Furia
pretty
have fast
comfortable
become
defending pistol.
one of the teams that I wasn't excited to watch to one of the teams that I'm actually just like, damn.
Exited
Glad they're
that
playing
short
today.
stint in retirement, only spent a couple months in Tahiti and has come back all
happens,
ready to
it
play.
happens.
He just couldn't resist the allure of competition.
That's the
Shandi
real bang we've been waiting for.
has
The
been with
T1
this
bleed
Furia
game.
team in the past,
Why?
played
Dude,
with
I
so
think
many of these
I think
players
Furia
over
past
and
3
over
weeks,
at various
maybe
different
the
times.
was it the 100 Thieves
And, you know,
game?
so far
They didn't
hasn't
look
looked
great,
in his
but
peak form. We've seen him be one of the stronger mechanical players from the Brazilian region. You know, he's done his job. He's been competent. He's been more of a role player for the team so far. And as the weeks go by,
T1 bleed
I'm
gonna have a
looking for him
6-hour
to get
tech
back
pause,
to that
bro.
level
I'm out
that
of
I've
there.
seen from him in the past.
That happens, I'm out of there.
Here we go, of course, Furia.
I mean, there's no Rossi
MW0
anymore, right? Rossi
picking
was
up
the reason.
Himself an outlaw. Again, to the extremity with that weapon, though. Looking towards B lobby, shut down any contact through there.
Actually,
Shandi,
do
of
we
course,
know
sees the
if there's
0
no
point light
Rossi?
up rich. And it's a
I'm
slow
not sure they
start here
announced
for
it out of the
MIBR
6 who's
over day
playing.
long.
Yeah, that's 0 point
Okay,
defensively.
what are they actually buying? On defense,
really
this is a little bit
effective
riskier
getting
than what
that
some
early
people do on
A main
defense.
info.
Oh,
Let's go for a 4-1.
Paranoid
They go
shut
for
them down
double
entirely.
Sheriff.
MIBR wanted to go aggressive there, but now they've got to play from behind the one-way again.
Rossi heavily hinted.
Small,
Anyway,
a meager
that is such a hard
investment from
sentence to
MIBR.
say.
It's Rich, the newcomer, with a Sheriff. We've seen him with some pretty solid mechanics so
He tweeted
far.
he's got
I
one
have
more
been
in him. Yeah, he
impressed.
might play
He was
it.
the one against Loud where they got their first map win, MIBR and Lotus. He was the standout. He really
Wait, see,
stepped
that's
up
what
for
he's
the
hinting at?
squad.
Yeah.
Havoc looking to take contact again, backs away from Parla, and he's gone straight into a tripwire. Simple stuff here for Havoc, baiting.
Nice
the
knife
rookie
over
in.
towards Tiles as well.
The RT knows better than to challenge just
Get
straight
a
up
good
here.
amount
but
of info.
Havoc has no reason to be elsewhere. He took hardly any damage from that engagement. Wazera gets involved now. The Outlaw strikes through and will just be rich here.
The aim is not here right now.
Brought down instantly.
Hope that one gets a little bit better.
Oh, so clean from the defensive
Okay, no one
side.
dies as well. They're gonna have a very good bonus.
Look on the map would not be unique in any way. If we were playing Ascent, I'd be falling asleep seeing them pick this comp, Mitch. But it's interesting to see on Sunset. I didn't know what to expect. I thought maybe we would get the Neon since they've been so partial to that with MW, who's been looking really solid on that agent. With teams like NRG making use of it here on Sunset. But they've opted for this unique look, and I appreciate that about Furia. The work they've done in the offseason.
Are they really not going to buy up with the two sheriffs? Wow, they full bonus this.
Cypher Trip's definitely something to look out for, but Furia have ways of breaking them. W0 a bit of a spray in the woods mid. He's taken so much of this space. There might be corralled now onto the B side. They've got to come out from lobby.
You like this? Not many teams do this anymore.
It doesn't seem to be the case. They don't have the information on that Cypher just yet, so
better re-clear mid for this, surely.
And fearful as well that they could be running into those trips if they go for a hard B hit, so they're going to just slow
James,
things down.
James 4, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime usage. Welcome into the Slug Club. Thank you for doing that.
Still, MW0 sees a bit of action. Takes a hit and backs away from it. Market door is broken.
BJ, I said you right, and Janny, I think I said everyone.
And again, this is the slow pace that this team typically do like to play at.
They're real slow in this one. We're going to push this guy off, and pretty much going to be sending it over towards A on this.
It's effective for taking elbow, which is
oh, this time it's going to be horrendous. Ooh, that's nice though. Get to the info. Got K just to delay. Double kill trip. Where's the spike going? Dude, the spike's rotating at 30 seconds. As we can see on the minimap, they've absolutely owned them.
And it's done exactly that. Look at the Furia rotations at the top of the map.
They will potentially have a crossfire here at top mid. Shanti almost caught out there. Liazi, a golden opportunity goes begging. Khalil comes in for the other side. Parla can't do anything but really wait for his eventual captors to arrive. At least a plan here for MIBR. They're going to get one player into Boba. Mazin backing into lobby. Furia have that numbers advantage. They've got everyone up. Still good weapons to work with. This bonus so far going smoothly.
Martin is going to get that one. Newly swapped over to the Sentinel, but MW on the flank.
Just flood in. Khalil's so low. Noswa, where is he? Doesn't need to be involved. In fact, Khalil gets it done with 5 HP. And Furia have to feel good. They take both the Vandals out of the bonus. And MIBR's buy-up
wasn't great.
Scattered to the 4 wins.
That was a respectable effort from Artzin. The newly adorned Cypher for the team, picking up a very important role on this map, but just unfortunately for MIBR, they actually worked the map nicely. They drew those rotations, but they just got caught out one by one, and frankly, Liazi, he's gotta get that kill, Mitch. So
Shanti was asking to get slapped there.
They got
a bit tough to watch.
They gotta get both of those kills, man. The back-to-back was too much.
Remember, they used to try and sell fakes with that solo initiator. Very different comp now that they're running with. Good macro, but it's the execution that's been lacking.
Uber's casting recently has been really cracking me up. It's crazy how he has like a really good line every other round.
It's so ugly! Muzzy with the TP. It might be trying to make something happen here with a bit of a force buy. Well, you know what they say, here for a good time, not a long time.
Okay.
MW with the scoped weapons has actually
only have one death on this
better.
one, so their money's really good.
2023 off-season into 2024. You know, not that shot on the breach was particularly remarkable, but it is worth noting because he used to really just be a rifle.
First buy round didn't happen. Second buy round, this is the one that matters.
You know, Outlaw, obviously, essentially the same thing, has really improved this year.
Here on this map, especially, we often see those defensive scope weapons taken to the extremities to deal with things like that, like these straight-up contact peaks by attackers.
And what's cool,
little reset
from
timeout reset,
is that some of these rounds, scoped weapon in hand, that Outlaw, that's something for MIBR to deal with. And on a previous, when MW had a rifle, didn't really get to talk about it in the round, but they went for a really unique play down mid that is something no team would expect, as this
135 streak. Damn, we got 3 people that are 135 plus
into an Omen smoke, and then they had a recon and a pop flash sent by their KO and Sova over the top. and it caught a couple players. He just wasn't able to get the kill when they were
Dude, you
lit
guys
up.
even called like the
That was a
random
really unique, cool play. So
once a
already
month
MIBR
rank
getting
streams.
different looks thrown at them, and we're
That's
just
impressive.
4 rounds in.
And it forced MIBR to expend some utility on actually getting back into the middle part of the map.
I
think
threw
they
some of them
wanted
in
try
to,
and,
to break
they
the
even tried
streaks. You guys
towards A, but
survived.
they bled the clock so
Insane.
much because
Dot FPS with the Prime, thank you so much for doing that, man. And Flow underscore 432 with the Prime. Appreciate the Prime usage. Thank you, Primus.
In fact, ended up re-clearing at the time, but MIBR forced to play a very slow round and eventually just got worked down.
MW is actually going to go for
Reprovise. What time do they start for you?
Out of the timeout, so even more deadly for MIBR, who have full armors across the board. You're expecting
4 a.m.
probably an
kind of.
outlaw,
Yeah,
right? No,
okay,
big
Gonna post
investment.
up.
Not the best
See on
time.
the minimap, he's posting up on this corner. So actually inching over to, just to, I guess, punish down on this.
I got raided by
smoke.
John QT today. It was a lot of the 4 a.m. crew.
Version of the B extremity play. Dangerous though, he doesn't have a snap trying to get him out of the fault line like a race
nice,
would.
man.
Caught
Plucked.
out, and the operator clatters to the ground.
Tried to go for the updraft dash.
Yeah, okay, so
Perhaps
we got
just dashed
some
straight
we got
away.
some options
Man,
there.
that was a little bit awkward. That shot from Pala might have been crazy. That was a little mid-air
dude,
headshot.
what is going on
From
there?
him, the rookie, trying to get his experience on stage.
We see Razors just jump out of that situation.
Yeah, and
right?
they see one over
Time and time
towards
again,
B,
some
and they
Oxy
know
does,
they can
like,
split over
more than
towards
happy
us.
to bait that move out and then just satchel away to safety.
Oh my god, 1 HP.
HP has been lovely at anchoring towards market so far.
He needs to
in
stay
this
alive
game,
just
but
purely
right
for
now
his
just
trips.
needs to
I'm down for him to
stay
just run out
alive.
of there.
MIBR done what they needed to so far. Looking to get the plant down. Havoc in an awkward position, only playing with that 1 HP.
Yeah, now we're in that make-believe Pearl scenario where the spike is down front.
Yeah,
B.
but we got to keep an eye on this guy.
Courtesy of
Artsin
Wingman,
been lurking
smoke
all the way
down.
from A.
Time to hold down
The guy that
mouse
used the
one
ult to
and
enable
pray.
them to push over towards site.
Flank coming in here for Artsin as well. Havoc got brought down eventually, clinging to life as he was.
Yeah,
Pala
front
really
timeout, that's all they
unperturbed by the
needed.
shock darts being thrown at him here. Nos were not able to get them behind the barrier. Mosh pit here to stall that further, and Artsin finally! The best laid plans don't always pay off, but that one,
They're solid.
wide flank into a 3K.
I mean, it was on
Beautiful
halfway
stuff
to
from
another ult.
MIBR.
Perfectly timed. Just Artsin, another beneficiary of the duelist to sentinel pipeline that we have seen in. Oh my god, yeah, that was some nasty work from Pala. We've seen so many great duelists
Jinx.
to switch over to the
Jinx,
sentinel
thank you so
role and
much.
find so
Jinx,
much
it
success. Always going to
7
think
with
of
the Prime.
Meteor of Gen G.
Thank you, mate.
falling
Welcome
into
in.
that category. MIBR get there first. And showing why the
Okay, with
Gecko
this
is
MW0
essentially a
gets
must-pick
his
on
op
this
out.
map. Whenever I see a team not playing the Gecko, a little bit worried because getting that easy plant on B, playing from main, is such an easy way to stack up rounds.
Alec, hello, mate. How we done?
Again, Havoc though, playing for a bit of that early information. Cybercage is thrown
Good news
down
is
by
they kept it
both.
pretty clean, so money's good. They can lose one.
Okay, shoulder pick this time. He doesn't
Dude,
actually
what is
take
he?
99 points of health in order to get that information.
Yeah, and Havoc has been playing really active, actually, in these rounds with not a lot of setup. A couple rounds now. just
Did he
pressuring
bait
both
him
B-main
into the cam
solo.
by pressing his cam? Those are nice shots still.
Pala here hit with that paranoia. A little awkward. He's forced to get back off that angle. So nothing doing over at A for MIBR so far. Thrash went into market by the looks of things.
I mean,
no
the
defenders were set
trip
up
just
there at
wrecked
the
him.
time.
Can NRG still make it?
Also right
Yep.
now, no recon, no drone.
Don't have the exact
But should be
things, but
cycling the recon
big game for
pretty
them today.
soon. Perhaps going to send that into B main. It's quite passive positions for Fury right now. MW can see him with the op so far back. And with those passive positions, it's just offering MIBR mid for the taking, mid for free.
There's a potential double face here into the cross to market for MIBR. They need to be wary of this. No, they're going to be stacked up high-low. They're expecting the top mid take from MIBR.
An issue here is though, they know Havoc is on this site, but they have not dealt with these tripwires. They do go down now though.
Flashed out. Pala held his ground there. Shandy not able to complete the kill. Mazin sitting tight inside market. Obviously now in that post plant.
Deep flash, Mazin in trouble
Wait.
right now.
No way he's getting out of that one. That late pressure from mid here. Artsin might be able to capitalize, but he's going to have to be quick about it.
That was so
Like
good.
timing
That
is
was like
everything for Artsin again.
the longest double take.
Okay. Spike tapped. Rich here knows he's going to be under pressure, but Artsin on the flank. He's found two. That's it. Once again, late flank paying off for the Cypher. Khalil has got no idea where to look. Again, gives it a tap fault
Yeah,
line.
really nice, man. They're gonna be on top of this. He's everywhere.
Just spray downs from the back, perfect timing, patience at the end was nice. These flanks have been so well
with the 3
executed,
months.
and
Thank you
Furia
with the tier 1.
not been able to
Appreciate
find,
you doing that.
you know, that moment to just turn around, shut
You
him
didn't
down.
see the Omen?
Surely at this
I
point,
think
they've
his
gotta
Cypher
be
was close,
expecting
right?
this from him.
I think he just thought it was fine.
Set up to receive a push.
I think he just thought the mid. There was no way that someone was going to be middle.
Instead, he went market
He's too
from
busy
mid
already
this
in his
time,
brain,
and it's
just
gonna have the
switching
same impact
back
as
onto
the
the
prior
flash
round.
icon.
And that's going to result in the timeout. I mean, that is the obvious first thing to address here with these.
Say FPS as well. Thank you so much with the Prime.
Actually, this was the site
Dude,
too.
a lot of subs today.
What's
going on here? Thank you for the 7 months, man. Appreciate the Prime.
They put up a respectable 9 rounds against Loud. And it was their B hits that got them the majority of that on their attack side. That's where they really thrived. And they're doing so right now.
Jambo
Havoc
FPS as well.
Pretty solid anchoring so far. Those
Yampy alt account. Thank you so much, Jambo. Thank you for the Prime.
That Raze Nate to come in, try to break the
All the
one
primers.
close that's, you know, always on main there. So I'm impressed right now with
Team is better on
MIBR.
paper.
This play on B, rock solid.
And to be fair, for
I would
Furia,
still say
the B
Furia.
side of the map
I
is
think
the
that's
only
fair to
area
say.
they're really being super proactive and getting that information early. It's been Havoc right shoulder peeking or jump peeking that B lobby spot. But the rest of the map often being given up by Furia.
No more Slug approves. Yeah, they kind of got overtaken by Slug Oiler a little bit.
I'm looking to see as well at some point here, maybe Furia will go for some kind of aggro pop flash play into B main. We'll have to see. Paula here though, Showstopper active. Shandy notably has the null command, so, you know, if in range, here's that Showstopper Q, we'll pop that to counter.
Go by. 3 guns.
We'll have to see.
Paula just raw swings that. Will force Havoc off the angle. He actually retreats not to the back of B, but to market. Because mid is not held from top mid, Furia are concerned about presence there.
And there's that satchel thrown from Paula, just to break a tripwire. Wasn't there that time, but that is the most common spot. It connects from that box to the opposite wall.
Interested to see what we're going to see from
unbreakable
from
without
Furia
utility.
next round.
Like this confidence
I
from
still,
knows he's safe
when
to
I
move
see,
into
when I look at
space
teams
now.
like MIBR,
Mid
when you don't
definitely
have
smoked
like
up as
the
Furia.
you don't have like the Sova, the Fade, or
To
any
set up,
kind of
maybe.
drone,
Gonna interrupt with the pop
and
flash here
teams
through.
are leaning heavier into like
Ready for it,
the
though. Still caught. Shandy able to
kind
bring him
of
down.
double
Now the
flash
attention's
comps.
over at A. Furia,
You'll
give
think
side
that
up, essentially.
smokes here and holding,
Now it's a race.
or at least
With a
fake
one-way
pressure
throw
over
over towards
towards
Link here.
B main is so good.
0 point will spot
I
them
want to
out.
see that way more.
This slows him MIBR down for a moment here, but 3 in spawn for Furia.
Yeah, this is
Khalil was
a
able to
really
TP over
good
fast, so
flank.
they're all gathered up. There's no command timing is great.
They just take the fight straight up. There's no
Yeah, and
detail
everyone
for
on
MIBR
site just needs
play
to
from.
make a lot of sound. They don't have to commit, and Cypher
Havoc
should
getting
get a kill.
spotted out here. Oh, Havoc gets the drop on Mazine. Not what you want to see. Rich low. 9 HP, but able to get the spike down, but a very clean defensive round so far from Furia, with the exception of those couple guns they gave away.
It's nice shots.
Yeah, pretty valiant effort there from Rich at the end, but that was great from Furia. That rotation speed was excellent. Khalil making use of that Omen teleport ult, which often is hard to do so, but it allowed them to stack up 3 and spawn, take that face
I think if
together
MIBR had
towards
this
players
from
on
the
site.
beginning, they would have had a chance of
Mid push
making
out here,
playoffs.
excellently timed.
I think America's is
Flanker
too
down, Gets
stacked.
the ult for Havoc to pop, gets all of the info.
But again, that null command timing is important, and you can't expect that every
I
round.
think Furia
because
might have had a good
MIBR
chance.
can't isolate them at the back of the site there in spawn. They can't throw a smoke to that spot. They have to take these raw engagements, and Furia have the numbers advantage. They're stacked for it.
And with the null command, you know, Paula's Showstopper in that situation could have been the catalyst for getting a pick back, evening that up 4v4. You know, denying Furia from pushing forward even because they don't want to get hit by the rocket, but not even an option with the null command. So, great round, and now MIBR's economy on the line.
Paula goes for it. Takes a little bit of damage, but
Yeah.
it's worth it. Havoc was waiting in the corner there. Was
He
there a
was
force
not
on the line? Back
expecting
into Boba
that.
now. Here's that fast
Prius,
hit for
hello.
MIBR, and they're sitting on a thrash
I
here.
see.
After the fact.
That explains a lot.
Operator in the hands of MW, and now the Thrash. A bit of further delay, Aftershock as well. It all connects, but Artson
Ooh,
caught a
save it,
little
kill.
too greedy.
Nosma though does go down to the Aftershock, I think, and there is Rich just plunging into market. Sheer weight of ultimates for MIBR, to be fair. Showstopper and Thrash,
Wait,
big
did this
difference
not
makers.
completely wreck their
Excellent
money?
proactive, confident decision there from MIBR to
Yeah, I think I actually did it
storm
twice,
into market
Prius.
off the Thrash. Artson took that first contact, was scared that was
Fair play,
going
you've
to
been on
be
it this week,
greed.
man.
That's what I called out, but the rest of the team were so fast to trade off of that. Mazin, perfect timing with this flank, just causing disarray. The flash comes in from the Gecko, that Dizzy as well, just at the very end. Nicely played. Again, it's this B play from MIBR that is impressive.
And Furia are trying to mix it up. This time straight down mid with the Guardian. We'll see a little bit of a weaker bias.
Suck it.
An operator in the
against a low buy, the hand delivery of a gun.
TP into spawn.
At least distract a good amount.
But meanwhile, MIBR executing a fast hit over on Abim. Mazin is stalling and getting himself a kill. Can't complain about that.
But
One
still,
for one,
that's an extra gun. They kind of
listen. He got them in the side for free.
Yeah, they at least had a big distraction to get over towards the side.
Paula's pushed up far here with low HP. Going to try to just make his escape with Rich. Get back. Again, it's planted for B main. They can play this safe. They can just spam down those diffusers.
Nosma has no util, but Khalil has plenty to work with. He's dispensing some of that now.
The only issue is with Mazin down. You know, they don't have a smoke cover. There could be fights for Furia. Perfect timing on that Rolling Thunder.
Oh, Khalil covered Wazira as he tried to back away after being stunned up by that fault line, or rather the Rolling Thunder. Other team wants to swing out on this.
Oh boy, they planted a little bit too deep as well.
And
he can defuse partially through the wall.
The issue with Mazin going down there on display with that retake, despite the Rolling Thunder's timing, just because they weren't able to smoke off main. Fights taken with from Furia, excuse me, they had decent enough weaponry to take them. And so you're not able to get a safe spam line on the spike. There are going to be crosshairs on you right there. Khalil, I mean, lovely taps when the swings came in, when they were forced to swing.
On delivery service, yeah, I hate rounds like that against Ecos.
He was unaffected by that Rolling Thunder, which is
like that in a full buy is legit. I'm in for it. Not on an Eco, you got to get 2 in this situation, and even then, I'm not even sure it's worth.
Smoke to top mid by the attackers too.
Recon comes through, just dodged barely by Paula there. There's perhaps some false info from that for Furia, though there hasn't been a push-up just yet on actually a 0 point cycled after the recon, just in case they did hide from it. We're taking advantage of that and walking up, so further delay.
Khalil gonna about get busy. Crosshair placement broken by Paula with the satchel across. Not affected by the paranoia here, though.
That's a nice backup flash.
Fault line did connect onto the Omen, but Shanti is here.
Both of the flashes from the KO were insane.
I mean, Khalil has been on fire in this stage too. Rich trying to bring things back. 2 versus 2, though. 1 orb away from getting the Thrash activated here as well. Still has the wingman for a free plant.
And Havoc was up against that Unazine drip at B lobby, decides to clear it here.
So they can at least press tab and realize they got fish short.
The Thrash is going to be
Drip goes behind.
MW0 keeping a respectful distance from this. We'll be setting up in spawn. No smokes here left for the attackers.
MW0 just shoot wingman.
Dizzy to throw out. Oh my goodness!
I mean, he's full blind, I'm pretty sure. I even don't think he saw him before the flash hit him.
Getting pressured by Havoc from
I think he's just taking the timing on that.
Fury, you know they can slow it down a little bit here. They could have had a double
fight. Ooh, nice. Why does it feel like Artzin and Richard just taking turns of winning them rounds?
Just outlandish from him on this map. I mean, straight
Artzin's kind of won in 3 rounds on his own.
Rounds now with those 3K flanks on B. 1 versus 2 clutch. Rich got a bit scrambled in that situation. The wingman plant out in the open, a little bit awkward, perhaps trying to bait in a peek where the Dizzy would capitalize. You know, could see the play he was attempting, but then swung too early. That, though, from Furia was nice. These flashes from Shanti getting big value.
Oh, he played that corner so well.
What a recovery. Looking fantastic on this Sentinel role that he's swapped to here with the additions of the rookies.
This time less proactive from Furia on the A side, allowing Paula
Which comp
to
do I
get
like more?
striking distance of elbow.
And we're going to have that paranoia for MW0. Can he capitalize?
Time it up with the smoke dissipating. Paula's there, paranoia.
I think
oh my team, you're not going anywhere. Eliazzi hoping to pick up the pieces. Gets away with just 5 HP.
I think that this comp is easy to counter,
he was feeling
in my
himself
opinion.
in that scenario, was confident in taking another duel. At the very least, brings Liazzi down to 5. Now Artzin contacting up, trying to expose an open area of the map to even the odds, bring it back to a 3 versus 3.
Rich gets on this line, crucially. Plenty of sound being made though.
Do I like the new NRG comp on this map? Yeah.
There are trips
I think it's
inside
good.
market though for Furia. So plenty of information there for them. And they've left the Cypher on that weak side.
I like all the NRG comps apart from
And
the
they've got to know that this is absolutely possible. I mean, They certainly
30
do.
seconds left.
And they can just play for this retake, right? I mean, they have the man advantage. They have great utility here. Shandy has a 0 point. There's a recon for Nosworth. Flash as well for Shandy.
Prefer the Jet over the Raze? No, but I don't think it's a deal breaker.
Okay, that was an info TP from Khalil over towards
I kind of prefer Neon then Raze then Jet. But if I had to fully choose, I would always choose the Sage over all three of them.
From every angle, they can actually post up at these 4 players.
Link cleared by that 0 point from Shandy.
Right,
Shandy being taken.
Oh, Hortson again! They keep giving it to him every time.
Yeah, dude, he might actually just win him another round. Doesn't matter, man. The raid boss is here. Look at him go. Dude, 4 rounds. 4 rounds from him getting multi-kills.
Literal, actual murder.
For MIBR, they want to figure out what they're going to be doing in the future. Of course, this season is over.
Yeah, this guy secured himself a spot.
What are the pieces that we have to move forward with this squad? And I'm going to go ahead and say that keeping Hearts in on Sentinel, this role swap seems pretty good, man. I feel like this is something they may want to keep.
That's been absolutely astounding. Constantly having an outsized impact in his position, round after round. For at least 4 or 5 rounds out of these last 11.
He's 15 to 7. The next closest player is 7.
Fast satchel up mid
got
from
double
Paolo
the next closest player on his team.
Try to get into this that early.
Audacious. He's
Big
actually
Joel middle right now. Oh, there's so many Joels at the same time. Bro, this guy. This guy is single-handedly gonna win him the map.
And they fully stacked, armed to the teeth and hungry MIBR can settle into this post plot.
I mean, the perfectly timed flanks, the clutches, the entries.
The season format was terrible. You don't like the games that mean nothing in week 3 when we got a whole another week to go.
Instantly taken down by a blade, but there's the issue of this B lobby presence now. Mozero might just plunge in here. Mazin first, he's caught, holding the angle like a sentinel. And it's going to be all down to Khalil now. Been in this position before.
What's another death?
Tap. Liazzi not convinced. Artisan gives it a peek, and there it is. Yet another 3K from this guy.
What a half, by the way. What a half. Did he end on 18 kills?
Really quick.
18
and 7. Casual 18 and 7 as the Cypher on offense. Taking it nice and chill there. Staying a little hydrated too. 2 clean spray downs. You know, Havoc really getting exploited on this B site.
Do you think MIBR are doing what Koi should have done regarding the roster? Is it like try people for next year? Just kind of scout a little bit.
Totally caught by the attack.
Yeah, I do. I think that Koi. You know why I think that Koi did stick together and didn't try that? It's because it looked like they had a lot of stuff that they wanted to show still. Like they had a lot of stuff that was pretty decent that they didn't get a chance to show. Scampers with the Prime, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you for doing that. Oh, dude, I need to mute this. This keeps getting me owned. They keep using copyright music. They looked at Pacific and they're like, oh, okay. Keep getting copyrighted. Let's get copyright. Normally their music's good. I don't know why. They put like a 1-minute break in and it's just copyright music. I think Riot should remove all points from planting and defusing. Someone asked this a while ago and I kind of liked it. You know what? I would be down for an off-season event where they tried it. I know that's not a thing, but I've always talked about this, like an off-season event where you just try loads of stuff in the game, see if there's any improvements you could make to certain things. Janine, thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate the 17 months. Did you see Kalawan Laz interview? Now says that the players wanted to switch roles earlier, but he was hesitant.
Retreating into B main.
he has a lot of praise for Laz.
We see on B when it just comes down
I can
to
see that. I mean, I think Laz is unbelievable.
Really excellent job from them stepping up here on their map pick.
I like that they wanted to change something. They kind of knew that they weren't going to win unless they changed something. I respect that.
Because Furia banned out Lotus, which is where MIBR beat Loud. They wanted to get rid of a good map from them. And you know, certainly MIBR weren't expecting to go up against this comp. I don't think anyone would. It's a very unique one.
The truth is, we believe in the players, giving them time to develop. Hello, by the way, Bambino. So, assistant coach from Koi, from what we were talking about earlier, says, the truth is, we believe in the players, giving them the time to develop and not insta-kick them off the split one to see how they can grow. We also knew we had more to show as a team, and benching players is super expensive financially. I mean, that's a very accurate thing to say, man. I think that makes a lot of sense. And at least where I'm from, because I did kind of flame you guys a little bit for not trying out new players, but I'm glad I got to see some of the stuff that you didn't get to show in the season 1. Like, that was kind of nice.
Will there be a play from
because I think it's
out of this? It looks like it.
I think it's a good sign that it shows that it wasn't like that everyone was putting in a good amount of time. It sucks when you have so much stuff and you you don't get the opportunity to show it.
Goose egg to sit on for that first
Especially when there's 7 maps, you only get to play 3.
Rich brings him down for a 4K on the pistol, and it might be a pick up where they left off.
I was hoping he'd get his first on the board there. What a way to start this for
yeah,
MIBR.
These two are fragging out heavy.
Play in middle. I mean, you could just see the setup. It was obvious what was going to happen there. Rich ready in the smoke, was holding that. Timing with the dizzy sends that out.
Bambino, by the way, thank you for giving us that.
Beautiful timing. Swings through market. Excellent from MIBR. The coordination there looking really, really rock solid. And for a team that has only been able to practice with each other for a couple of weeks. I mean, they started week 1, they were playing with Paint and Shazam.
Yeah, the third match, of course, with their entire lineup. Fun fact as well, MIBR
Furia, that's very true.
In kickoff. That was actually when they were able to find
I think that's I think that's a good case in point.
Been a rough run through VCT Americas.
And many changes for them, player changes, coaching changes, Fraud taking the reins there. Furia on nearly a pure eco. MW is going to bring the Sheriff into this round.
All right, trying to mow them down, but not work. And MW clap them, and it's going to be Liazzi here set up on the A side. Eventually a rotate coming through from Parla, who does have an outlaw in hand here.
This is the guy with a ghost as well, left alone.
He's bought some time. It's actually been slow going for Furia. Oh, elbow! Okay, just the ghost, you say. Fair enough.
Okay, but we got a gun here.
Two was Liazzi now. Okay, this is audacious. Shandy wants to create some space to make this plant happen, but Parlo disrespects it.
Big flash,
pushes down, but makes noise. Gets Shandy off the plant. And Artazine, man of the hour.
I mean, made it expensive. Got 2 guns out of him.
From him to clean that up. Pretty nerve-wracking when that crossfire that should have gotten a lot of value against the Classic somehow.
Yeah, I think it's always a hard call to make, Bambino. You also don't want
to. And Liazzi just
you don't want to be like harsh as well. Yeah, like especially when you believe in the players and like certain things haven't gone your way.
Was expecting him to just go down maybe one.
Like I don't think it's an easy decision to make to just
really well
go right. We got to focus on next year, especially when you believe there's potential.
This season. 3 light armors on Furia right now. Parlo.
I respect all the answers as well, man.
Outlaw. It starts to peel off of the angle. He can punish that. MW0 does not have full armor.
Nas were there as well, 2 of the light armor players.
No chance to get that outlaw value. Furia just take their foot off the gas on the B side for now. It's a through spawn rotation to start to put some pressure on A. At least probe a little bit, Madzine.
Just playing with some info trips on MIBR. You can see that one on market. You know, back towards elbow as well when the players fall off from main, when Mazin falls off from main.
Parla still speculating with some of those shots that there has been a Furia player left behind in B lobby.
MIBR just hoping that if the hit comes in on B, Parla can take that first contact. Will be enough of a distraction that Artzin's position in the corner will be the one to clean up, get a few kills.
Look at MIBR just
the timing on this. I mean, the Omen probably kills him, right? Is it bad timing?
Seen the timing.
30 seconds
seen him.
left.
Okay. Question is, anyone else with Havoc? No. Brings the Cypher down. Doesn't feel yet confident going to recover that weapon. It's not the safest of angles as MIBR is covering it.
Oh.
He wins that out as well. Unreal.
Wait,
The lowest rated player in Americas after stage 1. Really starting to come alive. And now he gets himself that Vandal. Still the issue of the post plant though to deal with. Shandy wants to pop flash himself in, but Liazzi had the angle with the Outlaw. And now the attackers are down to 2. Thrash here with some reconnaissance. Nosma holds his nerve and the angle eventually though is
Can his
chomped.
teammate protect him? There's a good chance they can.
Here is MIBR, want to wrap around and
Oh, the tunnel vision, bro. You can't tunnel vision like that.
Now Rich trying to get that defuse
Oh
off,
no,
and
the tunnel vision is so it's so crazy how many players get wrecked by this visual stunning someone.
And on a very crucial round, just nearly getting bonused, which would have been the game falling completely out of their hands. Considerable lead for MIBR at that point in terms of the economy, the recovered rifles. Really nicely done, and credit to Khalil there as well, as things for Furia for the majority of that round getting really disconnected. MW taking that solo peek towards spawn, trying to just capitalize off that kill. You know, didn't call for a pop flash, for instance, from Shandy, just tried to get a pure trade on Mazin and falls because of it. And then Shandy just throwing a flash for himself. It was haphazard, it almost fell apart, but recovered from Noswar, that calm IGL presence.
Door brought down as once again Furia take that mid control. MW0 quite proactive here. Oh my goodness, dashing over towards Bobin. Mazin has heard this, but does he think the Jet is the timing? No. Mazin still able to bring MW down though.
Mazin kind of bailed him out here a little bit. It looked like he wasn't fully ready
While
for
the
it.
heads were turned for MIBR, they get in and onto the site.
And now
Looks like it's a good plan. Oh boy. Okay, it's a good plan for Market.
No, they are just going to retreat. Play for B main,
And
play
there's
for the
3
snap.
people he's got to kill on Market.
Got with you chill out was Rich, but Liazzi was
Okay,
there.
I would
for the
love
trade.
a wraparound.
Now Furia don't have any elements outside of that B lobby. They might sneak Khalil around for a late reflank.
If a smoke goes up towards main, I'm looking at that recon from Noswar. Can it get
Khalil's the
value
big player
in some
here.
players from behind that cover?
Flash here. Fault line also thrown up.
How many is Khalil good
Also been
for?
deployed here by
2?
the defenders. Shandy knows that someone's coming at him through the smoke. He's
1?
able to get him, and Khalil, that late reflank is good.
Whoa.
Can he stop the
Wait.
defuse? Mazini's on it. He's sticking it. And Khalil is too late.
Oh man, I
MIBR
thought he
get
had
the
it.
defuse in the final
Dude, he kind of got
moments.
unlucky with the spam there.
That is a tragedy.
Yeah, and that's it's kind of planted for him to have an easier spam.
Trying to replicate the magic of Artzin from
They
the
win
first
one,
half.
they lose the next.
That elusive presence from the Cypher that was such a thorn in Furia's side, but they can't quite match him.
I like the ideas though from Furia here. They really didn't
Change
just
this
want
map.
to sit in B main. They
Yeah,
were always trying to push someone advantage, someone on a late reflank.
Yeah, I don't.
It's a cool
Okay,
execute
I
that they
don't
tried. It's
mind the
reminiscent of
plant for
something that
Market.
Fnatic
Like the
actually
plant
used
for
to do on
Market's
Haven,
fine
where you
because
would, send it up
of the
through mid
angles,
B
right?
and split
Got
over
full freedom
onto
here,
the C-side. Teams
and
doing
this
it
is
on B, but
spammable.
now it's fast
It's
from
so
Furia
okay.
again.
But yeah,
Straight into
just
elbow
get rid of
Bunch
this line where you can plant, and it's such a
Rich
good
knows
map.
that there's a lot of Furia players descending upon them
I
right now.
really, really hope they actually do that change. It's
Spike is
such an
left
easy
way
change
back
to be
here
such a
over on
good
the corner.
change.
TP
Get
came
rid
in
of where
though
this
from
line is
Khalil.
to plant.
Furia really trying to overload this site, but Rich holds his own. Through elbow, there'll be 3, but Wazira is positioned further forward.
Furia really needs to win this round. This is a giant round, by the way. No one has any money. Like, literally every single person is
Exposed to Rich for too long. He got hit by that
poor
spike
as
cam
hell.
dart. Still,
Got
that
no money.
spike is sat back at A-Long. They don't need it.
Okay, well, they might be on
Kills, very
on an
good.
eco.
More of those.
This
The
is
speed
Furia's
from
chance to
Furia
get
was
some more ults.
Totally out of nowhere. They had
money.
not done anything like that yet. Just bursting up at the elbow, and you could see Pala just not prepared, was on the angle, but just not ready to get swung by multiple players. I think that was a triple face.
Here.
And though Khalil didn't win that previous round, cleaning up all of the kills, not allowing one saved rifle from MIBR has actually gotten them back really in the game now as they convert the second. The economy totally broken for the Made in Brazil side. 5 classics here.
Cover going out.
Zin here is about to get extreme. Okay, he must know this
If it
finals
happens,
presence after that
I mean, if it
camera.
happened, the next
And he
big
gets
plant would
right off
just
the
be the
angle.
corner. Wherever the corner is,
kind
you
of round
can
you can really
plant.
challenge
But
that
at least
at
you have
all.
to swing wider.
One way
Go
will
to this
deter
angle. You
NW0 though.
get shot from here. Like, it's all about angles.
Furia pull out of mid.
And even if you plant it here, it's not as strong. It's just the fact that when you
All the
peek
way
this, you
back.
pre-fire and you get so many
Trying
people
to
in a line and the
Bait out some
diffuser.
swings if they can.
It's
Don't want to get
yeah, it's-
overactive against this eco. They can convert it clean, begin to build the economy. Strong for them in the
this
latter
is an
half
eco
of this
and
game.
really
Hard
is
to
like a
make
full eco. For people that were watching yesterday, you know that I said that I would like teams to, on
at
attack,
the beginning of the half,
to
but in
kind of
that
treat
first
this
half,
as like
we're
the
winning
second
one
round,
gun round
right? Where you
against
know that
MIBR,
you full reset
despite
them and
it
they're all
being a
going to have
tie
like
game, has
classics
really
or
made
like
it
a
feel like
sheriff.
they've never
Like
been
right
in
now, one
control.
person that has like a ghost or some kind of small gun to just scout out where the stack is. Or you could send him in over here, you could have your teammates ready to react, or he could walk into A right now and call you back. And that's the one thing that definitely is gonna happen. I don't see any teams doing that. Because like this eco is a little bit too scary for an eco. Like look at the HPs. This can all be avoided by one person scouting out, just like you would on a second round. It'll happen.
Good rotate in, good stack there from MIBR. Significant damage done. Keeps Furia's economy there.
It did schedule for the playoffs. Ooh, I'll need to look at that, Lexi.
An incredibly pivotal round, Mitch.
Lexi, tweet it or.
Active right now. Nosler with the Hunter's Fury. Shandy with the null command. So with that in play, I'm expecting to see MIBR have their Cypher set up on one side of the map, playing Artsin elsewhere so he doesn't get hit by that, so the trips aren't offline. And you can see just that. Trip over towards A, one towards B.
Last hit behind the null command here. Wyatt, this might be a round we remember when we think back on this game. Was there only good for one, though?
Paula has been baited in real good.
Didn't find any purchase, and essentially MIBR have gotten back off that A site. They've allowed Furia to
real
come
good.
in. The rotates though.
Dude, imagine he goes all the way around.
Look at Paula right now. He pushed all the way
he
through
might,
elbow.
He might have two.
Does he catch this timing or does Nosler catch him?
Oh, he wins it out, and then Satchel to break it up.
I mean, that's not how I thought he was going to get two, but that was sick.
Now, Bomb Buddy.
No charges.
Neural theft at least able to be used here though by the defenders. They've got all the info at their fingertips now. They know Khalil is embedded here on the A site, still yet to plant a player in elbow who can't see too much right now. Havoc's not in a great spot to have impact. Parter is going hunting. Everything stops dead for just a second. Khalil heads over in the spawn direction. He doesn't feel confident about planting at all. There's too many vultures circling this site.
What is that from Havoc?
Unbelievable!
Oh no.
Collateral headshot now, still some more work to do. Havoc has another crack at it, make it 3. Neural theft this time from the attackers, and it's all up to Liazzi. Tries to swing it, but Khalil,
doing an Artsin cosplay.
What a round from Havoc, that is absurd!
Outrageous recovery. The rookie from Brazil at the beginning of this season now going up against
Ciphers are doing work.
The even fresher rookies that MIBR have brought in. Havoc had such a slow start at the beginning of this year.
You could see his crosshair wobble in that first game against NRG in stage 1, but this is... Oh, he's cool, calm, collected, locked in.
Fantastic jiggle peaks from him. 2 versus 4. It was so patient from those Furia players. And MIBR, excuse me, maybe kicking themselves for not getting more proactive in one of those moments when they had sent out the paranoia, perhaps. You know, of course, that smoke was down from Shandy, made it a little bit awkward. So can't be, you know, mad at that slow play, just waiting out for the tap, waiting. Havoc taking matters into his own hands has really come to life in stage 2, which is really nice to see.
The ledge behind him.
Again, he was
it's
succumbing to the nerves early on.
Those little things are so hard to get down.
It was a very slow progression. There were definitely people that were calling for his head after stage 1, thinking that he was the guy who needed to be replaced, but they stuck with him. They gave him a shot. And it paid off, you know?
They don't have like proper time to chill. Think about it.
You know, the state of their season, their inability to make playoffs. But when you're looking to the future, he was really one of the only
when teams omen flash and do nothing with it. Something that I've noticed a lot from Loud since Pancada's come back. Like Pancada is fragging so heavy, but the amount of times I see a omen flash.
There's a reason, and we're finally
either not used with the team, not used full stop, or just used and no one can even do anything behind
too late
it.
This season, but not too late in general. Both these rosters are looking to the future. The future for MIBR, at least in this game, is bleak.
It's one of the big progressions of this year as well. The Omen Flash, everyone just gets that
into this round from Azine.
It's like the bit of util.
Last round was very pivotal in terms of momentum. MIBR get broken. 0 point there, just spots.
Yeah, against the Cypher as well, just always spamming top mid.
Want
to be doing that.
Respected by the attackers.
Side angle held by Paula here, alone.
Okay, but he takes contact. Aldron comes in way too late, and W0 already got smashed. One gun taken away from Furia.
I think Loud should have stuck with QCK the whole split.
Full kit of utilities
I just think, like, if I'm just gonna sum up Loud in one thing for this year. They just failed to understand the meta as well as they have other years. That's where I view it. They were always behind on this meta.
Just to waylay this Furia assault, and they're waiting on some of those abilities to come back online, but we're now down.
That happens.
40 seconds. They're not seeing any probing from the defenders. Good discipline here for MIBR to hold their lines. Smoke to top mid, maybe.
Like when so much changes, it's so hard to
They've got that player, of course, in mid as
30
Havoc.
seconds left.
On a solo mission to mess with Mazine. Wins it out, even though he gets caught inside the trip.
Yeah, and he can call them all back. But they have 25 seconds, so they kind of got to hit sight. Oh, it's a weird round. Dude, he's doing so much.
This is breaking down awfully
15.
quick.
Yeah, Havoc's got to get over there. What a lovely flash.
And now it has to be salvaged. Havoc has to
Yeah,
make
we
his
got
way
no
through
time
after
for
doing
this
most of the
one.
heavy
Someone
lifting
can
in
just
this
run
round.
away.
To save it for Furia. At risk of getting thrifty now, Furia
they played it
can
very
get
well.
the job done. He's down to 35, and he won't have time to plant it. That is absolutely brutal. MIBR thrifted them to even up the game.
And they panicked and made decision based on panic. I don't even think it's panicking. I think sometimes you
there would be rotations off, but
sometimes like they got wrecked a little bit by the Viper nerfs and the Sky nerfs. Right, they were like one of the teams that used that the most. Viper and Sky. And other teams adjusted and they went a different route. It just wasn't as good as what everyone else went for.
Once more. And MIBR been able to get an operator into the hands of Parla.
That's at least in my mind how I see it.
Holding the tiles angle right now. Havoc just ruins Rich.
Not only does Rich go down, he had the one
Enough to pretty expected.
Thrash no longer on the field, no longer an option for MIBR.
Fury here
we live in a little, everyone's in their own little bubble, right? We kind of expected it, we talked about it on stream a lot, how those nerfs were going to happen. But you're in your own little bubble where you're focusing on like your own team stuff, you're building the team, you're practicing in the off season. It's like we have the luxury of watching all the games, all the regions. We know all the the little things, and we have a good idea that like this is broken, this is probably going to get changed, this is looking like meta. Whereas the other teams are focusing on all the little things they need to fix.
Basically holds the barrel up to his own forehead there.
And so it's like watching all of this is like a luxury that these teams don't have. Ooh, I like the bait. Oh, it's a shame that the Cypher all came in.
Now gets triple face and nothing he could do there.
Yeah, they had a chance. Bro, this is no joke. This both the attack halves have just been. What is going on today? Both the attack halves have just been how much can our Cypher
Furia's lack of Gecko. Normally, it would just be that wingman planting safely. You don't have to commit
the Cypher off. Yeah, it really is.
But with this comp, they have to commit to someone sticking.
Like Artsin raised the bar and was like, "Go mate, let's see if you can jump it."
It just
Havoc's actually jumping it.
For them. Furia proactive, fighting back sight. Love to see that from them. This game is coming down to the wire, Mitch.
They kept 3 guns, have Furia. Obviously, Artsin at least able to keep a Vandal in hand here. See Havoc obviously finding 3 on the round there. Beautiful opener down mid to start with. I like that aftershock to force MW0 off the line, but Havoc, Furia rather, were always there in numbers, double, triple facing every one of those targets, peeking out a Boba at them.
And this match has just evolved into a Cypher showdown.
Yeah, it really, really has, man. We got 22 to 14, we got 22 to 14. It's sick.
This is just a Cypher dominant map as well. The agent has so much influence here.
MIBR just took a contact peek to B lobby. I think they're surmising that that is the Cypher side of the map for Furia. Parla even turned to anti-flash for this. Bold line. Parla wants to chase this. Frenzy in hand. Can't quite get to grips with Havoc though, as he is able to abscond over towards the middle part of the map.
Yeah, instant reaction once he hits a lot of people. He's not even fragging out heavy as well. He's actually just getting in for calling for the rest of his team.
Noise made from the defenders in B-main, Furia feel pretty content with
he's got a big lock on.
They know it's going to be the weaker side, and they are correct.
The visa thing earlier from Masters Madrid affected them too. Oh, for sure. They got a bad hand.
MW going down early though. Was that just pure spam? No, Mazin. He was on top
but
of
I still think overall that was like
heads up from him to get the first.
it's not like when your V's are out there, you still can't do a lot of theory stuff on what comps you should be using. But again, you can't crack on it.
He gets tech, but Shandy's able to bring 2 down. He has to respond at the very least, but now he needs to deal with the rest of the threat on the side. Across the side goes Rich. He's trying to get in the elbow. Swings it, finds Khalil.
Wingman got a half.
HP. Needs to win his out against Havoc because the defenders are running out of time. It's just Mazin. And he's got nowhere to go. Trapped by Furia, who have no reason to overextend that fight. And they get their 12th round on the board.
2 chances to finish it.
For Nasra, but he is finding his value in this.
Numi Mayo, thank you so much. Dude, year and a half as well. Thank you so much for that.
I mean, at some point it was what, like 0-8, and at the least now he's, he's 7 for 12. He's getting back in there. He's closing out some of these crucial rounds.
I think Liquid have a chance to qualify in playoffs. Yeah, I think they do. I think map-wise, Fnatic match up
Furia were able to slow it down when they realized they had that
pretty well against the map-wise though, so I'm worried about the maps.
Important round. Finally, MIBR can buy up.
This could be it for them. Shandy, crucially, one away
I
from the
think
map-wise,
and
on the opposing side,
Liquid Armor Ban, their best map from what I've seen.
Yet, though, with Furia,
the Haven looks kind of nice.
If they get that for Shandy, look, Arton is on the site. Trips could be turned off. Util could be turned off.
Yeah, we'll see. I think the ban of your best map is always a nightmare.
They do get spotted out in B lobby though, and that deters them to some degree. MW0 lingered. But look at this, yeah. Havoc has gotten so
Might be one of
far
those
up
games though, who wants it more?
It's a ratty spot to play.
Fnatic has secured top 2, right?
They might be looking for a late flank.
And it's a spot where he's been playing frequently. And look, if Artzin does get captured by this null command, that trip in market will be turned off. Havoc will have a free flank to walk in.
Top 3 only. They need it. They can't get top 2. They're no matter what they're third. Okay, yeah, it might be who wants it more.
Putting a scratch on him. Here come Furia. Onto the side they go. Artazine here hoping to play off Parlor if they possibly can. Here comes Shandy with his back turned. Flash was good, but Artazine out of the range of it. Rich comes out from market, quite aggressive. We're now in a 2 versus 2. Still pre-plant, mind you.
Yeah, Omen flash, stun, double flash, damage. Overwhelm's insane for the defenders though. Because we know this guy is.
Works to stairs now.
Yeah, someone's got a little bit of a better headset than this guy.
Being lined up here, Liazi has to go for it, but it was a TP out for
Yeah,
Khalil.
and this guy had it
He
though.
ulted now to B lobby.
Oh, what a
We're all
nightmare.
2v2. The
Can he
game
get
on
the
the
one
line.
way out?
Tough for the defenders to break this. Khalil sweet sets, and he's gotten 3 in that last round.
She's
Furia
down to Khalil.
get the job
I mean,
done.
shout out to
And
Artin.
awkward.
Shout out to
First
Havoc.
half, some weird landings, but Havoc comes alive. It was a cipher map, make no mistake. And beautiful finish here from Furia. Great recovery too.
Both teams showing a lot of prowess on the attacking side. That's what it really came down to. Furia's play on the A side was just better than MIBR's, though. That is where MIBR were giving some rounds up. So successful on B. Artsin's timing for the flanks in the post plant, elite on that side of the map. But on the side swap, the domination from Havoc.
I mean, compelling match in general. We'd like the comp from Furia, right? Mix it up a little bit and see what the Jet can do. A lot of those dashes into cloud bursts on the side. Nice to see Furia experimenting still at this stage of the season. We're going to head to a break, but next Golden Boy and the Atlas are going to jump on in and break down that first map for us.
Jesus.
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch
Holy hell.
I told him, at Verizon, everyone can get the best deals.
No warning for that one.
iPhone 15 on them.
Switching all the time? It wasn't
Ciao, we'll be back in a little bit.
You're gonna be here forever.
Here's your wireless contract.
Do I need a lawyer for this? Those were hard days.
Representative, switch!
Now that I got a huge storage and battery upgrade, I'm officially done switching.
New and existing customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in any iPhone, any condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bom trabalho da equipe do MIBR, mas sobra somente ele. Mazin fez pintadinha, vai ser direto, não parou. Tenta o confronto, vem ele! Vai tentando ali pra cima do Mazin. É mais, Babi.
Right, I'm joined by Furia's coach, Coy. Now, you all took MIBR's map, so I'm kind of curious to know, what are the confidence levels going into your map pick on Icebox?
Cara, falando um pouco do primeiro mapa, Sunset é um mapa que a gente tem muito conforto também. Eu sinto que poderia ter sido um pouco mais fácil. O Artzinho acabou ganhando algumas trocas ali, 1x2, que era pra gente ter tradado. Agora, cara, esse box é o mapa que a gente tem mais conforto. Estamos bem tranquilo pro jogo.
Yeah, Sunset is a map we are very comfortable playing too. I feel like we should have been better, but Artisan was really imbalancing the game for us there. But like Sunset is a map that we are really comfortable in, so we are very confident.
All right, well, best of luck.
I'm going to be breaking down round 3 here, which Furia were able to take and win out in their bonus round to get off to a great start on their initial defensive half. And for a little bonus here, I just want to show you their little set play at the start. They used this jet combo with the KO. Not a very common comp you see on this map, but they went for a little dive play here, tried to hunt it down. It's a good timing of the flash and the dart. Unfortunately, just couldn't capitalize on the kills, but I like seeing Furia incorporating some of those ideas. But the real meat and potatoes of this round is how MIBR play it out from here. They put a lot of presence into B main and then leave Artzine over there as a little insert to come back to later in the round. And you'll see, they'll go into mid, they'll clear it out, they'll make sure that Furia haven't stepped up and stayed in that space that they showed in earlier into the round before resetting over into the A side of the map. And this is where things become important, because you'll see that MIBR haven't really locked themselves into an A finish. They've got 3 people over here in main, Breach is over in tiles, and they still left Artzine over in main. And from tiles, there's a fault line ready to go on any sort of player on this site. They can accelerate into A if they want, but MIBR play it a little slower. The first thing they're gonna get is Paula is gonna spot off Havoc on this side of the map, and this is where I believe MIBR could fall into their call, where they're gonna fake a hit into this A site. That Cypher over there playing that far up, that dude is by himself 99 times out of 100. So they set up to send Paula up forward. They show that fault line there too, but all the while, they're actually sending their spike back into the B site. And here is where the round gets real interesting, because you'll notice on your screen right here, Liazi, he's looking for a timing, and honestly, this is a fine call from MIBR, but they make a few mistakes here. First things first, Paula, instead of sticking around into A and maybe coming here to fight with Liazi, he's actually going back in towards mid. So we have a situation where Liazi has a great timing, but 900 bullets end up missing. MIBR played a great macro round. They've got this B site completely open, but here they just keep looking for hero plays. Paula's here, can't connect onto the shots. Rich too falters into market. It was a bit of a disaster after initially good macro calling, but just like every single round in this game, of course, it's going to be an Artzine clinic. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills. It's ridiculous, but at the end of the day, while MIBR had some good moments, they couldn't convert in the rounds that mattered, despite the heroics of Artzine. We're gonna see what Coach Fraud has to say ahead of map 2 now.
Right, I'm joined by MIBR's coach, Fraud. Now, the boys have only won 1 map during this regular season, so I'm kind of curious to know, what do you all need to do moving on to map 2 and map 3 so you can win your first match of the season?
We've got to really fix up those rounds that we have the advantage. I think our discipline and our communication is getting a little bit chaotic, and we're forgetting some of the fundamentals, or some of the basics of trading together, what we plan on doing with some of these abilities and stuff. So I think that's a big focus of what I was talking to the boys just now, that if we correct some of those mistakes, then we should hopefully be able to close this out, because I think we had a really good advantage. I think the game was looking more in our favor despite a slow start, but we gave up too many rounds that we shouldn't have, and you know, at the end of the day, we deserve to lose that because of those situations.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see this get pushed from map 3. Best of luck.
Welcome back, everyone. So, yeah, you heard from Coach Fraud there about MIBR's issues. Very much falls in line, Ender, with what you were saying before, right? They had those opportunities, they had those advantages, but then it just slips away because they're trying to do too much, too quickly.
Yeah, it felt like there were a lot of rounds where maybe the plans came together, but so quickly that there wasn't as much coordination that they were able to play into another. And yeah, like in that clip, so many of these moments where individuals are trying to step up and make the big play, but it was really just Artzine who was making it happen every time.
Both Cyphers stages in this game were absolutely lights out. I think Artsine in particular, you can think of maybe 3-4 rounds individually where he is clutching up a late rounds for MIBR. But Furia had some of their own clutches, and I think across that game, we're calling a little bit better. Despite playing a little bit off-kilter comp that most people aren't locking in with like the Ascent style KO.
There is a chance in EMEA that 7 teams end up tied 4-6 for the last 2 playoff spots.
Yeah, I like how proactive they were.
There's no
running
way.
that Sova KO composition.
A 7-way tie is actually
being
possible.
Proactive and using the right timings to dart with the flash, etc. Having that great
That'd be insane.
But this is the story of MIBR. It's just they set the rounds up great, and then they just cannot execute and fulfill the plan, their destiny, right? It's like Mazen's doing his very best, and Fraud is doing his very best to set up the macro. Everything's good. They didn't die on a default for once, and they finally get inserted, and then they have free kills, like you pointed out, and they just cannot
Navi
hit
can
the
still
shots.
qualify.
It's always been like all season long. It's about converting for this team, and they make these mistakes.
At the end of the day, it's still a first-person shooter.
Yep.
you gotta click on some heads to get some wins, you know. But all right, well, let's go ahead and see what's going to be going down.
Should make them all play another round robin.
Let's
be here for another 7 weeks.
Another team we expect to change the comps. It's 100 Thieves comp on the side of MIBR, and both these teams have played 100 Thieves on this map. MIBR honestly got rolled. 100 Thieves had some great fundamentals. The retakes were on point. It was really well played. Versus a Furia that I think actually had a really strong attack side. They're playing the basic old comp, and I think they looked really good with it.
I do think they look good. Honestly, in the MIBR camp, I'm wondering how aggro Artsine's going to be getting on his attacking side, because he was feeling it.
Yeah.
He could try to win some rounds on himself with some mid lurks.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. All right, well, let's go ahead and find out if MIBR can force his third map, or will Furia close it out here and now. Let's send it back over to your casters. You got Wyatt and Uber for the call.
Thank you for that, Doom Bros.
Good to see Icebox come up here in this series. We postulated beforehand there wasn't a ton of overlap between these two teams' map pools. Getting to see Sunset play out and Furia win there. You even hear from their coach saying, we're very confident on that map. But Koi should be feeling even better about bringing his team onto Icebox now.
This has been Furia's best map for me, bar none. They started off with a stage on this map against 100 Thieves.
Fancy, yeah, he had to play best of 5 final the other day, right?
And this is where I immediately saw such a significant difference in the fundamentals from Furia, comparing stage 1 to stage 2. They were playing off of each other so well. And, you know, I think that does come down to the fact that bringing back Shandy, having that core of Nazwar, Shandy, and Khalil that had played together for a full year.
We got
on
Furia on
defense,
MIBR
that inherent chemistry that
on
they
attack.
really needed.
All right, young guns of MIBR.
Furia been looking alright on this map.
To start on Icebox. Last time we saw them on Icebox against 100 Thieves, Parla really
The last
overheated.
week
I
with
think Mini
Icebox,
brings that
Doom
up
Bros, where have you
earlier
been?
today. Player
Okay.
that has great individual moments and then tosses those rounds away.
They had some rounds with Macro that I was really genuinely impressed by that then fell apart
Same on
late
Sunset,
round
right?
with the individual game. They are going to have had to seriously elevate themselves on this map in the past week to be such a strong Furia.
Oh, nice shot.
Claim
It's
shot
split.
start of the round.
Yeah.
Khalil though already got decent purchase and pressure up towards mid now to confirm that MIBR
What, the guy
ending
not
here.
in the team? Yeah, it is.
It's a Raptors presence, at
split.
least for Havoc.
Why is it
Clearing
split?
that turret
That's a
of
good
Arzine
question.
away now no longer can take contact for him.
And with
Great
no
question.
util for MIBR, this is going to come down to playing off each other, trading the fundamentals that they were lacking on this map previously.
Furia have surged in behind that retake wall. They give it a tap, but Parla has
Good
a
heat
timing here.
then. This guy was the first one to get a kill up.
Drop down! Oh, Nazwa! Okay, it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Reach a little bit low. That shock dart was concerning. Arzine able to play outside of its radius, though. Liazzi from Belt is good for 1, and it's up to
Arzine again.
Khalil is low. He's beaten. Black and blue. Both these players at less than 50 HP. And it's a battle of nerves.
Damn, he stuck his nerve there. That was sick.
Another clutch. How many
Yeah,
from
no
this guy?
peek.
Another 3K in this
No
series.
peek on it.
Fifth, sixth,
This guy is
3K
100%
already
in this team next
series.
year.
The form that he's in is fantastic. The shining star of this team, a player that now I'm really looking forward to seeing more of, someone that MIBR looks like they can really build around as they head into the future. That's what the remainder of this season is about for them, is looking towards the future. Getting these rookies, Pala, Rich, you know, adept to the stage, working them in, integrating them into the team.
We saw how long it took Havoc, right? It takes time. Not easy to get opportunities locally like this, with this kind of pressure. MW0, okay, he's out of there. Parla with some aura at the start of this round.
Oh, bullets.
MW and Havoc investment into the Sheriff. Artzin, 4th already on the board. And with that Ghost, the intention is for him to take risks, take fights, collect more kills, flank, and get ult orbs, as he's already, you know, getting relatively close early on to the lockdown.
Pala moving up here as that wall comes down, taking a straight fight. Khalil able to win it out. MW0 playing from Snowman here with that Sheriff. Now again, you don't have your Sage to rely on for any sort of retake wall here. That's sort of one straight across those boxes you put down, so only yellow can swing you. Shock, Khalil ignoring around the corner. Oh, MW wins that fight out. Mazin's got to be kicking himself after that.
Low HPs though.
Again gets involved, comes back for that A site now to wreak havoc once more. Nozma can't do much here. He's far too low. And obviously, Rich is still at large, patiently holding this now with the Bulldog. Nozma is going to walk into a hail of bullets if he rings that corner, and Rich wins it out.
The damage is pretty good. It's not the round win, but the damage is insane
out of this round, but still a conversion.
A lot of significant damage dealt. Furia will be more than happy.
Kit, never tried it.
And when we get back into this,
Not sure I will try it, to be honest with you.
MW is already... He's going to bring the Outlaw into this.
He knows because only one gun got taken out of that second round by MIBR. They'd be on light armor.
Yeah, counter to the light armor. Heads up from him. Loves the scoped weapon. We've seen how powerful that is on Icebox for years at this point. Those lines you get down B main.
Another 3K for Artazine that round, by the way.
It is outrageous. The KJ ult.
MW0 gets the one-shot gun. We got 5 people that he can one-shot here. Bonus isn't looking. I think they got double.
Big, you know, buy round
double rifle.
Crack the Furia economy really early on. I mean, perhaps could even get it into this round theoretically. It is possible.
Havoc drops out of the side window of Tube and catches Mazin unaware.
And that is a bad player to lose early, that Viper. Think about how tough it's going to be to work up 2B, which is where they're going right now.
What do you think about a cat comp with all the agents with 2 lives? Dude,
does opt to rotate there quickly. That angle from Snowman, you're going to see everything. You're not going to get walled off, smoked
played it
off.
the other day.
They've inserted Pala here.
And it looks like MW will stay, you know, towards A. Which really is...
Check out the Talon Ascent game.
And you just can't go B with your Viper down that early. It's not going to happen. You will not win.
Havoc giving Pala absolutely nothing, just little shoulder peeks. Elwin had to be expended there. Pala wants to keep them interested. A bit of catnip here for Furia. It's worked out so far. They're going to be a little bit slow in this rotation. But MW0 holds the line for contact.
Is that another double?
I'm sure of it. The Artsy able to back away though, at least get into a position to plant, but MW slaps him down as he gets into Crow's Nest. It's up to Rich here. And hey, 4 guns maintained for Furia. They're well and truly in the game now.
Frost said he wanted to do that comp idea for a while on his and Baby Bay's podcast.
So proficient with the scoped weapons. One of the better offers
don't know what to think about that, man.
in the Americas now.
What was that from Havoc? I didn't even see that.
Just because he thought it would be funny, or
time to play the lotto?
Thinks it's good.
MIBR on the full buy now. Again, I'm on Artston ult watch. It's just 1 away from the lockdown. Liazzi with a thrash. And that could be more than enough to convert a really important round for them. Look at the state of their economy. This is must win for MIBR.
It's going to be important for that Raptors control, right? The route over the top of 410 into Crows and then to Raptors. MW0 starting to feel that confidence. Gets that early peak. Bounty to some degree, disrespecting.
And here comes the official 4v5 though. You could just leave sight. They got a wall and a slow to the left, so it's really hard for them to even capitalize on stunning someone. Yeah, and this is like a very good example of why I always talk about Sage being a really good counter to Gecko. Because all the util you got to follow up once they commit. You've got a slow wall, 1 bit of util down, they can't really do that. It's a good example of that here.
MW is just straight up carrying the momentum from that destruction of Loud last
good for a future video if I ever need to do it.
What he did to them on that last map line, drop, what was that, like damn near 30, if not, I'm trying to remember, it was at least 28. Has just been such a force against the teams of his own region, unfortunately.
And this is the player you mentioned was really known for, you know, playing the rifle in almost every situation, preferred to go away from the operator or scope weapons in general, but now diversifying his arsenal. An Outlaw once more at just the right time, of course.
Just loves to switch back and forth when necessary. Of course, these lines on B main, I mean,
now
we
we're up
see
against an eco again. Farming this over towards A. We picked up Noswa's Oval.
They spent all of their util to try and push him off that line, and MW0 still disrespected
Frost is unique. He's good, man. He
still the Sage though.
Gets it.
Already down.
He gets it.
Now we'll have the double back for MIBR to pick that orb up, and they've been probing over
has
at A,
good
but have found
timeouts,
very
first of
little
all.
there.
I actually think as a coach he's pretty legit.
And if we're lucky, we might just get the Bladestorm battle.
He kicks up
Paula,
a lot of drama, which is
brought into America as a challengers player that MIBR are giving a shot versus MW, the original GOAT of Brazil, dominated the region as a duelist with Gamelanders early on.
And
over a year.
What do you mean?
Pretty unconvincing from the rookie.
Unfortunately, so was hoping for
not like the format.
Bit more.
And that is going to cost him MIBR in a round. They're already unfavored in, given their weaponry.
What is that? Dude, why is everybody util recently bouncing off grounds? I've seen cages, I've seen mollies. That's that same wire that cost someone a round with a Viper molly. I can't remember the team.
And Mazin is playing from yellow. All of Furia ready to group up here and sweep him away.
And what are you to do when one of our best duelists in America is in the flow state like
back
this?
Back to back, we got
it's just
4 people surviving.
Just too good right now,
Does
man.
MW0 go pick up the? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, does MW0 pick up the rifle, get rid of the outlaw? They don't know they picked it up, so they're still scared. So they're probably buying heavy armor.
Dominated early on in kickoff.
Turtlecast, that's the problem. You guys actually nailed that game so much that they were like, well, that was like one of the peaks. We gotta have more games like that.
Nas were late into stage 1. I was hoping that would be kind of the catalyst for change, and it took some time, but I do
they wanted more, yeah.
That
That's the
IGL
issue.
that had been with the Furia core previously, you know, instilling a more cerebral level for the team. I mean, very calm,
that's right. Next year, I'm telling you, next year my expectations of the format are through the roof.
Roster, right? Obviously, they're coming in English.
It's going to be one of the best formats we've ever seen, ever.
Everyone really following the direction of Noswa. That's not a given on a lot of these teams. But we were talking about yesterday.
12 teams, one whole season,
when you have someone
an off season,
really able to
last chance qualifier, double a limb everywhere.
Yeah, we had the pleasure on the desk last week to
Pretty much
listen
it.
in on
We're not
some
asking
of those
for too much.
Furia comms, and it was actually on Icebox during a B retake. And Noswa's communication was very
chance qualifiers back? No,
relaxed,
no,
yet,
dude, I'm just saying what I want.
confident, and everyone was
We have no
listening.
idea.
The comms were so uncluttered, and that's in stark contrast to what Fraud was addressing in that, you know, between map interview, saying that in the hectic moments, their comms were getting scrambled, and that's not something that I see happening with Furia.
It's going to happen with these young players, right? There's absolutely going to be an issue.
18 playoffs. Yeah, no single limb.
Level-headedness, I suppose, to this younger roster, of course, going up against his old team now.
Now MW, upgrade made to the operator.
Wait, do we really want 18 playoffs? That makes it. Oh no, they shot his Dizzy and it's on the roof.
Force him off that aggressive line.
Wait, look at the observer. Yeah.
Perfect. Furia on B. Look how far up
Prius did say he wasn't working today, so that makes a lot of sense.
Poor Dizzy. Liazi lost a friend up top. That one's supposed to bounce back. Not really sure how he pulled that one off.
He gave me this one, bro. He shouldn't have come into chat.
Honestly,
that was an absolute freebie.
Especially because they're dealing with this operator. They've already
absolute freebie. Why'd he give me that?
Yeah.
They've lost
drone, right?
Yeah, they've lost that map control towards B, MIBR, but they have the turrets.
This is weird. They're gonna.
If anyone pushes up,
they're gonna drone to create pressure over.
You know, maybe when this wall breaks, can feign a little pressure
drone
there
to create
with
pressure.
Rich. Use that
and
drone.
Khalil's probably gonna think that people are following it up.
Well, they work back towards.
He's gonna be forced to swing this.
Turret there, designed to take contact for the Jet player on top of Gen.
Then he's gonna see no
angle,
one.
but that is not where MW is playing from. Khalil hears this. Has a timing. He's got it, but oh, the spray is wild and rich.
That should never. It should never have ended like this.
Rinse and repeat for the Jet here, and Havoc is ice cold.
Never in a million years did I think it was going to end like that.
20 seconds left. Are they really trying to make the mad dash back to B?
Noswa's here. He's right
What's
in between
going on
them.
in this one?
Rich is going to be brought down, and this makes it all but impossible for MIBR to get themselves a platinum this round. They know it too. They have to clear these angles meticulously. They'll hold their weapons into the next one. That's the best they could ask for.
There are just no other options in the face of the Furia economy right now.
Brother.
I mean, they've got to bring these over. No options in the round. No options economically. A kill from Mazin that ultimately is irrelevant to the bank account of Furia. At the very least, gets him an orb, the tiniest,
8
smallest
teams
consolation
with the top
prize.
2 getting a bye and the bottom 2 starting lowers.
Here, though,
Yeah, that's the one, right?
All of this happened. NW though, indomitable here on that A side. Didn't have to post up aggressively, just a standard Rafters position. Take one kill back away. Havoc finds the next.
Then it's singular limb for them. So that's their own fault for coming 7th to 8.
To be the fake on B with the drone. You don't have the drone to clear the AWP or off the angle, which is so important for your
that is the
to
one.
do on this map.
I think you're right.
Liazi here. Back up to pipes. Hopeful that he can.
Why do we need 2 in lows with 2 in a bye? What's the whole point? What's the whole point in having a 2 to 3 month long season to get rid of 3 teams?
There was a spam through there, and look how low they are.
We gotta have something. There's got to be some kind of reward, right?
Make that clear. They have weapons here. Thrown 2 of them away already. Havoc is just doing whatever he
Dude,
damn well pleases.
this guy is just wrecking this whole best of 3, by the way.
Anchoring on A is just phenomenal. I mean, MIBR, they try their best to work Paula up mid, try and do a little bit of a
The
split.
seed 1 to
Still
8,
me,
so it's double of them.
waiting for a,
Is that
a
brutal
mid
enough
to
for
A
just like a
split to work
2-month
on
season?
Icebox. Someone will do that eventually, just gets caught up top, trying to catch rotators, you know, hoping to come in late when the rest of the team gets into the side. This is all too casual for Havoc, who looks relaxed on the stage now.
Unbothered and hydrated, clearly.
Yeah, he looks chill.
No pressure on that Furia defense at
Oh,
A.
look at their money, man.
MW's
got 9k, he's not buying anything into it.
MW.
Didn't have to use anything.
This isn't a sign of his comfort level, and I don't know what is.
And he hasn't really been that aggro with the AWP actually early.
Oh.
No, playing safety from Rafters.
Oh god, he had to use the dash to dodge it as well.
We'll continue to keep MW quiet for now. Yeah, post up on a more passive Rafters role. Maybe even watch mid for a time as Matzina's starting to think. Good attempt to split or at least some sort of lurk here. And Shandi makes the A hit harder with that wall.
Mid picked up by MW, who's having just a phenomenal game, taking over completely on Icebox. Once again, MIBR looks like they want to just try to contact towards A, find a timing. Paulo hoping that Shandi was on top of that wall. Not going to be the case. There's only one angle for these Furia players to hold.
And they've got a crossfire. They might be waiting. They're waiting on this wall. It's unclear. Recon, Parla having a cloud. Oh, still gets caught. Oh, yeah. Not getting out of that one.
30 seconds.
Nosma deals with the offending jet, and here comes the Hunter's Fury. Rich trying to set it off here, but there's nothing really to shoot at now with the RC being brought down. Everything that
Oh my
MIBR
god,
are looking to
I was
cling
so
to
confident he wasn't
crumbles
going to get
away
that
under their
kill.
fingertips.
Done it again.
And it's Rich who won't really even be allowed to get this weapon. Can force up the line and take a gun from Khalil, but again, it's just not enough to put any
he's showing
economic
some good
pressure on
signs, to be
Furia.
honest.
They're chilling.
And unfortunately for MIBR, they're just not displaying the level of macro that we saw on Sunset. Their attacking play there was comprehensively pretty solid. They were doing a nice job of dragging rotators around. They had good post-plant play over towards B. But so far here, it has been Furia just always on the proper site. It's been all too obvious for them. The setups around the Sage have just been allowing them easy crossfires, easy kills.
I might see a bit of a mid-crunch.
Okay, big buy run for them, and they got to start winning every single round. Official goes into it.
Not really thinking about that side of the map anyway.
W0.
Here. MW will take an
They
aggressive
are
posting.
not looking at yellow. What a shot, man.
From Rich to Paul. Going my That's not supposed to happen. Okay.
So good. No
one
one's here to get a kill off it.
Make sure he can pick up the pieces. If Furia went for it. Fair enough, I guess.
If Xander gets a kill, he has res. Not that
That's the reputation he's got.
NW's in the easiest res spot, but it's doable.
Here's your wingman plant. Chundy has an opening here, but the RC
there's
brings him
res.
down. Too many things to shoot at. Perhaps as Parla forces his way in to Snowman. Came up with a jackpot. It's just Khalil now. Finally, MIBR start to get some wind in their sails.
That was nice
3
from
more
Pala.
of
Good
these.
mechanics there, which is something he certainly has displayed. Has the aim in the moments, but it's just a guy who can see he needs more experience against the top teams, which is the value that he's giving playing with MIBR right now. Getting these matches, getting these reps in America's getting consistent scrims against the top teams here in the region.
Something like a lot of teams in the Brazilian region cannot boast. They cannot say they get that scrim experience, stage experience.
It's just on the edge of it.
Elementary round here from Pala, but
A little bit unlucky.
great little bounce back. 4K for the Jet. Furia, of course, still unbothered, can buy up entirely for the next round as well.
And frankly,
I
I'd like
really
to
hope
see
they don't
MIBR
lose
kinda
this
keep
round, man.
things simple
Do
as
they
they did in that
reset?
round, because their macro right now is not good enough to match up with Furia's skill on this map. This is their best map.
Yeah, the macro looked far better on Sunset, right? MIBR had a real plan. Now it looks like a little bit more rudderless. Artazine able to recover.
That was so hard.
His aim there.
Yeah, it's a nice round with Furia, just a duel over towards mid heavy with 3 people and you have res.
Presence over a B. A variation in plant location too.
Fights being taken, but trades in the favor of Furia, who had the res available as well to get the extra man into the round. Oh, and Pala just caught off by MW. How many kills? 16 kills with 3 deaths. Outlandish activity from one of Brazil's stars.
Pala did not want to respect the slow orb. He wanted to stay up on that angle here and be somewhat proactive. I see the idea there, but you're so vulnerable
The
to
convincing
snowmen.
rounds.
I like from Furia, they go for this aggressive
Delay with the bikes, he has
mid-play on
knives,
rounds
Pala
where
has
Shambi
knives.
has that Sage ultimate. They'll push a few players down,
and then
try
maybe.
to, catch
Maybe
someone
they got
who's
something
watching
right.
mid, and then
One person
if they
still
trade
takes the hit
things
then.
out even, wall goes up, get that res, get the man advantage. They love to mix in these aggro mid rounds. Swinging out of the smoke, swinging out of the tube.
See, that's why, Shandi takes contact last, right?
Yeah.
Make sure he doesn't drop first in that engagement. So exposed was Pala there outside of that slow orb.
The layers from Furia on this map are deep, and at this point I'm hoping that the book doesn't close in a whimper for MIBR here after really having one of their best performances I've seen so far on Sunset.
Someone takes the hit,
Liazi.
It's
And he
the
started off this
Marshall
map so
out.
well too, that 3K on the pistol round the clutch.
Yeah, they don't have too much delay here, and Khalil's actually
Pala here
committed.
with the blade storm.
Oh, Khalil is
Straight into
dead.
the cloud burst, might look to take a fight here, but the rotation from Khalil was pretty good. Playing inside that poison orb now. Away from the blade storming Jet. And slowly
all good.
here, Snowman's got to be picked up by
Havoc
Nosworth.
has killed Joel.
Khalil is one of those players, one of those Vipers that is just a force, a brick wall towards B main. We saw that against 100 Thieves. Was outdoing Bang in that area of the map, and that's one where I associate Bang with those angles, his ability to
easy
hold
lineup.
there,
Where's
but
this one
Khalil
go?
has just been so smooth with the aim. Really stepped up stage 2.
Determined to get some value out of these blades. Oh, Nosworth says, that's not a knife, mate. This is a knife. 2 for the Sova. Viper's bit down for the post plant for MIBR to work with. Both players outside of it for now. Mazin very low. Furia can take their time. Maybe even have a recon back up. Oh, that's just dirty.
You could feel that one coming.
Down.
MIBR
again.
Especially as I said, he was dead and he gets 3 kills.
It's just, the hits keep coming for this team. Furia cool and calm with 4 players.
they're just better on this
deconstruct
map.
that post plant, even with the Viper's Pit.
This
No
just
dodging
looks
it.
like a walk in the park for them. It's another day at the office. It looks way too easy. And frankly, if you don't have a perma, you might need to get rid of Icebox against this team.
I mean, the problem is MIBR, their map pool is not deep enough to play Haven. They have to ban that every drive now.
And frankly, it's such a new team, you don't even really know what your map pool is. They don't have a lot of actual match experience. And often you don't know what your map pool is until you've played it in the match. Things can go well in scrims, and then all of a sudden they crumble when you're on the stage. So this was actually what they picked last week, and it's been rough for them. You just don't know when you don't have enough reps, and unfortunately, that has just been the case for them. They tried to bring in these rookies in the offseason. They didn't come in early enough. Awkward start to the stage, and NW is taking advantage of their inconsistent fundamentals, picking them off one by one by one.
And again, no turret to take that, Jet contact. So Pala just got the floor wiped with him by MW0. Now the Sage Wall obviously throws a wrinkle in the
It's going to be another round where there's 4v5 in these official.
Frayed at the edges. Here comes Thrash though.
The fish tanked the bullet.
MIBR.
I like it was on.
They have control of this A site now. Rafters getting picked up
Yeah,
by
they got
two
Silver
Furia
as well.
players.
It's a really nice
Shandy's
shot.
more than happy to take an instant fight. Now the out drone from behind
Havika's Killjoy out to retake, push him away.
There's just no one to help.
Gotta break the wall
on
fast.
that face. They're trying to back up. The lockdown is
They
going
got
to
no
go
wall
in.
from
Rich
Zand, but they
truly
have
going to use
Viper
the
wall
Hunters
to block
Fury
vision
to
and
stop that.
spike.
No, they're actually just going to get fully out of range
Rich
and
has
save it
Molly.
to try to deny this defuse.
Sorry, Rich has
First
ult.
time MIBR have done this. Okay, Rich
Yazzie
does
has
want
Molly.
interact here with the
Got Fish ult as well. There should be enough here.
Shandy trying to defuse, gets taken down. Thrash 2, Electric Boogaloo now online. Sent on him, but removed. Havoc on the defuse now, Liazzi. Way out of the action.
Well,
Yeah, the mosh pit didn't even hit.
they were just too far away to do anything with the
What a
ults.
rough half for MIBR as Furia posts
Jeez,
9
was-
defensive rounds.
You could see the idea there from MIBR,
a painful half,
hoping that
man.
the Thrash
They
would
got
be
so
able
wrecked
to
there.
Why did
stun
The
those
easier half
players
to get
coming
three.
close, but
pinching the bridge of his nose right now?
it's a tough watch, Mitch, because they really gave me so much hope on Sunset. I'm remembering the good old days. Remember when our team got the 3K flanks, Mitch?
The Halcyon era.
Brings a tear.
Throwback to the last map. My goodness.
Brings a
Things
tear
look
to my
very
eye.
different right now. It's a cold winter that MIBR have had to dig in for. Can they be more impactful on defense? We're going to find out when we come back invariably from our break.
I get the mute again. I wonder why they added this break in. Yeah, is it now a 3-minute break, or do they actually just talk for 1 minute only after this? They just wanted the ad break. I mean, that makes sense. You gotta make money. It's still 2 minutes, so it's 1 minute break here and then 1 minute breakdown. You're against Lev. Lev just looks so good, is the issue.
Ah, there you go. Look at that. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here for our first half of play to talk about what we just saw between MIBR and Furia. And MIBR just cannot seem to get things going yet. Again, Furia continuing on their success from map 1.
And this is worrying for MIBR. Furia is going on to their attacking side. And honestly, this has been my favorite map from Furia. These are the stats from when they played versus 100 Thieves. They're playing the old default comp with the Sage, with the Silva.
Mulak.
But I think they execute
Mulak
on
8
it
with the
really
Prime.
well. The way they hit
Thank
A,
you for the
they're setting up
21
these
months,
post
man.
punches in the Sage slow lineups to get into sites. I think it's super strong.
Yeah, their defaults are great on the attacking side. Yeah, this is a map that it's their bread and butter, it feels like. If they can
You think
like
Heretics are the best in the league or still Gen G?
2-8 or whatever the record is.
Yeah.
And it's for good reason, right? Because they don't die
The
on
thing about
defaults.
Gen G
They
is-
default great, and their post plants, that's the highlight.
The other difference,
I
too,
don't-
is that in that series
The
versus
Gen
100
G
Thieves,
that I saw
MW
in
wasn't really
Shanghai
performing. In this game thus far,
was
he's been
way
absolutely
better
lights
than
out.
the
And I think they
Gen G
have
that
a
I
lot
saw
of
in
good
Split
tools to set him up for
1.
these early fights. But MIBR is going to
So,
look to play
do they
proactively,
literally just
stop
have a
these hits
switch
from
that they
coming
turn
through,
on when
and
it really
Pistol Round would
matters?
be, big for them here.
That's right. Pistol round's going to pretty much set the tone for this. If MIBR can squeak away that pistol, maybe they have a chance to be able
International
to fight back
performance.
into this one. But Furia have
Might
all
be
the
that.
tools to end it here. Now.
Penguin _Ali with the 4 months. Thank you so much.
That's right, folks. The older
Thanks for
Dodge
using
have
the
been
Prime on
3
me. Thank you for the
rounds
4
in
months.
second half. You must win the pistol. Very much relevant here. Arsene been the hero for MIBR and many of these pistols, those multi-kill performances. He's gonna have to run it back again.
Early aggression from MIBR all the way down mid. Dizzy committed. Recovered from Liazzi to have that for this retake. Oh, denied temporarily is Shandy by that Molotov.
Sage Wall in a pistol though, still hard to bring down.
Oh my god.
Nozwa speculating somewhat. Pala having to dash out of the way. Arsene found the angle but doesn't stop the spike.
It's
Pala
not
gets traded in the
not
end.
normally how the wall's meant to be.
Back up, but Pala's been good with these cherished shots. Khalil's so low. Again, trying not to overheat maybe is the plan, but Khalil goes for it anyway. Rich beat decayed down by that poison orb. Having his health that you can't tell
No
with
way,
ease.
not that, not like this again.
Phased though. Razine, one kill from the first half now has to go big. Spike gets tapped, tickled if you will. Time is short, and that Nano Swarm makes it even worse. Havoc shows a little bit of leg. And Mazine gets off it. Now we're going to walk up. Havoc allows him to half it, but that's about all. Mazine forced to stop. Will he get to go for it again? 48 health,
man.
throw out the gun. Oh man, it's with a whimper that MIBR start this second half.
Hey.
In his hands.
He really handed it to
Two-dimensional
him.
Mitch. Just paper thin, absolutely flattened. Shandy made, look at this little error with the wall. There was a space.
You're Paper Mario.
Look at that! Paula gets a 2 with the collat. Oh,
you're in the walls.
I didn't want to see it end like this. Not like this.
Okay, that is, suffice to say, tough to bounce back from MIBR with a paltry 3 rounds in total. Losing the pistol there. Mazine couldn't do it for
It's set to be a
been
short one.
You know, a mentoring presence for the new players on this MIBR roster, right?
They full buy into it as well. They just don't want to get
They're going
ecoed.
to take B main here with ease. Havoc, the classic Curry role play.
Wyatt is so mad.
Watching the flanket spawn. I'm not mad. I'm sad, Mitch. They gave me hope on Sunset. They gave me hope.
All right. It is, yeah, we are. I love that that's still the Curry spot. And there's no reason for Havoc to move from that position yet. Here's Dizzy. Shot out of the sky by MW. Parla, though, with a... Okay, that is a long-range kill with the Classic. Now we will tap away. MIBR have to figure this out. Artazine swings around. Looking dangerous. Goes to yellow and finds yet another. 2 left up for Furia now. Khalil starting to respect this, and Havoc, suffice to say, was brought out of spawn. We met defuse denied. Khalil holds his ground there on that.
No way. They got them all. Yeah, strong hold from these two.
I mean, it's the superior weaponry. It's the steady hands
they are
of Havoc, who again just looks
spots
so relaxed on stage now. Artson tried his best. Palace somehow with that classic 2K from across the map. And listen, I'm going to look at the positives, Mitch. I'm going to be glass half full as we head to the waning days of this match. Certainly some impressive mechanics on display from Paula. There's definitely something there with him. You know, rough around the edges, doesn't have the experience. But with a coach like Fraud, who's had the experience for many years at this point, could hopefully do something with him over time, mold him.
Does he show a barrel here?
Duelist has to fall off.
Fortunate to be able to get away. MIBR supplementing the rifle buy, of course, with that
rough spot from Mazine.
Mazine here, this might be a little bit awkward timing-wise for him. Charlie going to move up here, 1-for-1. Parla now definitely feeling uncomfortable, starting to feel the neck close around him, and Shandy ends him. Now that Outlaw gets picked up, someone had armor though. Artazine says, okay, that's going to bounce off me, no worries, mate. Just Noswa with the spike.
This was an instant decision from him.
His grasp.
Problem is the turret's going to wreck him.
To try and find a little bit of action, maybe. Artazine down at 10 HP, getting rid of him wouldn't hurt.
And at the very least, not going to get bonus rounded into oblivion. Perhaps I say that too early. Noswar is starting to come to life after a slow start on the first map.
I like that you still believe in magic after this.
I'm trying not to lose my childlike wonder watching MIBR on this map. Yeah. Listen, the positives, Mitch. Art's in. Paula. They do well in that round, though, at the very least. To hang around in this game at least one longer, but I am certainly no believer just yet. No. Not even close. They need many more.
We built some extra space in the caster desk for his cope tank, so it can be more of like a permanent fixture here, as opposed to wheeling it up the stairs, which is quite labor-intensive. Furia now get their buy. See, just Nosra at the end of that last round couldn't make much happen.
Here.
These fast plants behind the Sage, though, will be tough for MIBR to break. It's going to force them to be proactive defensively to interrupt the spike plants. Or just get ahead of him like this.
Bring down.
What a close stack with Rich taking contact here. Perhaps has to fall off. This Dizzy's going to come up. Could blind a lot of Furia players.
Oh boy.
That's all good. Okay,
holding hands.
Springs to life there, coming down, and Jen getting the better of NW0, who was looking elsewhere. Clean from Azine. Yahtzee, no reason to swing here, wants to just play reactively. Shandy has to move up and take the spike.
Get this orb and it's res.
Coming to say hello.
And that's a high slam.
But that wall thrown up, so no ability for MIBR to capitalize on that deployable.
The res.
Crazy flick shot from the wingman.
This guy's doing everything. Khalil's back in the game now. Numbers are even.
Yeah, Khalil is all.
In fact, a player advantage at least on the A side for Furia.
Khalil has the pit as well. If they can work their way into a site.
They can be derailed by Artazine here, though.
Could be their undoing.
And Artazine hears all of this.
30 seconds left.
He's tucking. There's no way to check this, right? Not a chance. One for one, they'll have to take it.
Trade's pretty good, and they keep the Viper
Can
up.
we cancel this and go back to A? No. Up
Oh,
two,
they're
they're going to go. MIBR getting so many sound cues here. Now, this time it can't be traded out, though. Little awkward for Furia.
You hate to see the attempted jumper. Listen, it's tough to get out of that window sometimes. It's pretty tough. You get caught on it. It's
What's
a
up,
whole
Keeper?
thing.
How we doing?
You get shot from 7 different angles. All right, MIBR, they're not out of it yet, but I'm still not a believer, Mitch.
That's fine.
We are far from the leaving.
You see how they really feel like they have to anchor these sides against the Sage comp, but they're good for it. So they're definitely happy to take some of these fights, and Artazine has definitely been throwing in some of these timings. Operator picked up. We've got lockdown on board for MIBR.
Pala taking that deep line onto Belt as Havoc just waiting out that standard recon. And now going to try to gain a little bit of that space as the rest of the squad acquire B main. Of course, this is the low buy though. They've only got Sheriffs on the board.
MW0 is going to join up with them here as the Aldrome clears mid for MIBR. That might give some incentive to Artazine to move up even further.
Imagine he gets this
Havoc
kill.
here seeing what he can drum up on the A side.
He's caused
Liazzi,
so
only 2
much
frags for
pressure.
the game. Not really willing to give him
Keeps
much.
3 people
Look at
here.
the rotations that Havoc has drawn. The solo Killjoy, 4 players at a time there, and now it's Pala trying to get all the way back to B. Snowman with the operator, but that angle will be cut off when the wall goes up.
Now that tuck position also for Artazine, same as last round, not quite as powerful if the players are coming from the B side.
Here.
Pala cut off here. Pretty straightforward, control the utility, and yet they don't check that spot. Artazine finds success from there yet again.
Planted.
Pala shot goes wide, and Marzine is ready to follow up here. Should it be required?
I wonder if
should be put to bed pretty quickly.
I wonder if Furia just I'm out after this.
Molly out from Khalil.
Been a
but
couple
it's
of
only
rounds
a
now.
matter of time.
No reason to win
coming
this.
through. No. Wincing? Not at all. Not one wins.
Okay, not so. He's getting all of that util.
Yeah, clean round.
Okay, some
Maybe.
stabilization here for MIBR. That
Maybe they got a
economy also
chance.
starting to burgeon. Maintaining Hunter's Fury and Lockdown into the next round. This is all good for a bit of a comeback.
And now we're heading closer to belief territory.
Okay.
If they win the big ultimate round, if they extract all of
The
the
show match?
ultimates out of Furia's hands,
Kinda
too.
close
right
to
now
that,
they've
yeah.
got the pit with Khalil, but they are getting very close to the others. Nas were the Hunter's Fury, the lockdown for Havoc. It's about that round. It's about the big ultimate round, because that is the one where all comebacks go to die when the team with the lead
right.
all press Q.
That's an incentive for
Yeah,
MIBR
they got a lot of
to be
ults against the
conservative
full
about
buy round.
Their ultimates
See how
here.
they handle
but into
this.
a gun round, and to keep that momentum going, they may be tempted to expend some of them. MW0.
Take flight.
Would love to take a bit of a fight here. Noswell forces Pala off the angle. Eventually he'll be able to repost it here. The defensive fight all comes up. Flash. Liazzi doesn't get any pings there, so not confident to swing it.
Yeah, they're gonna have 4 on
Way
site.
too fast. Pala not able
3
to get
people
one
on
with this
site. They can
operator
fight
just
heavy.
yet.
Rich
Had
can
a
all.
great opportunity to do so.
Furia had MW0
I hate that
begging to have his
Liazzi's
head
just
taken
on
off
his
there.
own on site, huh?
All right. Here's that Sage Water cut off that side. MW0 wants to get towards Pala. He sees the barrel of the operator there in rafters. Just a nick, and that's
Yeah, and-
enough. Operator player taken down. MW strikes a mortal blow at the defenders. Artazine trying to wrap through here with that Sage
Yeah,
Water.
and
Against
it's,
the problem, they're getting
ooh,
pinned
it's not
out
the
by
good
the
vibe
recon
roll.
as well. Liazzi was able to avoid it on virtue of being in rafters or
Yeah,
under them.
doesn't have the
And
safety
here's the
spot to
Hunter's
hide
Fury.
in.
One player also caught out by that
Yeah,
defensive
Viper
lockdown
surviving
here.
does get inside the ult. He's
He's
dead.
going to be brought down now, but
Yeah, it's
Shandy
just
has
too
a
many
strong
people,
position
man.
to play from. Still 3 up here for Furia. Rich and Liazzi in the 2v2. Havoc playing safe, playing confident here. And Shandy had the off angle.
Okay, 6
MIBR,
chances to end this with a
just as they were
2-0.
clambering into the driver's seat, get yoinked out and thrown in the trunk.
And that's Death's Door. That's the Hunter's Fury committed on a round loss. The Lockdown committed on a round loss. And frankly, they used them in great ways as well. Furia were not prepared
Only
to do
gamers,
that
Furia
lockdown.
playing well.
Didn't have
But
Hunter's
the
Fury of
Sunset was
their
pretty
own to
good,
do
to
so.
be honest.
You know, we're in a position, there's no lineups for them to break it. You know, they don't have a KO.
Icebox is always
oftentimes
muddy as
you'll
well.
throw that KO Molotov onto
Just
that
the
spot,
map.
maybe combine it with a shock dart, but that not an option. And then when forced off, that Hunter's Fury came in from Rich in the corner that, you know, you're stuck in when you're avoiding the lockdown. I like how they play that. I like how they use the ultimates, but bested by the firepower of Furia, which is in an excellent state right now. With Havoc elevating his individual play, Khalil returning to a level of form that we don't often see from
Rod
him.
with a Hail Mary. What's he got for us?
We've seen it from him in the past, but it's a consistency with which he's been able to produce it. And yeah, it is definitely crunch time for MIBR. And it's tantalizing first win of our regular season play here at VCT. America still seems so far away. A monumental comeback on this map, and then it would have to be a win on the third map of Bind. That is a lot to ask for.
It's tough to see your star player with that look on his face with the head and hands like that. Art's in on MIBR.
And again, he is pushing at the front for this team. He's had another great game. Again, getting it done on this Sentinel role. And he's been an instigator. He's been coming down mid late in the round. A good timing, gets tucked, and is catching rotators from Furia as they sort of deliberate on their site choice.
Absolute classic. Does anyone get tagged by it and insta-ult?
Made him Brazil need to be ready to give
they did not try and go aggro here.
Because he is
oh, don't insta-drone.
He is the cornerstone of this team right now. Massively impressive, despite the current result. Rich, please, and he does get it up that.
Please.
God, he had his knife out. I was getting worried. MW with the blades
Dude,
out.
I hate this. I hate leaving the solo Gecko on site. I get that he gets 2, but I just hate it.
Khalil, problems being caused though. Bear in mind that Nosma has that Hunter's Fury here. Can Khalil get out of this scot-free?
You would love to, you know, double up with Nosma, who's currently just in this solo position. He might catch Rich though with this off angle.
He's going for that solo. There's no one else to cover it. Traded out there, and Parla wins at least with the knives. It's a hard
I thought there was another.
MIBR, but they
waiting for the next one.
in the game.
And they deal some significant economic damage.
Yeah, I think once you get that kill, you're just gonna go back through your wall. But
maybe scrap together a buy with the spike going down. We'll have to see, or you know, might just force up what they can here.
Okay, yeah, they've got plenty to work with. A couple light armors in general. Yeah, real scrappy fighting here. But again, we talked about it. MIBR know that Sage Wall can cause some problems on the plant, can cut off some of the site. They need to make use of the space they have while they have it.
force him down to the low buy.
With that operator was a big difference
They
maker.
show
We are getting
Viper
closer to those big ultimates
spikes and
though.
spawn.
Shandy and Havoc one orb away. Hunter's Fury still in the hands of Nosma.
Sage duty's got to go collect it.
Trekking to alt-round win territory for Furia. They just need to get a little bit of B-main control, try to get one of those orbs. Papala, you know, heads up. He's aware that that's...
Oh, you're kidding!
Watching it. I mean, Havoc... Oh my god, is this guy so good now? It's a pleasure to watch him in this form. I mean, we've been waiting for this, and in stage 2, he's arrived.
That is a weapon waiting to be recovered as well. Havoc with the lockdown to clear this space, and largely respected, even if Artazine wants to try and find something from Crows here. Yeah, he knows he has to pull out. This
So
will allow the
overall, on the
attackers
back
in.
of this?
Get them that guard now. 2 rifles plus the Guardian to play with. And MW is playing deep. This is a problem. Who's going to cover him when he gets the
Oh, I thought he did it. I thought he did it. It didn't cancel the animation, so I was like, well, dodged it.
It's going to be Mazin from Rafters here, and very aggressive movements in from Parla. Gets him caught out.
Okay, and honestly, that's a Furia for ending this fast. Got a couple of their better maps.
I'm prepared to glean the positives from this game yet.
Glean away, Chief.
Let me head to the cope tank. But no, genuinely, Havoc, the form that he's in, it's lovely to see him ascend to that after such a nervous start. You could see him shaking in those early games, and now looks relaxed, comfortable, confident on this team under the leadership of Nas. We're coming in late in the season. But you've got to feel for MIBR, that elusive win.
MIBR, yeah, it's just...
He tried so hard. He played so well. The flanks on Cypher on Sunset, consistently finding impact kills on Icebox despite the team's inability to convert rounds.
They're out here arguing as well, man.
Fantastic series from him, and really has made me excited to see more of him in the future, how his career is going to progress from here.
Again, young player brought in, and we constantly ask the question in stage 1 or even in kickoff, is Artazine that guy as a duelist? Is he going to be that jet player that's really, you know, lights the world on fire? No, the answer was, but he's found a home that I think makes a ton of sense, can still have huge impact, and even he, you know, is a veteran compared to some of his teammates now. He can impart some of that experience. Furia, though, again, with their playoff hopes dashed, getting a win here, I think this is a match that meant a lot to both these teams. I think it's pretty clear. There was a lot of banter in the lobby beforehand here. Going to 3 wins in total. Still a lot of questions about the future of Brazilian Valorant. You know, which team has the right take? Is it the infusion of new blood? MIBR planning for the future. Furia with a throwback to the past to bring these players in that aren't past their prime yet. Noswa and Shandy making a big impact here. But MW0 more than happy to roll back the years every so often.
Once again, yeah, just sometimes he shows that reason he was the GOAT of Brazil, the best player in Brazil for that first year, maybe even 2 years of the game. Such a dominant duelist, and is once again. And listen, I'm excited to see Furia next week. They've got 1 game left, and that's going to be against Leviathan, the team that looks the best.
Dude, did you see
right
the one
now
guy
in
really
America's
giving it?
top of the standings at the very least.
There's
maybe in contention with G2,
a savage
Sentinels,
MIBR hater in the crowd there.
How far can this team really go with this rejuvenated core, the original Furia core that made champs years ago? Noswar, Khalil, Shandy. They look
There's
great.
one guy
This
really
team,
giving
it's
it.
a pleasure to watch them now. It took them a long time. Took them too long, matter of fact.
For this year, to be fair.
For this year, but hopefully building towards the future is obviously the goal for both these squads.
Setting our sights to next season for both of these squads, but for now, we're going to have our sights down on
In
the
the,
stage. We've got Geek
getting
Heavy ready
Rob
for
Wiz
the
in there.
Verizon post-match interview.
Everyone, give it up for Furia one more time. Khalil, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, now I know that the stakes were seemingly low with you know, playoffs being off the table, but how important was a win today for you personally and for the team?
A gente sabe que não tinha muito hoje, esse jogo não ia dar muito para vocês, mas como é que vocês estavam se sentindo sobre esse jogo? Vocês queriam a vitória, principalmente você?
Ah, sim, particularmente eu queria, imagino que os meninos também, a gente queria essa vitória, tanto é que é por uma revanche também, que a gente perdeu o primeiro confronto contra eles no kickoff, e essa vitória foi da hora pra gente.
Yeah, it was like a get back because we lost to them during the kickoff. So yeah, me and the boys, we're really going after this victory today.
Yeah, it shows. Now, let's talk specifically about Map 2 Icebox. I feel like, you know, Furia, you all just always perform well on this particular map. I mean, we saw it against Loud, 100 Thieves. What were some of the differences in gameplay styles that you noticed going into this in relationship to MIBR?
O mapa 2, vamos falar do mapa 2. A gente sabe que vocês já tiveram boas apresentações contra Loud, contra 100 Thieves. Qual foi o que mudou, né, para vocês nesse mapa?
O que mudou?
O que foi diferente, assim? O que fez vocês jogarem tão bem nele?
É que, no geral, sendo bem objetivo assim, a gente tem a estrutura do mapa bem montada. Os nossos pontas, eu e o Havok, a gente joga muito bem. O MW também, que ele fecha o mapa às vezes. E o Manito pega muito bem a info nesse mapa, a gente sempre sabe o que fazer. Sempre a gente tá com um retake, tipo, redomínio sempre muito bom. Então, acho que, pra mim, nesse mapa é o que mais importa. Quando você faz um retake, um redomínio muito bem feito, e a gente tá fazendo isso muito bem. E é isso.
Yeah, we have this map under our hands, you know, under control. Me and MW, me and Havok know how to play around the map. And Nauser has a very good control of the map too. So this is a map that we are very comfortable to play in.
Well, final question. Leviathan is next. Do you think you can pull up another upset?
Leviathan é a próxima, vocês conseguem?
Mesmo que não esteja valendo nada, a gente vai dar tudo pra ganhar isso, porque a gente perdeu contra eles no off-season E eu quero essa revanche também, porque, pô, os moleques estão muito bons, tô dominando e, mano, a gente quer ganhar deles.
Well, we lost to them during the preseason, so we want this rematch. I know there's not much for us in there, but we want this victory, so we will go for it.
Well, congratulations, Khalil. Give it up one more time for Furia. Yes, now we're going to toss to a quick commercial break, but when we come back, it's Cloud9 versus NRG.
I was worried he was going to get left hanging. Right, chat. We are going to spam some ads. Back a little bit. This is the big game. This one actually matters. That one was a warm-up, a little show match. This is the big thing. Both teams need to win. Yeah.
Drawn. They're picked to pieces. Cloud9 are so good.
C9, they're like a dark horse.
The X factor on their team, in my opinion, is Sam. I think he was probably the best American player last year. I've been friends with him for a long time, so should be fun to play him.
They have players who can just turn up randomly and just have like a really good game. So I have to take them seriously.
Welcome back to VCT America's second match on this glorious Sunday. It's NRG versus Cloud9, a big matchup. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside with Baby Bay, Mimi, and Ender as we look to break everything down. Now, just go ahead and set the stage for you lovely people, okay? Because the stakes are actually massive for both of our teams that are playing. Actually, stakes are massive for 3 of our teams, funny enough. Now, here's how it works, right? Now, in order to keep the playoff hopes alive, if Cloud9 manages to pick up a dub here, not only will they lock themselves in, but they'll also be doing a solid for the boys over in Crew as well, which is massive. So if you're a Crew fan, you're cheering on C9 here, Ender.
Absolutely, but it also means if Cloud9 win here, that's 2 extra locks. There's only 1 spot up for grabs with like 100 Thieves and EG in the mix. That's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely nutty.
And for NRG, I mean, a win here is staying alive. They're still going to have to rely on tiebreakers in that like 5-5, maybe 6-5 area. But this win is absolutely necessary to even start considering.
Yeah, like in the long run, NRG might not be in control of their own fate, but right now, their fate is they have to win. So they are a little bit in control, right? They got to keep the drive alive here. Now, NRG did manage to go back to basics last week when they faced off against Crew. And I think that what we saw was the energy that, you know, Mimi, we've always come to know and love, right? The team that's put together, the team that has strats and manages to, like, really hone in on the weaknesses of their opponents here and get those wins. NRG managed to do that last week against Crew.
Yeah, I felt like they played pretty well. This is a team who I think has started to become known for, like, some of the weird comps they were pulling out throughout. But I feel like they were playing some pretty reasonable stuff here. I've actually really liked them leaning into Victor on the Neon. I think it was always a super strong role for him. And with the patches, too, I think that makes a lot of sense. We saw the revival of Psalm as well in that week. So this was like hope coming back alive for this new energy.
Yeah, they just get a little too crazy with these comps. I mean, like this composition on Split, you know what's the funny thing is? They got mopped on it 13-8, but they had a lot of first bloods. So there's a lot of good things about it. It's just when they bring out these unique comps that are very dually in a way, they kind of forget about the fundamentals. They don't do reclears correctly. You know, they're not trading correctly. So amongst them trying to set up those first bloods, they're losing all that rest of the repertoire that they have in their gameplay.
Yeah, and honestly, like, I might be the only person on the planet that, like, kind of digs the way NRG have these, like, comps. Like, I'm actually a big fan of some of these comps. I just think they're exceptionally difficult to play, right? So when you actually go back to simpler comps, they can focus a little bit more on those little details where they are able to look a lot better.
And then if you look at their last series, before this win over Crew, the issue was the fundamentals, having actually good calls, setting themselves up in winning positions, and then making little mistakes in the late round that let things slip into their opponent's hands. Here, that was a lot more dialed in. I think they've done a really impressive amount of work between these games. Remember, from the last game they played to their final game coming up, it's literally a week between all of that, and having market improvement within that time frame is really impressive.
I think a lot of that was summarized by Liz's, interview with Sam and FNS, where they were like, okay, we don't have a lot of time. We've been out of the game for, 11 months, they said?
10 months, I believe.
10 months, yeah. And you got to make up for it. The fact that they were able to make up for it that quickly, yeah, you're 100% right. That's very impressive to do in a new meta, nevertheless.
Yeah, that, I think, is the crazier part because we got it. Even though, of course, FNS and Sam were part of the team last year, they're still coming in halfway in the season, having to, right the ship, if you will. It's a tall task, to say the least. But the thing is, though, is that you got players like Sam on this team who really can step up and do some crazy things. He's always been, a lights-out player for NRG when he was on the team last season, but this time around, it's just good to see him back in the server.
Yeah, and he's pretty much locked into that Omen role for the team. I think he's been playing exceptionally well. Of course, he has the skill to be able to pick up odd guns like the Operator, too, and dominate in post plants, too. But also, in a lot of these situations, it's a combination of, A, these clips right here, we super clutch playing on his own, and also ideas of NRG playing around him with Yoru flashes to set him up.
In that hype video earlier, I mean, Vanity said Sam was the best American player of last year, which I thought was a little crazy, but honestly, he deserves the nod. Like, he was so sick when he was playing with NRG. His breakout performances at Lock-In, even at some of the other international events they were attending, even when NRG was losing, Sam was their strongest player in my mind, and seeing him find that form again, I think is huge for this team to still have a chance.
Yeah, and it's not only his performances in game, right? It's what he brings outside of the game as well in terms of the communication and his hypeness in general, because this
NRG, it sounds like he's more empowered this time around as well.
Exactly, he has more of a voice. Yeah, exactly. And this team has always been a team where it's been like they're like the cool guys on the block. It's always business. When you think of NRG or Optic, you think of the core, you think they roll up like this.
Yeah, kind of like FNS's picture.
Yeah, literally. They're very serious, and it's about business. But that's a good thing to have. But the addition of Sam to get that little extra spark into them and motivate the players, that's what they need.
It was funny because I was walking through the hallways before this game, and I sort of brushed past him. I'm going to leak right now. Some super jovial, having a great time. He's like, word of the day today, leadership.
Nice.
Now, I don't know what that means. If that means that
it's the word of the day.
He's going to be leading, or if Finesse is going to be dominating in the server, he's just going to be performing well individually. All I know is the word of the day is leadership, and that's got to mean something, Mimi.
What did I miss, man? Why is the word of the day
Thank
this?
you for that insightful report, Chris. That was really hard-hitting journalism right there.
No one else knew that the word of the day was leadership today.
And now we know. But what's crazy,
That's a humdinger.
is that Sam has become such a household name in Valorant with his breakout performance last year, obviously with the streaming he was doing with Finesse, and now coming back to this team. But the guy is still super young. Last year was his rookie year, his first time playing at this level in his career. And now he's coming back into this after so much time away from competing that hitting the ground running,
was the highest
finding
rated
his
Smokes
confidence
player
again so quickly
last year.
and really growing as a player in that amount of time without actually having
I mean,
played a lot of
Tom's a
officials
beast, man.
is so impressive.
And you ask him, he apparently
It'll be
is
interesting
old.
to see
He's
what
22
happens
and
next
he's
year.
old.
He's almost old.
He's almost
baby.
Esports old. Who would've thought?
Esports, baby.
Wow, wild
'Cause,
stuff.
I mean,
there. All right, well, for more
they
on
both
NRG's
like
comeback,
both
win,
FNS and
so
Som
much-
have a
Let's go ahead and
lot
send it over
of
to Geek Heavy, who's standing by with Coach Chet.
options.
All right, joining me right now, we have Coach Chet of NRG. Now, I want to kind of talk about the last match against Crew. You all lost the first map, so I want to know, what was the discussion to kind of like that you had with the team to kind of turn things around and finally win?
So after the first map, I got kind of heated a little bit because I knew we were playing pretty good, especially on their defense side. But some rounds were just like turning like in a weird direction. Like they were getting like stinger kills like randomly and just trading us like for no reason. So my main point was like we need to just trade. Like I know we're like way better than we are, but we just need to focus on trading. So it was basically just like team play. Like I was like we just need to focus up because we have such better halves. So we just actually like cared enough to like be in position to trade each other.
Now, has that win against Crew, has that like, I guess like ignited newfound motivation for the team overall?
I think like at least mentality wise probably feels pretty good now, because before it was like, oh, we're just getting like kind of slaughtered. We had really bad starts on like most of our maps, but we're kind of getting a lot of momentum on these maps. So now we know we're capable, and I think going into the C9 game, we're gonna feel slightly confident just because we have the win on our back.
Awesome. Well, best of luck today.
Well, let's go ahead, though, and move on to their opponents. You got Cloud9. Now, they came into stage one right at the top of the standings, but now they are in trouble. They're in a position where
Tired?
they may
I mean,
not
all the
be
coaches
able
will be
to
tired.
make playoffs. Baby Bad did not think
End
that
of
was
the
going to
season.
happen, considering how this team has
Couple
been
of
playing
weeks
throughout the
left.
season.
It is pretty insane, but you have to take into account like strength of schedule, right? That first stage for them, the strength of schedule wasn't that bad. But most notably, they would not be here if they didn't take out teams like Leviathan early on. I think they beat Loud early on as well, right? These are still very big wins that still have them in contention to make the playoffs. So they just got to scramble for anything.
And this stage, they lose a close game to G2, and they lose a bit of a stomp to Sentinels. But those, in my mind, are two of the top three teams in our league that I'm actually not super doomer about this team. I think that we have seen some things slip. Maybe Oxy not quite performing as well as he was last stage. You know, some of the players like kind of choking away games like we saw in that G2 series. But I still think that they played two of the best three teams in the league, and there's still a lot of time to lock in playoffs.
A lot of time.
Two matches.
Two matches,
One of them.
sure.
Wait, what is
but
this tweet,
100% win
man?
rate. That's not even a passing grade in school.
I don't know if it's that simple. I'm not really sure what Sentinels is tweeting up here. I don't get it. Much like I don't really get C9's attacking halves this stage.
Actually, that is
Damn,
a crazy
dude.
thing to think about, too. Like, C9 really struggling on that attack has certainly been a problem for them, and they could very well get picked apart if they're not careful.
Yeah, they absolutely could. And I mean, like, for this squad, it's always been the team of, like, high potential, but never quite making it there at just the right time, right? Like, you remember last year getting so close in the regular season, then falling flat in playoffs. It was the same in LCQ. Like, it's been a long time since they've actually made it to an international event.
Yeah.
So this team needs to lock in, fix those attacking sides, and get a win.
And they're right there, but they got to pick up that dub here today. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road. NRG versus C9. Let's send it down to the floor.
Riot Games Arena, it's time to kick off this NA showdown and bring out our first team. Make some noise for NRG!
Won the last game, Furia.
And now let's bring out their opponents. Give it up for Cloud9.
Did I see the Aspas tweet? Nah, what did he tweet? Wise words. Okay. Who's it aimed at? He dislikes my stream and prefers Sean. Honestly, respect. Am I excited for the super important game tomorrow? Yeah, I'm excited to wake up for it.
A massive matchup is about to take underway here as we got NRG versus Cloud9. Set the stakes yet again. NRG need to win this to stay alive in VCT
and NRG still qualify?
To be
Yeah.
able to make it to the playoffs. Keep those hopes alive.
Still
Meanwhile,
doable.
for C9, if they pick up a win here today, they'll lock up
Win this.
playoffs and they'll do a solid for their boys and crew.
And for C9, if they're going to be able to do that, they have to figure out their attacking side. In their last series versus Sentinels, they won 0 rifle rounds on attack. They got pistol and they got the conversion afterwards. It has been ugly for
NRG
them.
get rid of
Majority of the
Lotus,
maps they
C9
play
get rid
this
of Bind,
stage,
NRG
they've
pick
got to sort
Ascent,
that
C9 pick
And you know what?
Icebox,
They're
NRG
starting
get
on a
rid
map
of their
of a set where they're
Haven,
1-7
and then
this year.
rid of
One
Split.
win on this map, which is so crazy
So
because some of the attacking halves
C9
they've
had a choice to
previously in stage 1
pick
and et cetera have
Haven.
been pretty good.
Yeah, and something
He
I'm
didn't
looking at this
choose it.
series that the team has talked about
Well,
in
let's
an
see how
interview,
the
Coach Imi
Icebox
was saying
looks.
that they needed to
The NRG
learn
might have got
to
away with
rely
one.
less on Oxy. This is the team for me that when I watch them in the Americas, they're
I
putting
think
the most
C9 will be
resources
pretty
into
happy
the
with
duelists. They have a lot of double initiator
Ascent
comps where they're
pick,
really
though.
heavily building setups around Oxy. And if he's not following up off of that,
haven't
if
C9 been
things
good
aren't
at Ascent?
working out, it's a really heavy investment to put in.
He's going to need to step up himself
No,
too. 'cause
Ascent
I
is
think,
bad?
like,
Wait,
part
really?
of the reasoning behind that is that
What am I
Oxy has
thinking
not
of?
been as elite
Which team
in
am I
stage 2 as
thinking
he
of?
was in stage 1, right? This guy was lights out when he first broke onto the scene. Now he's been all right, but not that same level of incredible
NRG's
performance we know that
NRG's
he
Ascent
can.
looked really good.
And I just wonder if he's not putting up these
You're gonna
big
see
numbers
8?
anymore
Okay,
because
yeah,
they are
that's where
trying
I'm
to
going
go
wrong.
away from that. And
That.
at the same notion of like you can't rely on one person and do everything on your team. You also have to remember the success that player gives you and how you even got here in the first place.
He's definitely the win condition,
Yeah.
especially on this map. They're starting defense side, Ascent. This is where Oxy needs to take over if Cloud9 want to lock those playoffs.
Both teams need the win and neither can afford to lose. It's a big matchup. Let's go ahead and send it over to some big game casters. You got Vancilia and Riv for the call.
Thank you so
a lot
much,
of
Golden
signs
Boy
out
and
today.
Rivington. They presented it well at the desk. A lot of eyes on this game today between C9 and their opponents here of NRG because a win right now for C9 and C9 fans and crew fans want it will secure them at least a playoff berth for those two teams. And for NRG, they're just trying to stay alive. A win here, if not, playoff contention is over.
It has been turmoil for NRG. They go back to a composition that found them wins before, found them results, but is it there yet? Enough to find the win over
They won one
Cloud9
Ascent this
here,
year, and
who
it was
has done
against Lev
for their first in
18-16.
stage 2, right, as we're talking about, but also a little more rounded right
Okay,
now.
and there was a
what they
G2
might
game
be
that was
able to
close, I
do
think someone.
from the defensive side.
Right,
Like
C9
Beth said, we gotta
on
watch out for the attack
defense,
side, though. And
NRG on
Ascent,
attack.
As Baby Bay said, Cloud9 has not had great results on this
Oxy
map.
gets
So
the
this
sheriff
one
out. That's pretty
kinda
much the only
just
thing.
is an open
Roby,
book
thank
for
you
the
so much,
start
man.
to see how both teams are going to approach it.
The first
EV.
thing that brings to mind to me
Not-
when I
not
see
summer,
C9 on
maybe
the
the
defensive side
off-season.
of this map was their matchup against Furia, where Furia went 12-0 on their attack half against C9. So
Oh,
you're
they got
hoping
the
for
kill
that
set up
correction,
bottom of
that
site.
they've
Haven't
went
seen
through
this
those
for a
rounds
while.
and that they're ready to play against NRG, who are already hitting towards this A site.
They
Victor
will.
already coming
They
towards
were
that
prepared
back,
to
and
leave
Ethan's
site,
pulling
yeah.
that door. Door's also going to close.
And
Looks like
there's
C9's
stuff
ready to
on
play
the
full
balcony.
greeting, and it's quick. Paranoid comes out, and that's a twofer for both teams. And now a 3-on-3 spike is yet to come down, but it's out in the open and up for grabs for the attack side of NRG. Tap on that spike. Door
Vanity, you gotta break that door, man. You gotta create some pressure while everyone's sending it. Okay, the only thing I didn't really like from C9 here is I feel like if you're gonna do this over towards Heaven, which I'm a fan of this fast flood, you gotta break that door, surely. No pressure here, everyone can just focus on Heaven. Like, everyone in this area can focus on Heaven. Need to make them feel pressure.
Great job to take the first round away from the attack side here, and we'll watch it again.
Nice Omen flash.
C9, they
But,
kind of just said, we're going right in.
that guy in
and they
short's
tried
gotta
to
shoot that
overwhelm
door
the site
early.
with a swarm.
Strong start too from their positioning, and you definitely saw here from NRG. They really stayed calm in this situation now.
I mean,
Despite
NRG had an
seeing
easy
that
time there.
quick adjustment coming out from Cloud9, trying to counteract that rush right away. You're seeing now this full eco coming out from Cloud9 and a gamble stack. All 5 players potentially reading that the hit from NRG is coming towards this B site. Just good read for so far because Victor is trying to probe the entrance.
Same look for NRG on this round too, just a different site.
And
FNS on the
this
lurk
is interesting. So
before
NRG
working
have
towards that
actually
front side. Now,
changed
anything can
up
still
a
happen on this
couple
one
of
as
stuff.
FNS is
So
gaining that
first of all,
info.
C9 have looked into
They
how
still have
NRG
big
like
work
to
after
play
these
the
rounds. You're right, Vanity with the call here for the
anti-eco,
second round.
and
They could
when
even the
we watch
feeling push
NRG,
for
what
the
they normally
smoke
do is they
clears to
buy
find out
Stinger,
that no one's there.
and they never do
That'll
what
be
I
good
call the
info to
human
get
drone,
them
where
on
they
a
kind of probe
position
over
for
towards a
retake.
site, work out the stack, and then the
NRG
4
has
can
slowed it
hit
down.
or either
I
rotate
mean, you
back
gotta
to the
expect
free
Vanity
site.
has a Bucky or
The
something
C9
crazy just around
insta
the corner.
gamble
Guys
stack
done it before,
off the fact
shorty,
that
something
NRG
else.
do not
So
like
yeah,
to
this
do
is gonna
this.
be a bit of a slow one for the
In
second
my
round.
opinion, NRG are a little bit behind in the meta on how they play this.
Here for Cloud9. You can definitely tell here from that stack that they have.
So
They have
I
no
like that
choice
C9
but
are
to
already
just
trying to
wait
do
in
something,
line, because any
punishing
type of utility that they're trying to use
what
on the
I see is
defensive
a
side
little bit of a
will potentially
weakness
give
or
the
a
tell
little
here
bit
for
of
energy
them
of
being
where that stack
behind
could be.
when it
Just
comes
the
to
little audio
anti-eco.
cues. Walking into mid
Saying
there,
that,
it was actually Spike Ethan was going
this
on a
is
little
new.
fact-finding mission.
Crashy's
And they head
buying
towards
a
A after inserting
Ghost,
Crashies and
but
trying
maybe
to
they
fake
started
the
to
B
learn
drone.
since last time.
They still keep C9 to anchor B, and this should be a very
This
smooth
is something
entrance into
similar,
A
right?
here
Where
for
we kind of
NRG
just feel
as
out
they
with the
set
one
up a
person
post plan.
that has the drone. They pretty much did
He
it.
wants to get
It was a
everything out of
different
these
way of
rounds, it
doing it
seems.
because they kind of already committed to A no matter what if this wasn't a
Chance.
stack.
They only
It's
lose
definitely
one there. They did
a better
get
handling of
Crashies
the
out.
eco than what we saw
All he
NRG
wanted to
do
do was
in
to stay
the
behind.
past.
And
3
Cloud9 getting
games.
that pick, not picking up the Ghost. Finesse, first contact towards the tree. Has support coming out here from Ethan as they're crunching in now for Cloud9. Paranoid now comes out. There's the first contact by Finesse. Clean on that shot with the Stinger. Vanity pushed behind by the Fragment left here by the KO. Now here comes C9 flooding in as you have Zeppa stuck inside that side. Now pinched and sandwiched by the dice. Psalm gets
Crashy's
that
had
pick.
4 shields. It's fine.
At least 2 players alive now for Cloud9.
That's so fine.
And they're just going to wait out that clock. I mean, they've done some decent damage
As
so
long as
far.
you don't
There's
have
3 players left
a
alive
gun
for
that's
NRG.
better than a
It
Ghost,
seems will be
give
those
them,
3 players
it's all
keeping
good.
their guns for the next round for NRG as they convert now the anti-eco.
Yeah, this was good from
Alright,
them.
we get to
They
a
only
bonus.
lost the Stinger.
We'll see if C9 can wrap
I like the energy, or at least showing a bit of changing up some of the stuff that I didn't like.
Been almost 2
Even though I
years
don't
and 1
think it was
month now. It has been 2
the
years
best
since
execution of it.
Vanity
It's so good.
faced off against FNS in the game here in the tier 1. And these minds, these IGL reunion right now to see whose mind can be the better as we'll get this first gun round in. So FNS has kept it slow.
Okay,
Only a
Rooney
little
gets
bit
the
of
Oda
mid-prodding
now
has
nice and
happened
early.
so far. So C9 still has
And we
to
don't
worry
buy
about
too
when
much
that
with this. We
starts
can
to
save a
happen.
lot of
Again,
money
to
here
the
on
right
these
side
two.
of the map, but all 5
She's
this time for NRG.
only getting a
Looks like
sheriff
they wanted
drop.
to get caught inside that 0 point just a little bit.
And full arsenal's already coming out for Cloud9. Rooney invested into this Odin. You heard it ring very faintly in the back.
background as they're trying to get a wallbang frag into B main.
Okay, Ethan 2 away from ult as well.
For NRG, rather, that all of the team is grouped up here towards the A site. Knife comes out.
Straight up A hit, and
in terms of his utility, and
Vanity is on his own. Holy, yeah, 8 the Omen Flash didn't hit any of this.
Upgrade weapon now coming in for NRG. It's the same thing as a pistol round. They close in, they close the door, and they try to get the spike plant down, but at least
Bruni still has his drone.
Before this plant came through.
Even if he gets a kill, gets his ult.
Going out, trying to clear a little bit of lower here.
Looks like they're trying to enable him over towards short to get the kill.
Get this door pushed on rather from tree.
Nice thing.
Both Owl drones got information right here, and they realize now for Energy that Cloud9
Oh man, look at FNS. Oh my god, this is so good. They're so proactive, man. In the bonus, they got over towards site. They insta drone. He follows up. The drone gets behind him over towards heaven. Yeah, this drone and then him following it up was so good. I originally thought they were trying to get Ethan a kill, and maybe that was the plan. But yeah, they four stack over towards heaven.
So quick, and it looks
yeah, this is a perfect example of NA players using stingers.
Just so simple for
you give this guy's from EMEA. He misses all those bullets, 0 kills, good shot.
And yeah, Energy looking like the days of old here. Smiles on their face as Victor's just flying into the site, doing those things we remember, creating impact frags. Back towards B. Stands. This has been A, B, A, B. Just back and forth, pulling C9 across the map. And another spam kill coming in.
It's always fine for Energy.
Absolutely.
Especially for Finesse, as they find any type of aggression wherever they want to move towards to. It's always going to be a slow round right after, where Finesse now has the opportunity to call the mid round. As they go for pre-fired shots, and there was a timing here for Cloud9 to try to come out. But it looks like Energy found that timing to fall back on time. But Trip is also going to watch their backs.
Yeah, nice and proactive.
Cross-map
coverage
here.
Long range with the Sheriff.
I still like the fact that Crashies was on top of this though. Yeah, gun down top of middle, so maybe they might stick around.
Back and forth to go once again towards the tree. But needless to say, it's only Rooney left alive with the Sheriff.
It's still crispy though. Yeah, and they get the plant out on top of this. This is an insane start. They got so much money.
Kind of had a little false sense of security on that tripwire, but realized it was still peekable. Turned around, took care of the problem, continued forward to just take care of the round. One after the other here for Energy. Does not seem like they found anything that's going to stop from the side of C9, but maybe now. Putting into the mix now, the Oxy's going to grab the operator, start putting that into the mix, and see if they can get a first shot on this, because if they don't, Energy's going to recognize the op and hit the site even harder, making that op retake difficult for C9. So a gamble in a sense, but still, this could be big for Oxy, and they find him right away. How unfortunate for him.
And that's a drone that's going to push him back. Oxy stays outside of the radius of the knife being thrown by Ethan. But he's still going to look to reposition back towards middle and probably switch this spot once again with Rooney. Actually, he's just waiting with the Odin wallbang towards the spot once turret actually sounds the alarm. But for now, nobody from Energy are going to move in towards Pizza. All of them once again grouped up together, but this time towards the front B side.
Looks like the right call at the moment.
Ooh, no command, but this is going to be good.
We've got Molly's looking
still activate the Molly.
He's set off because Killjoy's over towards A. It's a nice anti-KO setup, but Vanity is in a really rough spot, man.
Takes the tally of the lead of this tally so far in terms of the trades. Looks like one more time, C9 will have to play the retake, but at a man disadvantage.
Yeah. And again, before this retake, let's talk about Energy adapting to that. Realizing the mollies went out, they couldn't shut the door, and they knew the fight would instantly come from mid pressure. They didn't have. They turn, they kill mid, and all of that delay in B side.
Yeah, they got so much money, they're going to start hunting us.
To get around it.
And as soon as Finesse throws that hat, you definitely know here that it's game over for Cloud9 in this round. Especially when Rooney only has 1 HP.
They really do have so much money. Like 9K, everyone's sitting at 8K.
That one hat thrown out by Finesse.
5 rounds in.
Have in the Sentinels between Energy and C9. You definitely see
C9 just can't get multi-kills. Like, there's so many people surviving for NRG in these rounds.
On the map too, so they'll have to play around.
And the calls at the moment have been perfect.
Again, it's been A, B,
calls,
A,
reads, whatever you want to
seen them go mid
say it is
just
for
yet.
this.
There was a look mid because I think they expected Ox to grab an op as fast as possible. That was the first time from Tiles there's been a fast drone mid for Energy. So that's how much they're reading the game.
It's not like they're at max money, so
C9 want to get
I think it's actually fine. I'm kind of fine with them not hunting so heavy here, because everyone gets pretty much the full bonus anyway. There's only a couple of people that hit 9K. I think as well, being on the attack side, just having money for the rest of the half secured no matter what, even if you lose like what, 4 in a row.
There is some sort of pressure that they have. It's a little bit lighter that you have on middle. A couple of rounds there, you saw Som just went for the spray through the smoke on Catwalk, but if not early Owl Drone. So they have some sort of presence to figure out what type of information that they have. But all this information that they gather here from the initiators, from Som.
Yeah, they called to save so early, and they were so far away that you would imagine they would have a pretty good setup.
Been great pushes so far for NRG. Not necessarily always having to go for splits either into these sites to just death ball in, and they're able to just play these pulse plant scenarios.
Yeah, and you can even, you know, see that they kind of read the way that Cloud9's been playing previous games, where they'll take some 1v1s, they'll go for fights, and NRG more of a team to swing as twos. They have a little buddy system, play the strategy more to a protocol where they'll have a high-low trade.
Like we said, money really good.
Lose a one and done.
Really good.
NRG's up in
People with the max as well.
Maybe this teamwork come together here for NRG. As much as it is to promote Oxy play, they still got to be behind each other on all of these shots across the map.
I'm up for C9 to see what they change up. They just haven't got any kills, man.
Let's see what they
no
can
one's
do
got
here.
over
Just
2
Vanity
kills.
with the ultimate. Sam too. So not really too much to have here in terms of that.
NRG far back, waiting for the knife. Some gets hit on purpose, so they think they're defaulting.
We'll start with a slow round though. Exchange of utility towards the A main. The one-way smoke thrown out by Vanity is not really forcing the hand of NRG to try to fight through until this flash comes out. The TP came across now from Som to take control of A main at the very beginning. Still that buddy system you mentioned here, Riv. It's there.
Yeah.
Vanity is set up with Zeppa. Just looking to move here towards the wine. The Allen Drone, if it looks
Is it too obvious with the smoke?
Might give a chance for Zeppa for the surprise.
I wonder if FNS peeks out here.
Definitely too obvious now. This drone checks wine.
Happens. They have just cement shoes right now.
Yeah, especially this guy trying to shoot it so heavy. Yeah, the double smoke is too much on this one. Does get a kill. He's somehow still alive.
From NRG, but for now, Zeppa stays alive. Low HP, 5 left. Odin spray out from Crashies, but no shock darts to confirm the kill.
They hold the dart, not expecting it to do too much.
Alive.
Probably just get the kill on this. Maybe Sam said, you hold it. FNS is still lurking about, but they have a ping on him. I think they heard him on the left side there, and there's a shot from Moxie. We finally see that movement.
Yeah, he bought a lot of time. Really did. 30 seconds on this. They got no one to get through the choke point. It should be wrecked. Maybe they get a chance when this Omen smoke goes down.
Allowed here for Crashies to get that ping towards the one, get that information.
Might have to TP in.
Until Oxy lands that shot with the operator, swings out again for the second one. A trade finally comes through, but it's only Finesse left. 1 versus 3, now a 1 versus 2. Cage up, 8 seconds left. Tap on that spike. He has to stick it. There's the Odin to spray out, and it's Rooney with the pick.
Handed from C9, one person running in.
On the board.
Timeout. Pull one more round back. Let's get this. Emmy's words.
Honestly, Zeppa did insanely well. I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead. I thought it was the wrong
that entry onto A. And hitting Sam first was huge, so they can't smoke the site. They have to run in and play contact for the rest of that, basically, with just some flashes. And all the pressure that Zeppa created at Wine 2, incredible. Really stalling out FNS and the team, because they didn't realize what could come out of Archway, what Cloud9 had planned.
Okay, C9 got to be careful. 3 people going down, 3 people that can't buy next round. Odin, up.
Emmy's got to feel good about that. And now the operator will pressure towards mid. And first time NRG's going to put a lot of their forces here too.
Nice from NRG. They just make it look like all the other runs, but they actually just walk taking the control.
May be able to get an upper hand on these rounds.
Oh, it's very nice, man. This is like the old school stuff from them, where they just make their defaults just all look the same, and then you just have no idea what they're gonna do. Oh. No way! It accidentally hit Moose. Almost. 8 HP. They got to go for it. And this is like that. This is pretty much the half right here. I think they got to go for it in the 2v3. And he's 8 HP.
Trying to find that flank. A 1v1 should be won now by Vanity.
Hey.
Almost a phantom.
Chance.
He's good. 2v2 now into the site as Victor pushes stairs here for the aggressive play.
It's a good call as well. Now it just got spotted towards the market. The dash is wasted. It actually separates both the players of NRG.
They know where they are.
Ethan goes for the hero play on top of the staircase. Jiggle peeks to see the last one. And
nicely
not
done from
a chance
Ethan.
for Vanity to come through. Ethan gets the headshot before even the smoke blooms. In
oh, C9. C9 are in trouble. They're in so much trouble. They just got no money. They got knives. They might go for something aggro, like vision strikers or something.
Making sure that
probably should see NRG just hold passive default.
on the left side, you had Crashies firing a dart over behind everyone in sight in B, who was looking at the front of sight, expecting the rest of energy to come through. Hunter's Fury comes across,
yeah,
and
he
it's
was
just
not expecting,
chaos in the sight.
not
We see
expecting
that
this
a lot
pop
of times
flash.
to clear Boathouse, the back of B on big Killjoy hits. But since they have the Cypher, they make the play towards
Big change
mid
up.
and
They
still
tried to
use
go
the
fast.
Hunter's
Victor
Fury
kind of
towards
messed
the
up his
backside
dash a
of
little
sight.
bit, but this is a
Really
free
nice
sight.
adjustment and a good adjustment from Finesse there.
Tempo
Yeah,
change from
FNS
both
did great
teams.
here, man.
Not allowing Finesse
FNS
to get
frags
any
pretty
late
heavy
lurks
on
back
this
towards
map.
the A side hit, but already Energy moved inside the side, already on top of Heaven too. Owl Drone to try to clear it out to give a chance now for Victor to move forward. Hunter's Fury out on the defensive side, Paranoia at the same time. It does get the contact onto Crashies. But we can't move in yet to go for the plant. Finally, Som goes for a safe plant.
And they are swarmed right now. This is going to be a tough one. Victor's on top of Jenny trying to make it happen.
Just trying to stay alive now as he just got spotted by the Owl Drone. And
Nicely done from Moxie, just jumping out.
But Victor gets picked
No
up
matter
by
what trades are going to happen, that was very nicely played from Moxie.
And Cloud9 comes back for the defuse. And they still have a little bit of fight left.
Just
Absolutely,
good setup
they
from
do.
C9, really.
6-6, first half.
Didn't even think it was that bad from NRG. They just messed up their dash a little bit. It didn't
real
cost them too
fast to
much.
the side of Energy. So it's been a good read here after that timeout from Emmy to get this game back in their favor in it. It's not just the operator that's making it happen. These retakes, these hits, being a little bit more aggressive, as we see in the eyes of Oxy there, is what's paying off here. A nice shot by Rooney. And a little indecisive.
Can't even be too mad about that.
Multiple
You're
targets to
NRG,
shoot
in
at.
my
There's a
opinion.
tough one there to clutch. And they're going to come up with that. Another one for C9. So, do they start getting aggressive? Do they play
Drinking,
on
just
this
water.
momentum that they have? It looks like it might be a bit of a B main push.
Looks like a new strat in the
Who
playbook,
the
though.
hell is he going
Trying
to
to do a little
spam
bit more
for?
conditioning. They throw the knife towards the A side.
Yeah.
The recon also towards B. So you're trying to ping a lot of players off the rip, and you realize a lot of them were towards this B side. Look at this fast pivot from Energy right after.
Goliath.
Towards middle to try to break this alarm bot while the rest of them are trying to work towards street.
Just missed the alarm bot. Finesse might be able to hear that in a second, though. So we know what the lurk is, the play towards A so far, but this could easily go back market mid if they find that lurk.
Hey, they get the Omen flash out of them early. You can just chill
Loading
and
the
short here.
flashes, though, are the defenders of Cloud9. Forced to fall back and played in the back lines of the A site. As Energy still grouping up, still looking for that opportunity here for Finesse to come through, potentially break the alarm bot.
Actually still has
to
drone.
work with here too.
Oh, big dart.
Yeah, that knife is going to hit a lot. Vanity now setting up towards that back with Zeppa. That's a 1-for-1, but Victor opens it up. Forcing now Rooney to stay behind. Does have an Odin.
And
Goes
do they
for
expect FNS
shot
in
darts
middle?
as well at the default spot, but the plant is actually deep in the back.
Just
of the
took away the
A side for
alarm,
aiming.
but FNS is going to go for a timing.
Oh, cat and mouse.
And nicely done. And then he can just chill.
It's not the first
Pressure's
time, too,
enough.
for this Ascent game. FNS has been so much
And
trouble
they
in the
do
middle of the
that.
map
This
here
is
for
a
Cloud9
lovely
on the
attack half from
rotations, on the
them.
play
They've been mixing
overall,
up
just being
so
able to add
much.
information to what Energy wants. Another save here from Cloud9 as they push over towards B and try to keep themselves alive.
And this is nothing new. He's done similar things right now.
my
Again,
gosh.
screwed.
I
But
mean,
this time couldn't
positioning
get
was
the punish
perfect.
onto Rooney. No second surprise. And for now, the last two players trying to save their weapons in the back of this B side. Low HP, but thankfully, if you're looking at that radar, they should be safe now. The spike will go and detonate, allowing Energy to score 7 now in his first half.
And we look at the way Cloud9's moving across the map. They're looking for this lurk, right?
Yeah.
We've seen Oxy in multiple rounds. One on Cat, where he basically stared through tile walls at Finesse, not knowing it. This one where he was coming through tiles, looking for Finesse. Both of them just on the very late lurk. And it hasn't worked out. They cannot find the position of Finesse each time.
The crouch
and it's just been a
reaction.
thorn in their side. 7-2
Still though,
now. These back and
overall,
forth
out of all of the
rounds
shots
are
you can
not
miss, it's probably the
helping
best shot to
economy
miss.
Anywhere. Still got a bit we can buy on both sides after this loss, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. But yeah,
7
it is
rounds
dwindling
already on
here
attack.
as this one goes on. Round 10, back towards the B side of the site.
Or over
It
towards
looks
middle
like
again.
C9 are kind of just
Wait for
in
the
a
smoke
full
flash.
rotation mode on this.
This
ready to
time
move
they
to any
flashed
side of the
deeper.
map. They're trying to play reactive defensively.
Dude, they even this, right? They even
Small
had
changes
like
coming
last
out
time
from
they
Energy.
waited for the smoke.
Yeah, always. Pop flash
And so
before
even if
the
you're trying to
smoke
adjust what they're doing over
dissipated.
towards
It looked
middle,
like
and
it
you
was
think they're doing the
similar
mid pop
play.
again, they
And
do a
as they
different
storm
style of
through,
it.
breaks the timing of C9's positioning, and Oxy once again falls
They're out
right away.
here. They're out here having layers to their. It
Wait a
takes
minute.
deep mid. This mid splash.
The brain is growing? Is it growing or is it getting smooth? We have to find out. Oh, it's growing. Ethan takes one down. They'll move in, but a hiding Rooney. Causing problems? Nope.
And look at the last two players already like staying.
How many times has C9 been in a position where they're just like, what do we have to save? Feels like it just every other round.
They could try to have a final stand. Try to save the weapons into the next round, but Finesse is already on the hunt.
Just like the round starts and it's like C9's in instant save mode already. NRG again going for the throat on one of these rounds. And they're, yeah, just delaying the inevitable fight that's going to happen. We don't know who's going to go down yet, but they
at this rate, they're going to save on pistol too.
You talked about it, Riv. For some of these rounds where NRG didn't look like they were taking too much mid control, and this time when they add pressure towards it, they're finding success in that too.
So basically over, NRG have got too many
that's being called currently by Finesse. No timeouts needed on the side of the attack of NRG either, so that doesn't need to get his word in, but they don't need to.
Laying them up.
C9's been struggling to find some sort of way to
they're very drilled on this
NRG's way of their working, the way that they're working the map here of VCT, excuse me, but sometimes it's with an op that comes out, and Oxy cannot find real value towards it because he gets smoked out right away or droned out right away.
NRG's using the windows they have super well. We see in the last few rounds, they get into a position. Last round mid, they just ran through. But the round they were in tree, hang out for tree for a second, gather a little bit more info. Once they got hit with a 0 point, they were ready to add. They peel out into sight, kill Zeppa, kill Vanity.
Default.
They're not being put on the back foot right now in anything that Cloud9's bringing to the table. And it's got to be so frustrating.
Oh, I like this though.
It's not just FNS's call.
Using the normal smoke to try and get a kill with the
shots just not hitting for C9 right now.
C9.
Oxy's going to bring the op back out as we get an even slower round from NRG.
Just behind the wall.
Been fast
not missing.
And slow, just pushing and pulling the mentality, if you will, of Cloud9 through these rounds.
Exactly.
Spikes just got picked up here at 1 minute.
And it forces these things, these jiggle peaks coming out from Cloud9 because they don't have that real utility to look back here as they're waiting for that utility to refresh at least on Rooney and on Zeppa. And you almost saw one player got caught off towards the B main.
Look, are they going to sell B again with some Crashies util and then go towards A, or they're going to market mid? There's so many options they have here. 40 seconds.
A strong setup on shot.
The pop flash though. Will the left corner be checked as Zeppa and Moose actually. Moose and Oxy are trying
leg
to
shot is the pivot over towards B. Is this a is this a one-way market?
That activates the push. Moose is moving forward, gets the backstab onto Victor.
I mean, some gets
no
this
more
kill.
dash entry finally for NRG. Sum's holding the off angle and
it doesn't really matter.
Inside the B site.
Yeah, this was a very nice setup from C9.
It's only Sum left alone now to 1 versus 4. Paranoia, 13 seconds left. Spike down as well and out of reach. And finally, here comes that pinch. He's able to get 2 at least. Until he finally falls.
And I wonder if C9's just going to go for this again, where they just heavier lean into the fact that they can just retake over towards A.
Huge with the way they have been hemorrhaging rounds throughout this first half here on defensive side, and to go to attack where they haven't had as much success could be very difficult. But this one, it was upping the tempo, right? That's all it took for a single round. Moose got into a different position, pushed back onto Cat. They weren't
has it got money for
reactive. They were a little bit more proactive there, and just that movement threw NRG off. And it kind of makes you realize NRG
they have
feels
no money
free to do anything here. Like, they won't get pushed. They're not going to get that flank because Cloud9 has been playing so passive and letting NRG
This makes a lot of sense. So confident in A retake.
Towards A,
heavier jaws over towards short.
0 point for one of these rounds. A lot of times FNS will be up on that
I
with a few more
think
members.
Vanity doesn't need
Now
to be
they're
doing
already
this.
ready to enter into tree here.
It's another great point, actually. We haven't seen too many opportunities of Cloud9 setting up any trap plays to fight back against NRG's play style. So it's all reactive. A lot of the players now smoked up towards the tree. Counter paranoia.
Yeah, I think him playing here didn't make sense for the setup. I thought they were just heavy holding short.
Scoring a lot of first bloods in this first half, and Ethan will get the plant down. But instantly that lockdown comes through, but it's passive towards the back. They know here that NRG loves to crunch in and try to break the lockdown. Now isolating everybody towards the left side. But Ethan is too good with the play. That's 3 on the board. And no value coming out of corralling NRG outside of the A site. And Moose is left alone, 1 versus 4. EDS with the Odin, but that's
what a round from Ethan. Team 9 messed up a little bit.
Quad for Ethan, a triple.
When you want to retake over towards A, you're almost playing solo over towards A. The main person has to block off A main, especially when you have a killjoy ult.
Win or even loses.
I'll be doing
hurting
this.
the economy, hurting the game, and on top of that, fans, they just don't have the read on FNS's attack side right now. NRG, what a slick first half here to pull out a 9-3 and so dominant.
Not enough utility to also blind those players that were outside of that radius of that lockdown, so it didn't look good there for C9 on their attempt to retake. A struggling first half that you have on that side, and definitely a dominating first half for NRG. And let's see if NRG could speedrun this after the break.
Mute this up. Ethan stopped IGLing, he looks good. I mean, I think it's probably just different vibes in this team as well, to be fair. Yeah, it's hard to IGL, man. Hard to IGL and frag heavy. Top of the mutes, yeah, we're doing better on this one. Specifics too much because I don't know when the coach timeout's coming in. Eric Hazer, thank you with the 9 months. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for doing that, dude. Team looks 100 times better than the older one. Oh, for sure. I agree with that first bit.
Everyone, welcome back to the half now as we switch sides and we take a look at C9's offense. So what's something that we talked about right
just
before
nice
the
to actually see like a team that understands.
Maybe be a problem for the boys.
That understands how to work the map.
Cloud9 have won 0 gun rounds in their last 3 maps that they played. The only 2 rounds they've won are a pistol and a round 2. It has been dreadful. But even if you want to look at those 3 maps and say, hey, they're not Ascent, you can cope with that. You look at the last Ascent game they played, they won 3 rifle or 3 attack rounds out of 12.
That a true stat? That's insane.
10 to win this game.
And specifically in that Ascent, I think a lot of issues were cropping up for this team. Specifically, I was looking at the way they were playing the post plant. Sentinels was playing a lot of these fast flood retakes, especially on the A site. And I think Cloud9 was not quick enough to get set up in the proper post plant positions, and they were getting overwhelmed before their crosshairs were ready on the crossfire.
And that was coming even with numbers advantages. They only converted 11% of their 5v4s, where they're up a full player.
Yeah, you're essentially hoping for C9 to not just turn it around, but turn it around in a big way. And remember, they're going to need to do that. Every single map matters in this series here. NRG trying to stay alive in the season. C9 trying to lock in playoffs. Let's send it back over to the casters.
So if I'm huffing the C9 Copium, you're
it's
telling me that there's
that's only on attack rounds? Okay,
right? So winning a pistol round, maybe converting that pistol, giving him a chance here to come back in this game.
Oh, raid boss, so Victor. Victor saving 400 to make sure if they lose pistol, they lose the next round, he can get an off-out early. I've not seen NRG do this yet.
Get the eagle round win rate back up again. Get that 30+%.
They're out here learning. Watching some 100 Thieves demos.
And what they're good on so far in these pistol rounds is slowly falling apart. Only Rooney and Seppa left, and they're pushing through. NRG just takes the fight to Cloud9. Rooney's left alone now, spotted by Som.
Probably not.
At least manages to get the headshot onto Victor, but down to 20 HP, and
I mean,
everywhere he goes, he gets.
This is great from them as well. It's a really good sign to see that they're doing they're thinking ahead and doing this as well.
Let's see what the buys are. They stay classic.
We'll keep an eye on the pistols throughout the best of 3. This is 2 and
Noxy will grab a stinger, so they're we'll decide here whether or not they got coupons to buy enough. They're going to try to save into this next round because obviously the money's not going to be good. And NRG, they're not going to have any of this joking around. They won't let Cloud9 do anything too weird. Watch NRG just play far back in the sights here and make Cloud9 walk into sight. All right. One way slows them down at first, but it does look like Cloud9 is going to stay with the death ball and see what they can do to get at least some plant money down here and maybe pick up one of these weapons in A.
Definitely looked like they didn't want to pop flash into the A main. They want to use that util for the A site hit, and there's the full hit. Not a good timing though, as Son was able to break that recon before he gets blinded. Oxy finds space and finds
This is
a kill
a
at
very
least.
nice site hit.
5 players now moving in for Cloud9. 3 on the top of Heaven, and that's the wall bank coming out from Ethan. Turret now gets broken. Ethan is looking for more kills. Cloud burst dissipates. 1-on-1 against Rooney. Wins that fight as well. Back up to the Classic. He has support on the side. Drops to the ground. But the Classics from Cloud9 are answering back. Advantage back for Cloud9 as they get the plat down. No upgrades yet though. Running towards these rifles if they can. Boost upgrades into a Bulldog. It's up to Finesse and Crashies. Only with a Spectre and a Ghost. And they're isolated.
Cage to block off A main.
Finesse is looking for the first contact.
Shoulder.
Potentially sees the shoulder exactly of Zeppa towards that A main. And is trying to lurk through towards the generator.
And they smoked themselves off.
Gets the spray through the smoke. That is dirty. Back to a 2v2. Finesse closes the gap towards A main. Zeppa falls, and it's up to Moose alone. Bobby weaving away.
That's Finesse. Did this one very well.
For the defuse, but it's
yeah, he's seen that smoke before.
Crazy stuff.
That's
there.
what they want to do.
It might be a little overboard when we had NRG Batmaning into sight there, one person at a time. That got a little crazy. But yeah, they correct it. And once Oxy picked up that Bulldog, it needed just one more kill maybe, or someone to grab it. That Bulldog was the winning potential for the round. And it was so good for NRG to instantly drop it. So C9 could not use that advantage. Cleaning up, like you said, Finesse coming in clean there.
Yeah, he's unhinged.
Able to get those last few kills with the Spectre along with the team, and NRG now 11-3 here as we get to the bonus.
And
Operator
NRG again, I have a few like not issues. Just I think that they handle their anti-eco and their bonuses a little bit weird. They force into it. They get the op out early. They got a judge. They got 2 people. Sorry, 3 people that invest into it. There is no bonus on this team.
Gives them an opportunity until
obviously you could close this one fast, but if you lose this, you kind of let them back into the game instead of having the 2 chances.
Does not give a chance here for Cloud9
don't really get the freedom of that.
And that's what we were talking about before.
Really get the freedom of that bonus round. But I will say that this buy makes a lot of sense when you're doing the 400. Get the op online anyway.
I'm out there, and if I die, it's still 4v5.
You're trying to get it out early.
You got to make those plays at this point. 11-3 down. You can't just be going for the 1v1s. NRG is cleaning up everything. It's going to be a drone towards B. Victor's ready with the op just on the other side here as they walk into these trips as well.
And they're just waiting for that cage to come down, and hopefully with the cage coming down, there's 3 players that could actually take at least a trade. So they're trying at least a buddy system for a trade, but they meet up with the op once again of Victor. Who this time lands the shot. And with Zeppa isolated towards Pizza, there was no extra utility to help them pop flash out. And here comes the continuous heroic plays out of Cloud9. Yes,
he's gonna have to do a
manages
madness.
to get a few kills, but not enough map control as Moose is left stranded towards the A site.
10 seconds
Map forward, there's still Ethan dancing around the generator, but he's not
yeah,
even
I mean,
needed as Victor comes
pays
out.
off on this one. They're gonna clean this up real fast. Everyone's sitting at around 3,000 for C9.
I'm running into sight. We need to switch guns.
Oh,
I don't
9
want to be aiming
chances.
with the op when I jump in. Just
looks like we're going nice.
Feeling it right now. Yeah. Bye-bye. And it's highly unlikely that Oxy would see the op there, so it's kind of a 1v1 peak, but still, shots haven't been hitting. Why take the high risk?
Yeah, we haven't seen
at this point.
We haven't seen this NRG on Icebox, right?
Shots, whether they're doubled up or not in the face. So pause for Cloud9, and he's going to get back in the ear of the squad as they discuss what could be a way to bring back some rounds.
It's a really bold pick
they
from
got a long road ahead of
C9.
them, and it looks like the next map may be there before.
Imagine looking at the Haven
tie
and being like, let's go to an unknown on Icebox.
Round 2, so the economy's
None
not
can't
the
have
best
a
coming
great
on their end
Haven
as well. So they'll have to discuss this. One, identify where Victor is going to be placing the operator, how to play against that, and also how to work the map, because
on Viper,
I mean, we've only gone
yellow.
through 3 rounds here of this second half. There was not enough cushion
He
here
actually
for
frags
Cloud9
out
to really understand
so heavy there.
how NRG is currently playing their defensive side. So you got to stick to your game plan, and you're hoping that your game plan is going to work now on the side of Cloud9.
So Interesting here the way FNS has been playing the trips and how C9 has to worry
let's
about.
see, should be able to close this one out easy.
So that's
Loads
been
of
a
light
lot
on
of
this.
trouble for them to get into sight here. Some low buys on the side of C9 as we
What's
get into
Vision
this
Strikers? They were just an old school team at the beginning of the game.
There was a lot of small shields with
It was pretty much
Vandals,
a
but
lot
they
of
decided to
the
go for the lower
a lot
buys
of
so
like
they
the
could have
DRX
that
players.
utility to add up to what
They
could
just
do
won
on the
everything.
attacks, and especially when you're looking at
They
this
just won
buy,
everything. They won like
Rudy doesn't have a
107,
drone.
101 games in a row.
make it even more
The thing
difficult
that
for
they
them to
mainly
really
did was
try
just kind of
to
showed
split
everyone how to
towards
play the
this
game.
B-site where
Just
it
super
seems at
aggro on
least
defense, all like these set
the
strats.
game plan at the beginning.
They're kind of like the first ones to
Broken
use
now
proper
by Oxy.
combos, like
Falls back in.
reach
The
flash,
Fusion's able to waste out potentially this dash from
reach flash,
He's
jet
loving it.
dash,
If
kind
you saw the
of
cam there when he was dashing,
fast
he's got a
plays
smile on his
on
face.
defense
Oxy's
as well.
looking for that play.
But
He's
most people
hitting
weren't
with
doing
the
that. We were
laser
playing it
beam.
like CS.
Trap kill coming through, and Crashies is able to get that one. Victor then answers back.
They just innovated, man. Heavy.
Re-engaging back towards the middle once again. The buddy system is still better for NRG. A 1-for-1 player advantage. The hat to get information in it. They'll know. They've isolated the last two players of Cloud9 inside this B site. Thankfully, though, it is an Odin in the hands of Zeppa and a Guardian for Vanity, so they have some weaponry to work with.
What is that, bro? Two 2 HP just as he decided to jump up. They started spamming.
And there's nothing in the system. There's no flashes to come out. There's no knife. The Paranoia first. And last to go
What
is the
a
last to fall.
insanely clean map from NRG. Insanely clean.
What
a first map.
Yeah, I love their attack hub. A lot of
Finesse set
depth.
the pace in the first few rounds. The transition from A, B. In the first round, you get an operator. They start going mid and absolutely splitting Cloud9. And you can see Cloud9, they're obviously smiling right now. They didn't want to lose, but they know that was just out of their hands with the way NRG was playing. What a clean game. And I think for the NRG fans, this is what they've been waiting to see. That behind each other play, the confidence in each other's shots, the strategies, in FNS being on the outside of the map, just calling a masterclass of a game.
Icebox coming up next, and it's going to be after the break.
Yeah, Icebox, man. I was not expecting to see Icebox. This NRG playing insane or just C9 being lost? Some of the stuff was off from C9. But a lot of this was NRG doing a lot of new stuff.
Hey guys,
that they
it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Yeah, chat. The usual. I'll be back in a bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
he's taking this one. What do they have to push this one off? It's only bullets flying forwards and away, but still a half gain. Som sticking in, nothing to deny. The charge against him. Gecko with the defuse. Look at that wingman already getting the half. Alliance C9.
All right, I'm here with NRG's coach, Chet. Now, the team seems to be on fire, so I'm kind of curious, how do you all plan on carrying that momentum onto Icebox? Now, we haven't seen y'all on this map since 2023 going up against MIBR.
Well, we have our own playstyle for this map that's coming up, and we're pretty familiar with how C9 plays. We played a lot of teams in practice that have something similar as them, so it's nothing that we're not familiar with. I think we just keep executing the plan that we're comfortable with, because that's what we just did on the sand. We were just comfortable, and things flowed pretty well.
Yeah, it really did. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And that comfortability led to a 13-3 win for NRG on Ascent. What a way for them to start this series off. But of course, C9 is reeling, and they're going to need to try and get things together. But let's go ahead and talk about NRG here, because, man, they look drilled. They look exactly what you would want them to do at these pivotal moments in the season, you know?
Absolutely. I thought that, Finesse actually shooting today looked really good, carrying that over from the last performance too. But also, a lot of the plays NRG were running, whether it was that mid-dive on the pistol, winning out in the bonus round as well on their second half, it was looking really nice from them.
Yeah, it was. This first half was really clean across the board on their attacking side. I think Finesse had a lot of really good mid-round calls, actually getting a ton of impact on the lurks from the Cypher. So super impressive game from him. And Dre, Ethan was on fire.
Yeah, he was on point. Yeah, he's back to being in the great form that he was in, when he won Champions last year. I think a big part of that is the fact that now he has an IGL that he can rely on, and he can still be that mid-rounder. That's why this team is so deadly, and with more time, with an actual IGL and Ethan supporting him, it's going to be ridiculous.
And when Ethan was his best was when he was on EG and he had that same setup, right? Yeah. Lucy's primary calling, he's doing a lot of the mid-rounding. Yeah. He looks really comfortable there.
You could even see in some rounds that started spiraling out of control for NRG, right? The round 2 in the second half, after they win the pistol, it's down to a 2-on-3. They freeze the round, they slow down, play so well off the information they have to flush out those players in hell. It was just very nice control throughout, even in those scary rounds.
We're watching this team develop so quickly. From the first time we saw new NRG play in Stage 2, I think the micro comms, the fundamentals, the way the players are just kind of innately playing off each other is so much better. You saw it on this match on the retakes in particular. They are really growing impressively fast and still have a chance in the season.
Yeah, they really do. NRG are looking like they're in a pretty damn good position here. What is C9 going to do? Let's go ahead and hear from the coach of C9 ahead of Map 2.
All right. Joining me right now, we have C9's coach, Emmy. Now, I want to talk about the attacking side on the team. Do you think there's an issue that you all seem to be going through?
Yeah, so far this split, there's definitely an issue. We didn't really get to play attack side then, but there has been. But I think as an overall, the issue is more we're just fighting on our own. So in that half on its own, we died solo wine, solo A site again, solo backside B main, solo mid. Every buy round was just a solo death on its own. And that's exactly what I've told them. We have to start playing together. It doesn't matter what map it is. It could be Ascent, it could be Bind, it can be Icebox. If we don't start playing together and using our teammates, we're just going to lose on our own instead of winning as a team.
Well, hopefully we'll see things get pushed to map 3. Best of luck.
Ooh, well, I'll tell you what, it is a team game.
That it is. Yeah. It's wild, though, that Chet was literally having this exact same conversation with NRG in their last game. Now, in the same vein, C9 are having that conversation, too, and it's pretty apparent in the gameplay.
And it's been a consistent issue, right? We've continued to talk about this. The attacking side struggles, and I really think what he's saying is hitting the nail on the head. It is fundamental issues. It is in a lot of these rounds. Oxy going out and kind of making plays, and look at that number. 7% attack win rate.
Those 2 rounds, again, are a pistol and the round after.
Yeah.
Ouch.
So 2 out of 28 rounds.
So here's the thing. We were talking before about how
Unleashed on
C9
mainstream.
seems
Oh
to
boy.
have changed the way that they're approaching the game. And before it was Oxy was such a big part of this team system. Still is, should be, but it doesn't feel like that in this particular series here.
No, there's so many times he was left alone, lurking, and I know
as Timmy pointed out.
Yeah, exactly. And I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it not obvious where they're ending. But the problem is you're not supporting your carry. Honestly, your carry, right? You picked up this young kid so he could be a young kid and frag out.
Nothing says it more to me than the last round of the game where C9 have to force a buy, but they've got Guardians, they've got a Vandal, and Oxy, for some reason, is sitting on a Spectre. No one traded that with him on the Jet, and then he's late lurking mid, like after the round's over on a B hit. Like, it makes no sense.
Yeah, and this is a guy who they would force buy after they would lose pistol rounds, a rifle.
That was like their whole shtick in stage 1. And on top of that, too, I think beyond just getting him going to give you winning positions on the attacking side, because I think that is the biggest issue of their attacking side. They're either not setting him up enough, or they're setting him up and then he's dying first,
with the Prime.
and they're
Thank you for
ending
the
up
2
in
months,
these
man.
mid-rounds where they're in a 4v5 and they can't figure
doing
out
that.
what to do without an opportunity.
Shower Natty as well, dude.
How do you fix that?
Shower, you still here?
I think you lean back to what you were doing stage 1. Put it
Thank you
all
for
into
the
this
thank you
kid.
for the
You're gonna
bits,
see
man.
him out
Sorry
there
that I missed that, bro.
screaming,
It was just
going
mid-game.
Super Saiyan again, and it can be a little one-dimensional, but at least it's what we've known to work for C9 before.
Yeah, it honestly makes me like
Yeah, sorry I missed that,
what's
dude.
been
Good to see you
happening
so
in C9's practice to actually cause this shift, because it doesn't really make sense to me to start playing
Donovan
West
as
for
well.
Oxy
Donovan with the
unless
Prime.
things have
Thank
been
you so
going
much. Thank you
poorly
for the
behind
15
scenes.
months.
So I hope it's as easy
Eat
as
today.
putting those
I had a
resources
bit of a
back
barbecue
into him.
today.
I hope it's as simple as maybe even
It was
just like
banging.
a mentality shift for the
Captain
team, but I
Quebec
don't know if that's
with
actually the
the
case.
Prime as well. Thank you for the 2
Oxy's
months.
confidence right now?
Appreciate you
'Cause
saying that, Captain
we
Quebec.
don't really know. It was
Mango
sky
freeze
high
as
in
well.
stage
Chat,
1.
you know
What
what to
is
do.
it now?
Let's see an
Very,
Euler
very true,
slug
right?
spam.
I mean, young kid on that
Get it
stage,
going.
right,
Thank
in
you
a
so much
real
for that mango
difficult
freeze.
situation, especially
5
being the
gifted right
carry,
now
as you had
as well.
mentioned
If
before.
you got
And then
gifted,
shifting
make sure you
back
say
from
thank you
that,
to him.
that's tone shift. And this is something that I was so impressed by in the first stage, because I was like,
Getting
okay,
some
like,
mad numbers,
figured it
mango
out,
freeze.
like, he knows how to
258,
enable
bro.
this young kid, you know, because he looks so good. Oxy was dominating.
He's
Even in
smiling.
Snorper as well with the
I
Prime.
saw something.
Thank
I'm
you,
not gonna
thank
say
you,
it,
thank you
though,
the 4
but
months.
I saw something that I think is going to make some people excited. I think could be fraudulent. Not sure.
I'm honestly excited.
I mean,
as we
they're
get
going
ready
to
to
use
head into
Clove and
Icebox here. What
Icebox,
NRG
right?
is
They
gonna
use it on the
play.
maps
Just said they have
where
their own style, which makes me
they
think
aren't even
we might
like
get something special in the
that
comp.
good.
I'm honestly gonna guess it's a double smokes thing, because that was something they were playing on other maps, and we've seen some other teams starting to play that
good,
one
Bobby.
out. We'll have to see for them. I think there's, I don't know.
Haven't had much
not
time, so I
much
haven't
freedom
been
when
to
it comes
see
to
since I've
Icebox
been
comps
back,
in terms of,
but-
like, you kind of have to run the Killjoy.
Sure.
You've got to run like some kind of like plant, usually a
Low
Sova in there
Viper?
too.
Yeah, I
Whether
imagine
you're running
so.
double initiator or double smokes, double circle smokes, you've got some room to play with there.
Cloud9 also played Arena last time. Do they go back to that?
Oh,
Okay, that's as boring as it comes.
Yeah,
That's
I,
normal.
2022
I will say though, I don't love this comp as much as the iteration with the Sage. I think it can be pretty tough to get the plant down when you're going into that KO
and
step.
they've been playing this
Oh,
for 3 years.
Reina.
But look what they locked in.
Reina Gecko trying to flash with a Sova.
So, I mean,
Dude,
if
some
we are
overwhelm.
talking about Oxy go kill, give this kid
Man, I
confidence,
tell you what,
this is the
some
time to do it.
might enjoy this. The game plan might be fighting
Cloud9
heavy over
need
towards
to
yellow.
make something happen here, and NRG
Might actually
can
work pretty well.
continue
Just use the
to
one-way.
keep their playoff hopes alive. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. You got Vencillion Rift.
So as Ades mentioned, 2 in 28 out of the past 3 maps in terms of gun rounds converted. But if you want to take an extra step back and go to that 4th map, at least there was a higher percentage of these gun rounds that were converted for Cloud9. And that was actually on this map, on Icebox, where they beat G2 13-5. So Oxy comes out with the Reina on that map. You definitely hear it now that the crowd is behind this Oxy.
Yeah, I don't want to see
and they're
C9
hoping
look
for Cloud9 to be
strong
able
on
to bring
this
into
because,
this 3rd map of Sunset.
again, I'm pretty
They have to be
confident
aggressive with
that
the
playing
utility.
against
They have to be
the
aggressive with everything. I almost want to see them play
NRG
attack from the
Haven,
defensive
I would
side
view
on
that
this
as
one, Vans.
pretty
Double
much a
tangle,
free
by the way.
win.
And looking at
So
how NRG is going
they
to
should feel
get
like
their
this should be a
attack
free
side
win
in,
as
it's
well,
probably going to be this
really.
4-1 again, or splitting
C9
out where
on
FNS is
defense,
going to
NRG
beat
on attack.
and then lurk on the team.
We got Raid Boss
Here,
again.
Towards mid, FNS lurk.
Yeah, Victor
and
Raid Boss
already
again.
NRG is creating action towards mid.
Well, there goes the Raid Boss.
Terrific classic for Moose, though, is able to score first for Cloud9. So a good start on their defensive side. Alarm bot gets immediately broken, but that's Ethan with the spike on his back. Needs his
NRG
teammates to
probably
move up
changed
with
their
him.
Haven.
Big push
I think
up
so.
here.
They're
Cloud9's gonna
I
try
saw
to
the
get
coaches
timing
go on
on this
Twitter
one.
say that their
Realizing
comms
it's not
aren't the
down
issue.
towards mid. Once the spike's planted, it'll be NRG kind of filing out into the site, and they'll be able to set
I reckon
up
they
post-plant, but
have the
this is going to
same.
be a good pinch as the time is 1 minute now.
And everybody's looking down towards under the
pipes, and there's Oxy scoring through.
I mean, that was very nice in this one, very convincing. It was just such a good kill over towards middle. Once that raid boss goes down, it's such a heavy investment that it's just really hard 5v4.
From defense. Let's go. They start off on the right
Pistols,
foot here
2-1.
from the side of Cloud9.
Oh my goodness, what is that? Let's try that again.
Oh
my god, I did it again.
Pushed up for a
2-1.
second. Somebody else pushed this or that. It just discombobulates energy so much, and they even considered that push was coming in. It was just being that step ahead for C9.
There's like a
Shots
mimicked
hit.
it perfectly. What's going on?
Little bit of a break.
Looking
Get
like
that
this, bro.
breather
That's
in.
sixes.
Noxy, we're starting
Criminal.
to hear him now.
The sixes is actually
Needs
criminal,
to
you're
be
right.
louder. Second round here, Cloud9 again.
To get that 6
Alarm
change to
bot
1
very
point, surely.
fast under 2, and they push up for the alt door.
Able to get that one as well. Rooney's just waiting to see if there's going to be more pushing through. Goes for a
Right,
blind
how do they
shock dart,
handle
but
the
no contact.
anti-eco?
All the
Everyone
utilities
buys
hit today
kind
right
of
now.
allowed
Very
2 deaths.
easy to tell from that ace.
Every kill is a good bit of damage,
so
though.
No real movement for C9 right just yet.
Every kill means
Noxy's
that
got
the
a
next
Guardian watching down
next
that
round
long
bonus
B
is going to be
area,
weaker.
so easy to stay in their positions right now. It's harder for FNS to figure out what's
NRG
going on.
need to
He doesn't get as
2-0.
much lurk potential on this one.
Any
so staying
knowers?
together for
I
this
don't think they
first round.
need to, but I think it helps them.
Everything's being
long
watched
run.
well. They have the alarm bot.
I
the
think
turret,
if they win
no
both their
mid-lurk
games,
potential
they're
for NRG.
fine,
That's
right?
probably not the game plan as you have only
But
pistols on
obviously,
your end.
2-0 would help.
Down on the attack.
But
They tried to go
other
for a surprise to
situations.
try to take down Oxy. Big flash to come through though, and a dash comes across. But Vanity was there for the support. Only 2 left alive now
This
for
is their
NRG.
last game?
Make that
This is their
even
last
one.
game?
Vanity's
Oh,
trying to
okay,
build
after
up
2-0? Oh boy.
his pit, and he will do so halfway there as he gets 4 kills in that
Oh,
round.
and
Yeah, this
NRG
is
must have
gonna
put
be
so
a
much effort
big
into
start
their
for
Haven, thinking
C9.
they're going to pick Haven.
But did they get stalled by the momentum? Still a few kills here going onto the side of C9 are going to
Mahim,
go more
Mahim
buys.
23 with the prime. Thank you, the 6
wall,
months.
you could hear the gas hissing, about to go down. See Crash, he's just trying to hide from it, but he gets his head taken off by Oxy, who's also going to start to get going on this Reyna. 5-0 for Vanity. He picks out the Marshall. All right, all right. Let's see if they can get some early tags here to wear away at this armor of energy and start the round off. 3 push towards Pipe this time. And it's not going to be that focus for Altorb just yet. They want the room, not the orb.
Hey, on the bonus,
Bees play
C9,
though,
they
villain, so they're
aggro
gonna have
over
to
towards
rotate
A,
fast here on
3,
these
4
weapons that Energy
people.
holds.
Gap
So
in the
double
wall,
delay,
up on the B
comes
side,
to
and
the
Moose is
smoke,
trying to
comes to
surprise
the
one, but he only
mollies,
has a
doesn't
stick to
delay
work
too
with.
much, rotates
Damage down
miles
to
away.
5,
NRG
forced
would
to fall
struggle to
back.
lose this.
You see on the other end though, they finally given up for Cloud9. That push that they had towards the A site.
Yeah.
They have a 1-player alert only with the rest of them looking to fight back from Snowman.
Easy alarm bot behind. This should be a pretty good cleanup for NRG to grab. If they can do this flawlessly, that'll be huge.
It's a good start. Victor's at the top here of yellow. Ethan with the wall coming down, playing towards the danger. That's another player down towards orange. Oxy making that Guardian work for now. And as he goes for the re-swing, gets punished by Som. Zeppa's now left alive, and he's looking for the exits. 1v1 against Finesse.
7 HP?
Contact win
Almost.
by Finesse.
Armor
and NRG
rebuy.
score finally
That's
their gun
about it.
round.
1 gun rebuy, armor rebuy.
All right.
Not as much
C9
damage
with
as
the pushes,
C9 would
I
have
feel
hoped.
like obviously not a huge read since we just started Icebox, but knowing that Finesse is going to stay on that attack side.
They don't necessarily
could
need
give
to
them a little bit
2-0,
of a
but it
boom
helps
here
their
as we come into the
options.
gun round.
Okay.
The pushes
Love
they've
that.
been doing towards Pipes, their reaction to play back on B to have more of a retake situation once they get this, and the utility to get back in sight.
What do you think about Viper after the
It's gonna
nuffs?
play out a little bit
Still strong.
differently. And we'll see if
Still
FNS
strong.
goes on a little
I think
bit
the
more
nuffs
of
are
a
pretty much perfect, to
lurk
be honest
mission
with you.
as we get into this gun round, or this bonus, I should say. Protected.
Glad they
Decide
really
not
went
to
for
grab
it.
right away. Good delay by NRG, thinking about more than one thing on the map here.
Yeah, what the
Push up by Sam already.
Yeah, this is a fast.
Unfortunately not.
Crazy.
Zeppa blocked by his
Yeah,
own
and do they
teammates'
know
wall.
whether they
The
put their
dash comes
alarm
forward.
ball over towards the left
Crossfire
side of
set up for
middle?
these trades. No lurk now towards the middle, but the A side is given
Oh
up.
my
As Sam
god, he's...
continues his lurk down towards the boiler. A 1v1 against
Jesus,
Moose,
he's
who
done
wins
so
it
much
low in
damage,
HP.
though.
But Oxy does have the Empress to work with. Meanwhile, the spike has been planted towards this A
Yeah,
site.
this was so fast. This is looking like
Oxy already
Alpha on
has that Empress
Fnatic.
activated, looking to clear out the A side. The jiggle
Insta
spots
send
Ethan,
towards middle.
repelling back towards the top of Pipes, top of 410 rather. And this is just to kill time so that Moose could get this backstab. The timing's looking pretty good so far. Gets that first isolation at the dice. It's traded off by Ethan, who's low on HP. Now time is of the essence. Against Oxy, has to walk forward. Knife out too to try to pick up the pace. Swings out of the side, the headshot onto Ethan.
Fine.
Comes back in for the defuse.
Yeah, he's fine.
And that was a nice little play from both teams, but I don't
Bubble was
know if
close.
we have
That's a
enough time
tough
coming
one,
through.
mans.
It was close. I thought he beat the bubble with it.
So close. Just the backpedaling there is what saved them ever so slowly for that last kill. And I love this play by NRG.
Yeah,
I think
dude.
Throughout the rounds, they identified,
Smash
yeah,
with the
that bot's
speed.
gonna
Why
be in
didn't he?
kitchen, and the alarm. Sorry, the turrets in kitchen. The alarm bot goes under 2, and you saw Sam hug the right wall in mid as he went through a smoke, like hugging that wall.
Oh my God,
if
yeah,
the alarm
no
bot hadn't
dismiss.
encroached into that smoke area at all.
But he
So
messed
that
up, man.
timing was incredible with how they've been reading a bit of the map and just these first few rounds there. And obviously, the 1v1 is the 1v1. That's the way it goes. Time goes to NRG. And now we're into round 5 here.
When he
All
cancels out
tied
your
up, but
dismiss,
the
yeah,
buy is
he
not
would
in
have just
favor of C9.
he would have just defused that.
At least a bit of map control. They got 2 players there towards the garage. The
push to
fuck is
start.
there. Yep.
Vanity surgical with the shotgun, so that could definitely cause problems. And
Hindsight?
Victor,
That's
too.
not hindsight,
And
it's
so
just
many first
he
bloods
could
in
have
the
won it.
series already to start. He'll get a second one.
Easy shot there towards the screens.
Like more hours on the new Reyna.
As Cloud9 was looking
So
to
you can do
rotate
that
back towards the A
naturally.
site, and that the wall didn't come up fast enough there from Vanity on that side. That initiated the first entries out for NRG. Now you're just keeping them at bay. C9 definitely, they want to come in here to try to do a little bit of damage at this point, but we're looking pretty good for NRG to convert another round.
Yeah, this one and maybe even the next one. If Moose and Vanity aren't picking up a few kills here, you have 3 ults ready. Victor's Bladestorm is actually up. He just went down though. Finesse cleans up one more, and they just go for this post plant. So should be another round after this. NRG can roll those ultimates into a win here. Cloud9's going to have to be prepared.
A little bit of damage though.
Always good for one with any type of shotgun. But he will fall, and again, the round goes for NRG with some 2 nice entries out once again from the aggression. Off the gates from the attack side of NRG.
Hey, wow, just straight up in the face there. And playing kind of, if they're being displaced by the dart, right? You saw Victor play to the left side of it, where it was not detecting yet, and there could be a full peak. Just having that timing, having that knowledge of what's going to happen in the
nice
protocol,
early timeout
they are
though.
on top of it on the side of NRG.
Doesn't want it to
be another first
get out of
Cloud9
control.
timeout here on the second map. And we heard Emmy in the break. A lot of these fights are just being taken solo. He's like, I don't care what map it is. Start playing more as a team. I think we might
On
have
the
to see
pistols?
those retakes
C9.
come in. You have the Gecko, you have the Reyna, you can double flash in and absolutely clear a spot. You just, they're not getting the position to do so, or they don't have the members to do so when post plant time comes.
Yeah, and that's the key word, the post plant. If anything, at the beginning of these rounds, the setup is still there. They still have some sort of buddy system. They've always had 2 players towards B, always 3 players pushing out towards the A main, but once the chaos ensues, once NRG steps on that gas and pushes towards the site, that's where it gets a little bit difficult for C9 to really find that coordination, to have that
I'm
buddy
gonna go
system.
from champs points in EMEA and NA. What is it? 700 Thieves most likely from NA at the moment.
First deaths in favor of Cloud9, which is not a good look. NRG
Fnatic.
continuing to find so much success.
Heretics are
Out
the
of
only
Victor
2 in the
as a
running for EMEA, I
spearhead
think.
here, leading the attack with, as Des mentioned as well from that previous
Yeah, I
map,
think
Ethan
Fnatic
continues to
have
shine
almost
on this
secured it.
role as a KO.
Looking back in that championship form again. All right,
Get out of my
lockdown's
way.
there for Moose, but I don't know if they are going to be ready to want to use it on this one. Victor comes in so fast here and trying to put pressure on the site. All the util over his shoulder to give him the free space.
Floats towards the air, dagger in the chest.
Moving on this one, we double pop ults as well. We understand it's a really big round, so NRG invests everything into it. We've got 1, 2, 3 people that can't buy next.
By the Aldron spots all 3. Now all of NRG are going to start grouping up the fight. It's a 3
Uh-oh.
for 3, but RC's the one to get the first 2.
Man, they all
Finesse
went
holding
for
the
this,
ground.
all
RC
of
the
them.
third. Now he's just trying to run that clock down. There's that Lear to come up.
Wait.
Dances around towards the back of the spawn.
Oh my god, but the gun was going to wreck him here. I like this from him though. Don't realize that they're going fast behind, they're going to think he's in this area.
Attacker spawn, and it's got a
Oi,
spawn.
okay, they know they hit him. Gotta just find him. Guys,
Trying to find him
guys.
inside that pit though.
Hiding, and everyone's like,
He's out of
HP.
it. Back through. Gets a headshot aside.
No way, man. No
We just
way.
witnessed the impossible.
No way. It should never happen.
Never should have happened.
Oh no, C9.
An energy staple since the beginning. Continues to deliver rounds like this.
Oh, man.
One for the record books. And it's not one C9 wants their name on.
And that's definitely something that Imi did not want to see. But back with the action, we resume. No time here for us to digest what the hell
Normally
just
I'm a
happened.
fan of the coach reactions. I
definitely a
can
different
handle the
moment than
face
the
palms. I
Psalm
normally
versus
laugh at a
CTRS
face
from
palm. That one is actually
Master
so
Stages. Psalm is
brutal that I
back to
feel
play.
so bad for him.
Energy now in the lead by 2, looking to
That
continue
is
this momentum. A 5-player death ball
unbelievable.
towards his B site.
What a fumble.
Vanity just trying to hold his ground. He does have a pit. But a pit being used early would give a chance for Energy to really flood through. So we'll have a stalemate for now.
Set up on yellow.
I get Chai. Chai, you can't recover from that.
Feels comfortable in any of these positions.
There's no way they recover from that, right?
They slow
That
it
is
down, they figure out what they need to do,
insane.
and it's like they pop out with the answer. Here it's going to be the quick plant. 0 point finds 2, but they're going to be able to get this plant down. And again,
Oh, they
set up
need
a
this
post
rounds,
plant
man.
with
Just for the
late
pure
Marsh.
mental.
No effect there.
Just put every all
Quite
into it.
interesting, though, the
I gotta
pit
see a
doesn't
killjoy.
really give him a chance to really
Gotta
move
see
forward.
everything.
The spike is outside of it, at least gives him a chance here to hold the lockdown.
Oh
But there's a Hunter's
no,
Fury on the
and
attack
then
from
they
Crashies.
saw.
Looking to
Wait,
cancel it.
we planted on
The
top.
1v
We planted on top so we didn't get it. It's just gonna detain everyone. Like literally everyone. Wait, what? What have I missed here? They're looking in the wrong hole. I thought they were all in it. No, I've lost my mind. I'm mentally boomed. What's going on?
I feel like okay, so we see the pit that doesn't give them enough room.
I can't
right,
go over
for
the last
C9
round.
here,
I'm
as
still
Energy
stuck
are
there.
going to win.
I've looked at the
But I
minimap.
feel like
I
that
thought
also
everyone's ult is
helps
the
them
other
if they're in
person's ult.
position. Imagine if Seppa can throw a dizzy high and you get a leader.
I need a timeout, man. Someone give me a timeout.
Right? Crosshairs are just being thrown everywhere for Energy. But the pit went down and no real movement could be had.
Oh,
It
they got
almost
so
stalled out
wrecked,
Cloud9
though.
because they weren't in position. And then Energy absolutely on point with the
Oh, they
crosshair
actually got
placement
so
with the shots right
owned
now,
by
and
the
again,
counter
being
killjoy
behind
ult.
each other. You can see bullets flying over their teammates' shoulders in these fights. And they pick up another round for
Dude, I'm so
putting
mentally
C9
boomed
back
from
on
that
the
other
low buy,
round.
and still the
I
gun
can't even
rounds
handle it.
are not there for C9.
Now they got an eco.
It's quite low. Sheriff's now still going with the same game plan for Cloud9 of pushing those 3 players towards the A main. Rooney was one away from the Hunter's Fury, but looks like Victor once again dashes
Oh,
forward
the
to
one
push back
round,
C9.
the one round that they needed
Already,
to keep their
Yavoxi, damage,
sanity in the
half
team.
HP, down at 45, forced to fall back, but at least the cavalry's here. 4 players now holding the back lines, waiting for this wall to come down to hopefully find some players and hopefully make these shares work. But Energy decide to stop. They're gonna cut noise at the same time too, and now force Cloud9 to.
Me? Do you even
potentially
call it timeout? Like I don't know. I don't even know what to do after a round like that.
They're chasing.
It's one of the worst
Looking
ones
to see
I've
where these
seen.
sheriffs can do some double, triple taps and take somebody out, wear away at that armor. Still 2 lurking
Well,
towards
it's
A as they try to feint towards B with this drone attack.
But Oxy's always ready. 5 HP
Oh
left.
man, you
This
gotta do
misses
it.
can go for the
You gotta do
Devourer.
it for your team. They need a hero round.
Release that fake that they were trying to do for Energy towards that B side.
40
Crumbles for a bit, gives a
seconds. They
chance for
dodged
Cloud9
the
to still set up
recon.
here for
If Rooney gets a kill, he
at
gets
least
his
a
ult.
group stand towards the A side. Potential hit from Energy here.
Like the Death said, we're missing a little bit of that Super Saiyan power from Oxy lately. He seems to be shut down to most of these as Zeppa comes up big.
Hold up. Spike down. One of them's got to go with it. That's still low HP, so it's okay. 2v2.
Back to an even situation. Better weaponry, our Energy on the post
New
plan
boys.
as Psalm
New
puts it
kids on the
down.
block.
Safe spot. They can't play too far back.
Got.
So their 2 teammates, Psalm and Finesse. The latest re-entry now onto Energy, working in tandem. When you want, can't ask for any better synergy than this. Finesse with the first kill.
Did
and
we
Psalm
ever
just
doubt
great
it?
in the second, rappelling up.
Did we ever doubt it, bro? Som's on for another ult.
Why not?
Farming him.
FNS and Sam bring him back. They'll clutch the round, easy peasy. You can even see FNS preparing the next round, letting the team know what's going on. I don't know what he's saying specifically, but I bet you it's that. What rounds here from Energy? Zeppa tried to fire back, but still Oxy was in sight by himself. There's no protecting that. And it's not like you can protect 5 HP, but they could have been given a little more util, a little help. There's these options you see for
I can't
C9
stop
that
thinking
they're
about that
just
other round.
choosing to not
How are
execute.
they still playing the game?
A little towards mid here as NRG starts to work the map with the spikes down. We only saw maybe one of these rounds on their attack side ascent. So you can see just how often they go into these fact-finding rounds to see how C9 may want to play aggressive.
Someone gets a kill here. I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, so good. This looks like the round. Give them the confidence.
Pings are coming out, so that's Som giving the information that there were 3 players trying to crunch through. But meanwhile, 2 players have inserted towards this A site. Spike finally picked up here by Crashies. It was left all the way back towards the spawn.
Had the chance to go back towards B, but they are securely in A right now. Maybe getting a little too quiet for comfort. There's Oxy. Getting
Dude,
loud
I'm telling you,
again.
these crouches, man.
Continues to get loud. That's the 2nd kill in the round. Crashies
Everyone's
trying to find a lurk, but
insta-crouching.
gets beamed. Still manages to win the fight against Seppa.
Player standing.
And there's Finesse. DIGL a 1 versus 3. Couldn't break the dart. Oxy moves down to get the 3rd.
Do people
You
dying?
wanted Oxy to start stepping up here. I mean, you
Ooh,
mentioned
we
it.
got
He
a
was
good
little
amount of
bit
money
quiet
here, though.
going
So
through,
one
and you wanted
person.
him to
Okay,
go
they can actually
Super
tank a
Saiyan.
loss.
He's basically
One person
gone
would take
through
a hit,
the
but
hyperbolic chamber, and now he's coming out here full strength.
Crazy. Is it a full moon? Are we good? Is it?
He hasn't started streaming
Is
yet.
everything in place?
At least he's 14 and 6, so he is definitely putting the frags up on the board.
Man, and it's what they need. A lot of these rounds they're losing members too, so that one to have quite a few alive starts to build the economy. They get a gun round in their favor, but it's so much more work to do in that sense. Fast 3-2 split here, coming from NRG to take space
they were a lot
for
with this recon.
Garage and B.
And they were holding this
And
angle as
Lucy's
well.
gonna
I
meet
mean,
this
they
in
know
mid
no
this
one's
time,
over
though.
towards A, and with this B pressure, they might not expect the double middle.
Still, they're gonna make it on the B.
He's just gonna think that's one middle, right? Oh my god, Vanities.
Anchoring towards his B site. Oxy's still alive towards yellow. Swings towards the right. The headshot onto Ethan. Advantage once again for C9.
That's unlucky.
Finesse trying to find that lurk.
Oh.
It was red, but not won by Moose.
Okay.
Giving a chance now for Energy.
No.
Somehow a 2v2. Oxy drops the spike.
Okay.
It gives information for
I'm surprised he won that drill.
Figure out where Rooney was, and that was an easy kill towards the back of the gate. Cloud9 finally finding some, again, breathing room on their defensive side.
And it's because they're putting themselves at the front of the site almost. They did a lot towards A in the beginning, sometimes grabbing the orb for Zeppa and Gecko, but were mainly pushed off by the Sova Dart. Here, Vanity's right there to fight him as they get onto yellow. They're not backing up into the site to play retake, and Energy was not ready for that. And this, I think, is the vibe Cloud9 needs to go with. Being there, ready to fight, confident in each other. And while Vanity and Oxy were kind of split in any
The
type
timeout
of trade,
makes a lot of
they
sense.
got their
It's,
1v1s in, and that's what
it's
counts.
an attack-sided map. I still think
Timeout coming in now for
NRG can have a pretty good game plan on
Yeah.
defense.
As Chet realizes a
But
few of
yeah,
these
I agree.
rounds
They need like
may be
7.
pretty easy
I
to
think they need
correct.
at least 7.
Yeah, you're really trying to calm it down here for Cloud9's side, because
Least
again,
one
they
more.
found some breathing room, stringing 2
You reckon
in a
an
row.
8?
And it really
I
looked
think
like
they would be
just like
fine with
Energy
7.
on
If
that
they lock
first
down
map
over
on their attack
towards
side of
B
Ascent.
on yellow, they just
Full
need a couple of
control
rounds on A.
of the driver's seat of where they wanted to take you know, the map in their favor, but now you're going to see here once we get back inside the game, they don't have too much of the economy. Despite getting 6 rounds in a row here on the first half for Energy, they want to try to potentially make and get some value out of this lower buy and out of these ults that they have available. They do have the null command and a pit to work with.
And just imagine where the game would be if there wasn't the otherworldly Som clutch that came in. C9 would have another round and maybe a little more momentum leading into the last few. So it would be more than these 2 we see right here, causing pressure for Energy to call the timeout. Maybe they can bring it to 6-6. Let's get this one started off here on round 11. Back to this A push though. Just mentioned this, and they will start to go for that Sova Hunter's Fury.
I think over towards A with the recon that clears everything.
Second orb in.
The orb, we got official.
Back to B for Energy.
Dogs. Hog.
No delay. Go down.
Okay, they're definitely going to use this, so the null command to push them back. You saw here Finesse just pick up the orb, goes for a plant, which will allow them to get the lockdown on top of the pit, so definitely out of
having
this
nightmares.
timeout, they want to use a lot. Thankfully for Cloud9,
Dude,
they have a crash.
dude, yeah.
That they could fight inside this pit with.
It's actually the Viper official
But
again.
where do we put the lockdown down, so that
How are we
raises that
here?
clock even more.
More delay. Watching the backside, Crashies has that covered so the team can just look into sight, and Victor's in a weird spot. He can do a lot of damage here.
And he does, though, indeed. Headshot into Vanity, turns around, head on a swivel, but couldn't find a connection on a second one. Rooney's going to be there for the swing. A 4
Oh,
versus
and
4.
after they're going to win this, they just got to spam the Viper. Aid is good, though.
Oh. Shot third onto Moose. Now alone,
Close.
sticking on to that defuse. Will he get it? At .43.
This is a close game with some of this stuff.
The pressure on these rounds. 1 at .13. 1 at .4. We can see exactly how tight they're getting. And the NRG timeout doesn't matter. Cloud9 find another gun round. They get the post plant. They get the defuse.
Did he just think that he'd won it?
That one was
Maybe.
a struggle, but it took Oxy going forward again. Being the Oxy we remember.
How close was the guy to him that was running at him?
And Rooney as well able to pick up some pivotal kills here in the last few rounds, but man, just the push through, the
gets the
confidence,
shock off now.
throwing energy off their
He only would have got one off.
Is Oxy himself.
What was the guy's HP defusing?
Right. Oh my god, just missed. Quick dodge, and he's going to be able to get out of that. Nicely done by Vanity, avoiding everything, delaying plant. This is Energy feeling comfortable at B, and they're going to pressure
26,
C9
wait,
for
really?
post plant again.
Oh my god. This is one of those games where everyone looks back at the VOD reviews like, well, you dismiss here, you ult here. You won these rounds. Everyone's got one.
Dismissing as he gets a kill onto Victor.
You kill this guy when he's been detained.
And now not
The
giving a chance
official.
for Energy to move up.
There's a good amount of them.
After that tap on the spike and the push through from Oxy, it seems that Energy for now are just going to try to hold back towards the green, potentially allowing Finesse to start activating this lurk and start pulling the rope away.
Dude, you thought I wasn't going to mention it?
Lurk
I haven't thought about anything else for the last 5 rounds.
How much does C9 bite? Like, 4 staying together here is obviously the strength that they could use to retake it. But they will allow Zeppa to kind of go over and see if they can get an audio cue on whether or not the plant will be at A. This rotation here, FNS is going to be to relay everything that goes across just about. Here's the rotation.
We want to give it up here for Cloud9. Big fight up towards middle. And that's a star player down for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Finesse activating that lurk, and now has an
came in
opportunity
a
to
little
push
bit
through
too
towards
late.
Boiler, but he's being followed by the alarm button. It
Hey,
does
they
not
got the
matter.
7.
Everybody's storming
I
through,
think
and
that might be
instantly
enough.
Cloud9 falls, and Energy will end the half.
Yeah, I really want to check how they're going to play over
And around
towards
C9 does not
B.
go aggressive. They don't meet
Like,
Energy
I want
at
to
the front
see
of
the
site.
one-way
Energy is allowed
smoke,
to use
some
everything,
here,
even
and
past
someone
the
else
line of
dueling here.
scrimmage on the map to rotate
wanna
back
see
and
this as
forth,
their
get the
main
info
setup.
they need, and bring that to a
It's meant to
7-5
be an
first
arrow.
half.
And look at these positions, how good Energy has been so far of working towards this B side, activating a dash every single time by Victor. And as he's just going to be the one beating out all the shots, it gives a chance for everybody else for Energy to just fight together. Always so good in terms of how they work as a unit and as a group. Icebox is looking like a bare knuckle fight, and a new battle will continue after
This
the
was
break.
an absolutely stacked half, by the way. What a stacked half this was. There was so much going on. If I ever got a mute, dude, my YouTube channel's gonna get annihilated, man. Everything I upload just gets copyright striked. Guy got a mute. What channel's gonna not survive another week at this rate? Watch that round again. I can't, man. Can't. I know Imi's replaying it in his head every 10 seconds.
I am here with Alexis FPS, Pro Valorant player for Shopify Rebellion. How are you?
I'm anxious.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I want to know, also aka known as Moose's girlfriend as well. So I gotta ask you, how are you feeling right now about Cloud9's performance so far?
Well, after split 1, I kind of expected them to just lose every first map because that's kind of what they did. So if they lose at map 1, it's okay. There's still 2 more. Yeah. I was a little nervous in the beginning of this half after that Viper round, but it seems that they brought it back a little bit.
Yeah, so what words of encouragement would you give the team in general, but specifically Moose?
He knows I believe in him. So I don't even have to say anything. He just knows that he's got to do his thing and be confident.
Yeah, I think, would you agree, is the girlfriend buff a real thing? Is that... All right, Oxy. But yeah, is the girlfriend buff a real thing?
I would say yeah, but Oxy doesn't have a girlfriend and he's farming right now, so.
Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't mean to. Hopefully, I'm not rubbing anything in anyone's face. I'm sorry, Oxy. I'm sorry. I don't want to take him out of the game right now. But final thoughts before we head into the second half.
Go Cloud9.
All right. Well, casters, take it away.
At least you know the vibes are still good here on the camp of Cloud9. Definitely a rough start on that first map of Ascent, but you've heard it. Just what Alexis was mentioning before. This is just a normal story, sticking to the script of what Cloud9 can bring here.
Another one, Raid Boss, 400, saving for the op once again.
That's coming out with a lot
they
of
are,
fire, trying to stay
they are on
alive
top
here
of
in
it.
Playoff contention.
Win condition, get the op on Victor. Well, that's what they're going for. I don't mean that the pistol isn't as important. Yes, it's always important.
It has to be the Oxy show right now.
Reduce it a little bit. Normally when you got these teams that base around the op itself,
they're going to try to make this one fast towards B.
lose the pistol, you kind of don't get it on your first buy round, you wait until like the 5th, 4th round.
But there's a lot of players from NRG right over here. Vanity scores the first blood. Seems like it was a good break by
looking
NRG
good for
from
the double
start. They knew
pistol.
this hit was happening, but the fights are still in favor of Cloud9. Now tap on that spike. Som is able to just weasel his way around this B site. Now the wingman's gonna drop. He's still trying to find these kills and just avoids everybody until Zeppa finally turns back and gets the headshot. And Crashy's no chance now. 1 versus 4. I mean, he's good in the clutches. This is maybe asking a little bit too much, as that now gives a great
double pistol
opportunity
on this
for
map,
Cloud9 with
2-2
Zeppa on the
overall.
plant and 3 kills for the pistol.
Huge there. You get the Gecko Thrash up. That's going to be great for site clear. But overall, Cloud9 switching how they're playing together on that round. We saw Vanity peeking. Zeppa was there to help the peak. They had cooperation on this push, and were even able to stave off that retake of people lurking back in by NRG. Really nice teamwork there by C9. I think that's what we've been looking for the whole time from them to come to fruition.
It's not bad.
A little bit of a fight here about to happen
against the eco.
Might
get a lot better.
Haymakers right
they
here
buy one.
Especially when Ethan has 2
sheriff
hot
into it.
flashes, but they'll probably have to wait for the first contact to happen before they want to try to go for these swings, and that's Victor first. Makes sense. He has a dash to work with. Could be the first contact. You hear the L drone coming out though towards that B side. Does get that ping. Oh, it seems like Oxy.
Look at Oxy, man. As soon as he saw that guy, he knew it was a setup.
Some pistol kills are coming through in favor of NRG. As the dash comes forward, and Oxy was just waiting with that
right. I mean, he did get a right click
One
off.
left to go. As Finesse has fallen. Crashies hears the footsteps of the rotate. At least towards green. What could he do here with the classic?
They're expecting him to jump out of the woodwork here. Fake plant just to take him. Gets a headshot on, but
Keep all the main guns into
little
it.
armor gone from Oxy there, so not too bad. 7-7 now as we get to our bonus round. See where the Guardian goes. Yes, they do get that drop down. Make sure it
My
goes to
main
Oxy.
thing that I want to
Feeling
look
good
at
on
is
those
how are they
single
handling
shots
over
right now,
towards.
just lasering people down. It is going to be the operator. We saw that right before the switch out for Victor on the defensive side. Let's see how C9 reacts to this once they figure it out. Good push. Oxy still kind of going off here. You can see just under Vanity at 9. So yeah,
they
it's
don't
Oxy's
fight too
playground
early.
game. We're getting exactly what
Double
we expected out of this
initiator. I guess they're
Reina
trying
right
to get
now,
util
and
out
it
of the
needs to
melee,
keep
though.
happening, Van Silly. Because I feel like Energy's
That
about
is
to
an
fight
incredible
back.
knife. That hits what, 4, maybe even all 5.
Nice shot coming out of Victor.
Wait, Zeppa hit a really nice shot. Wait, Zeppa just had an absolute round.
Is working on both ends. Op still available. Dash away. Finally grouped up now with Crashies as Victor going back. Looks like Cloud9 still wants to commit the fight towards this B site.
3v3 after that chaos. Great shots from Victor here to even it out.
Just trying to play contact. That's a nice lurk by Moose. Crashies is still on the top. Looking to go for the drop kill, and there's that first. Drops to the ground. He gets hurt and got the tank at least through the wall, but Vanity stays alive.
20 HP.
But still before he falls, there was Finesse that was able to at least make it a 1v1 as Vanity gets the wall bang.
Down to 7, tank to 13 HP bullet. Oi, oi, oi. Hold up. I tell you what, Zephyr did so good here. Killing the Viper, the one that's meant to delay all of this. That can't be happening from NRG. Can't have the Viper go down like this.
Tier 1, since these IGL brains had to figure out how to get through each other's defenses. So a cool round there. See Vanity come up with a low HP and play this spam through the wall. And there we go. Oxy's feeling it. That's going to hype up the team. That's going to hype up all of C9 here. Thrash is ready. You were mentioning Zephyr's focus on the alt orbs earlier, and they will head towards A. See if they can get that used here for an energy lower buy.
Cloud9 has the protocol here to deny orb. Given a chance here on the attack side to maybe
These
salvage
Fischl
one as well,
against
but
the
they just
eco.
want to make sure first.
Probably
There's
should.
not going to be an energy stack on the other side of this toxic screen.
Still 5 people here.
And they're just going to play it safe. That's a Thrash move out first. It will get info, especially with the recon dart pinging too. There's that first blood, the entry for Oxy. The wall bear cross towards the screen, but the support is there for Cloud9 towards the end.
The actual scaling was pretty good here. Everyone was together with these swings.
On the side of Cloud9, and once again, getting the bit.
I like it. Let's see this. It's kind of what we got out of our game yesterday when we were cast eventually. The duelist would go in, be a little bit of fodder in the situation, and you got everybody behind him picking up the kills.
Next buy rounds.
It was a full house.
We'll probably see a timeout, right? Unless they feel confident with their original
Not too bad.
plan.
3 for Vanity, 2 for Oxy. They're feeling good. They're going to start pulling up some more ultimates here. They can roll on that Viper's Pit as well as Oxy's Empress if they have to get a little crazy here. And he's going to be the first one here again in and
Still
out the
fighting
garage.
over
That
towards
dart goes over top.
aggro. Yeah, I don't
Not
really
gonna
like
take it to get away from the 0 points.
Not too
I
sure
want
it's going
him
to be a fast pivot now for
want him
Cloud9
to
though.
this.
All of them already grouped up towards the A side as soon as they found some aggression coming out here from NRG. A knife that came through from Ethan to find a little bit of that info.
Like the early alarm bot here though.
Towards the garage, and yeah, it's a quick temple.
And he gets over towards site here as well.
Cloud9 rather. A
Non-gifter, thank you so much. Who's Twitch name is that? Thank you so much for that. Get the gifted.
Actually, even a 2-4-0 as Ethan also comes towards the back of the site. Tap on that spike, but it gets denied by the utility. And just
Oh my god, okay. Shots, yeah, good flood over towards site here. Everyone was
A little bit
joining
of a
at the same
mistake
time.
there actually is what got Oxy killed. Throwing the Lear a little too deep. It did not cut off the angle of the guys on rafters there. So I think he'll throw that different. I don't think they stray away from this strat. But you could see a little bit to the left there.
That is the big shot that changed everything in my mind. And I can't believe he's hit it.
Really easy shots for NRG to clean up on that. Just quickly playing around
Timeout
as well.
is this.
What Oxy
C9
wants to
just
do
won.
is NRG knows that push towards screens is coming.
Dude, Amy is not
They're
messing around.
positioning themselves, like you said, for the buddy system to make sure they can take out that 1-star power player. Cloud9 with the
Maybe talking
timeout
about the
here.
Killjoy stuff over
Moving
towards
up to
A.
round 18, 9-8 though here on
Back
Cloud9.
to their fast flooding.
Looking a lot more comfortable. Kind of brushed off the rust from map 1, like Alexa said. It's map 1. I don't have to worry too much. It's all in the history books that they can lose that and still win.
And that was twice now for Cloud9 when they executed towards the A side. This time was read by NRG. When Oxy looks like he's moving alone here towards the left side of the screens, there's still initiator utility towards that back end to throw towards the right side towards Dice. And there's still players moving through. But after Oxy falls instantly, when NRG didn't play from a screens rotate, they played on the top of heaven. It made it a little bit easier for them to flood back right after, as they're the first 2 players that are playing contact for NRG were able to drop a couple of players to give
And
a
the
chance
timeout,
to the rest to rotate
this makes
over.
NRG
So
switch
this
up
timeout potentially
how they want to play Killjoy over
see
to
if
A's, now
they
over
wanna
towards B.
maybe scale
Or the
differently
switch to
towards
the
the A
more
side, but
traditional
instead,
double blockers
it's
on
an
B.
operator out in the hands of Vanity, as is Viper.
And around they have Pit. No Phantoms either. All right, they're looking to go loud on this round. Let's push up. Ethan's going to grab the alt door.
Aggro. Real aggro. They close drone so they can follow it up. Wait, this is really nice. They see the drone though, so they probably, yeah, probably on top of that is Vanity has him off on it. Anyone pick up the op? Who's good? He's low.
When you talked about the ore picked
Yeah,
up
he
by
does.
Ethan, that's the null
This is what I wanted to see. Some play here, no one here to shoot the recon for him though. Oh my.
Free-fire shot. Yeah. Oxy runs into it, gets gooped by the dizzy.
Ah, that's insane.
Spike has now fallen and moves
Yeah,
west.
how's he so good at this pause?
Look at
He
everybody back up.
pre-fired
They're
him.
like, oh,
He got hit by the
wait.
recon twice.
NRG is just holding the angles now, knowing the spike is down out in the open. And C9 has to go find it. Just in front. An easy grab here, but the fake plant is what I think C9's hoping to get a shot off of.
The jiggle by Ethan. Off shot does not connect, and too far.
All right.
Is Moose. Actually looks like Finesse has slipped through towards the alarm bot. He does get that kill. Rooney is out alone.
Oh, nice shock
By
dart, though.
shock darts coming out from the snowman.
Okay, I mean, shout out
Now
to
the
Som.
timeout.
Went above
No
and beyond,
saving
man.
grace for Cloud9. NRG will get the defuse and tie up the game.
And deliver an operator over to the side, or C9 will deliver that operator to NRG.
You failed.
And like you said, just getting around that alarm bot, the timing for the pressure is.
Can't shoot the recon. I think they did the recon anyway. It's the one that you can't shoot unless you're like here.
And see what is
the old
making
BBL
this
one.
game
It's
go
kind of
either way,
behind
those
the
little things.
whatever the hell this is, a crane.
The final moments of a round.
Bottom of the
so
crane.
this does go to Victor for the operator as we rewatch your Som. Just ridiculous play here around yellow. It's like he
Maybe
jumped
they
and tried to
timed
shake off
the
Dizzy, but
peak a
keeping
little bit
himself
bad
alive
with
from
the
any
flash.
spray. If
Could
it
have
were
been
to come
better.
around the corner, it all works out in the end. All right, let's see what they have for round 19. Cloud9 just getting the round taken away from them, so money reset still allows them to buy a bit.
Cloud9 seems to consistently get
looking
hit
at the
by
money
KO9
here.
thrown
Rooney
by
one
Ethan
away
at the
from his
beginning of
ult.
these rounds.
NRG
Maybe
can
it's
buy if they lose
intentional
this.
So they could try to fake this Owl drone.
FNS
see
might
and
struggle a little bit
want to think
money-wise,
that they
but
want to commit to
be
fight
okay
back
because
towards
of
B.
knives.
But again, because you are playing so far back here on the A side and your initiator is not really there, you have to scale back to play the contact. And there's
Look
the
at the
alarm
core
bot
right
out
now.
in front from Finesse. And look at the instant rotate that happened. I mean, this
Everyone's
has been a perfect
here.
read from the IGL so far of NRG.
Victor
Allowing out Victor to
banks
get
the
the first
molly
blood
and what a
with
shot.
The operator, and Ethan continuing to add kills after kills as this KO. Not given a chance now for Cloud9 to walk across the Viper wall.
Wait, what?
He's like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, did he literally just get hit by a
And
knife?
Moose also got picked off at the same time. No value that he was able to get with that Dinosaur because he got the, I guess, hit by the KO knife.
Yeah. Just for a moment. And now it is the push in.
30
It
seconds
seems
left.
like the C9 always have to gain this spot here. If it's not Oxy doing it, it's just too tough for the rest
There's
of
a
the
world
team to
where
file in and get these
this
frags.
becomes a massive nightmare
Beautiful
for
job by
C9.
Victor on this one with the
This is a
operator
hard
too.
round for C9
You
at
can
the moment.
see how
9-10.
NRG on this
They got an
protocol
eco.
and kind of how they're just
It's a
throwing
low
Mosh
buy
or
that's
Lear
like
for the
kind of
round.
good,
NRG can play
but
through it.
it's
Victor
not
walked
great.
out on the Mosh,
But they have a
knowing
lot
that
of big
C9 felt
ults.
safe.
If they
Oh,
all in
I'll
on
take a
this
shot
round
then.
without
reading the play,
like with
boom,
the
get
guns
out.
that aren't
These
the
simple
best,
spots they can take an
they
advantage.
can really mess this up.
Where C9 is feeling comfortable and they're just uprooted from that position.
Rotated early. They had
Really stellar
NRG
play
had such a
here
good
by
read on
NRG,
this.
bring it back
There's
to
4
favor.
people on site.
Now 3 in a row, it switches that
4 people on
fast.
site with Killjoy utility. It had
all
wall
on
and
both
double
sides,
molly. And early alarm
All
bot.
towards A. This death ball.
Almost
We'll
looks
see if
like
it gets deterred.
definitely a tempo, and the scaling that you have is just to avoid potentially an op standing up here on the top of generator. And
Early
really confirms that
drone.
there's nobody there. And now you will use these
There's one of the
ultimates
ults
on
that
the
I was
attack
talking
side
about.
of Cloud9 with the low buy that you have
This
to
is
try
it,
to
man.
commit here. To fight towards the A side.
Time
There's that
break.
Hunter's Fury that's going to
Oh,
cancel
we use
that.
everything to break this. How on
At least they'll break it with
earth?
Mosh.
How on earth did I nearly
Gotta be
survive?
towards the center of the mosh. It's not an easy shot. Great throw though on that lineup, and now they're going to be in sight on
To
that
try and get a plant. Well, there's one.
Can they get the plant though?
Got
We'll have to see. I mean, the first wave of util was already canceled, but
Viper ult as well.
backs up, gets off by Victor.
Like, this is
Another
exactly what I was
opportunity
talking
potentially
about.
to pick up the spike and try to plant
This
again.
is the all-in on the
Another
low
attempt,
buy.
a third ult coming down, this time with the Viper's Pit.
Spike planted.
Use it all.
NRG
The kitchen sink is coming in just a few seconds too.
loving this right
Storm
now.
activated by Victor. 2 players on the top of the A tower, trying to drop down for a death ball inside the pit. First contact here towards the pipes. Moose wins it
Yeah,
against Som.
chat that looks different on his screen, that's why I didn't
Gliding towards here
shoot.
is Victor.
Blind
And
side.
Moose gets picked off by Ethan instead. Only 2 players left alive for Cloud9 inside of this pit. Both of them play towards the back of the dice, and Oxy's able to get a couple of kills.
Vanity.
1-1. Once again, the IGL's going
Holy, they survived, man. They actually survived. 4 HP as well. That's what it came down to.
These moments, the operators
Use
grab
all of their
and we're
ults
at
into the low buy.
10 now. We even
Yeah,
again,
they're basically all in.
And this time we get an op back out of the side of NRG.
Yeah, they all
So it
in
is
and they
gonna be
just
up to
survived.
these long rifles to start the round off, get that first blood, possibly. As we get here into round 21. Let's rewatch this though. What a take. You saw so much low HP or just a few bullet like shoulder tags was taking him down. C9 doing
Is that
a great
literally
job.
a
It
client
looked scary
difference?
that they were
Yeah, I mean
hiding in
the
same
Viper
spot.
Wall and
They
the
were in
Viper
back of
Wall
the
just
pit,
like
though, trying to drain
goes
Energy's
different.
health
So
bars
maybe
as
this guy
much
saw
as
him and
possible, just
like
to
he
get
might
the
have seen
biggest
the
advantage
lowest
they
peak
could.
and the other guy, in
Another
terms of Som, might
opportunity
have
to
seen
fight
it his
here
highest
early
peak.
for Victor at B.
A little bit unlucky.
It's both operas just missing themselves every time. The jiggle coming out from Vanity. Up shot missed. Victor runs away, and that's also the dash depleted. C9 wants a tempo towards B. Snake bite to push once again. Any type of re-peak that could come through from the up of Victor.
Got the orb one way going
Flash
up
swing.
and down.
Pop flash for a triple swing.
What a shot. What a couple of shots.
2 players left alive, and look at them
Yeah,
instantly go towards the
still
A site.
hate how they're trying to play B at the moment. They're like trying to duel this, but just make this a choke point. They have no one to close gap here.
Towards yellow.
Why do they give them all the jewels?
This could be 2 rounds for Cloud9.
I get that they're trying to like flash peek together.
Get a super low buy here with some hero rifles
I
that
don't think it
Energy
needs to
can
happen.
get themselves into a decent position, but after winning those previous rounds, they're getting 1900 on the current credits. So
Wait, do they?
Moose going
Oh,
home
they actually
to
need to
try
save these.
and take those guns away from Energy, and it could
Do full
easily
loss
mean a
bonus.
second map at this point if they can drop everything right now, or a third map, I should say.
That helps.
Finesse definitely was happy that those pipes are thick.
C9 don't have
No
a crazy
opportunities
amount of
for
money.
Moose to get a full kill, rather.
Yeah.
As he got a dink. But you definitely do see Cloud9 hunting through. Finesse stays alive for now. So trying to close that gap. There's Crashes that
Oh, they
loses
take
his.
them
And you
both
talked about
down.
those rear rifles.
Yeah,
It's not
3K,
coming into this round.
3-1, 2-7.
Very,
Bye-bye.
very big kills there from Cloud9. Vanity and team knew exactly what they had to do. Fully coast to coast on the map to look for those
that's
kills
unlucky as
no
well.
matter what. Due to the economy here. And you'll
He didn't
see the
get flash
pressure
from
that
it.
puts onto NRG here as we get into the next round, round 22. Actually, already it's going to be a timeout to see how they can save the situation that they're in here and make sure this next round doesn't
animation was
give
still closing.
Cloud9 too much
Viper
momentum.
smoke was still up.
Crazy stuff in this second game, especially what Cloud9 has been able to kind of push out of their mind from game 1 and then bring out this second performance.
And right now off this timeout, I mean, the conditioning you've currently seen from Cloud9 on the attack side is
Flash, yeah, most
the
people high
consistent
flash there.
amount of players at the beginning.
But I mean, the
barriers come
timing
up
was just
towards
off with the
this B
Viper
side.
smoke anyway.
Potentially one player towards A, but not too much happening towards the middle. I think if I'm not mistaken, they were just leaving like kind of Moose with the turret to watch towards the mid, and that's probably an opportunity that Energy could capitalize on, especially if we're looking to see what buy they could bring here going into this round number 22. So far, committing into the Guardians, it would look like there was going to be 2, but only 1 left now purchased for Som. Will they try to go for at least
Real
that
low
mid
buy.
control? It
Yeah, they
was
can't get
looking
too
to
much
be
into
that
this
at the
one.
beginning, but they're gonna
FNS is
play
saving enough money to buy
more passive.
Victor and Op, something that we know they think is their
start.
big win condition.
Oxy 2 away from that 30 bomb. Just below him is Vanity at 17, but just remember the kills, the impact frags and clutches Vanity has had too. Everybody's participating here for C9 to get this to a third map. And coming out of this timeout, Energy has stacked the A site. Quick thrash towards B. And as Energy move, we obviously will see the full retake here. But the question is, how many guns can they drop on the side of C9?
How many of
really?
them do they get close before the spike goes?
And if anything for Cloud9, though, going against this lower buy of Energy, if they're able to get a plant, get the round, even if they lose weapons, the economy should still be pretty decent.
Yeah.
But definitely the objective is here for Energy, not only to win a round, but if they lose it, to make sure that these purchases are going to be expensive. It's not looking too good
It's a
to start,
shame.
though.
Could have gone all the way.
Victor
Might
long range with the
have.
Sheriff. Spike yet to get planted so far, though.
What
as we
is
do
going
have
on?
Oxy that pushed all the way up towards Snowman. Now
Dude,
finally,
I
the
know
commitment
this
for
is
the
a
plant.
sideshow.
This time, in the hands of Sepa, he spikes it down. Arcee
But
covering his
imagine
teammates
imagine
as
there
they
being
fall
an
back towards
absolute
main.
banger game on.
Not
Sideshow's
making it
talking
easy here
about
for Som and Finesse
they're in
once again. Streamer duo to work together.
putting juice on your face from an
Now
apple to
broken.
get wasps to chase.
I was gonna say, if
Bro,
FNS is still
Sideshow's
competing,
not
so is
alright,
he.
man. What's going on,
For
dude?
this round, Oxy with 4, Van Silly.
We've got an
literal
absolute
carry
banger game
in
going
this
on. This guy's
game.
thinking about
Cloud9 is
wasps.
supporting with all of the util, getting Oxy the space to open up as much as he can in these fights. And even to a point where Vanity is the one holding the operator for Oxy's Reyna in these rounds. So he's got that rifle over his shoulder even on these takes. They know they have a third map on the horizon. Playing like this. If they can solidify just another round. There's the 32 bomb, by the way.
Crazy.
Victor pulls
Okay,
out the
2
op
chances.
again.
Get out of my
Last round
chat,
here
you
with
lot.
Xenon on game point.
And there's that mid control.
Go back to your apple juice talk, whatever you lot talking about, man.
Towards B. A side is fully open.
You
for
weirdos.
NRG. Potentially just banking on crashes with the Hunter Sphere at the beginning, but after the first nanoswarms gets broken by Moose, throwing it on top of the boiler, we're going back to standard positions. You definitely see here from the economy.
Yeah,
for
you're
Cloud9,
just talking
they're
stream
good
with
to buy
Valorant in the
all
background.
the way towards the last
Going
round
on?
of regulation. Should they need to go into the last round of regulation?
Push out. Cloud9 actually splitting the forces here for one of the first times in the map.
Aldron hits him, dismisses forward, tries to find Som inside the pit. Som is walking forward. Hunter's Fury is coming out as well to try to get some ping towards that B side. But look at that with a pick coming through.
Hey,
the
someone's
rotated
gonna kill this
cross
guy.
towards the A side.
Someone's gonna take down the raid boss.
That's right there. There's that
Whoa.
first, but could not get the second.
That felt like the longest spray off ever. That spike. Oxy's kind of on top of Som's movement here,
Looking
right?
for Som. But you definitely do see NRG now taking full control of the map, especially with the spike. There goes Moose. Rotating back, retreating back towards the T-spawn to be able to get that kill.
Oh, that's my bad.
And now he's left alone. His teammates trying to find those lurks, trying to cut those rotates.
No time, it's not
Both of them
doable this time.
losing the fight. With 14 seconds
Ethan would
left,
have to
now
mess
committed
up.
towards A.
Oh.
Alarmbot knows that Ethan's close.
10 seconds left.
And Moose is gonna stick this one. An opportunity for him to set up now. And a chance to move around. Tuxed, there's that drop. And there's
What? Wait, he played that insanely well. I mean, I kind of the Savage Curse, man, really.
And this one's gonna bring us
Bit
to a
unfortunate
third
for Ethan
map.
that I had to say that,
What a
I guess.
game from C9, specifically a hell of a game from Oxy coming out
Sometimes you
here.
just gotta-
We asked for the Super Saiyan.
gotta say what's
and
on
while
my
it looked
mind.
like he was in a bit of pain during that interview in the beginning. I don't know, maybe
Dude,
that
what
was
did
just
Oxy end on?
his getting ready for the game,
33?
that war cry,
32?
because he came out 33 and 17 this game. Absolutely incredible, bringing out the reign of Cloud9 on Icebox.
got a Sensu beat and popped off. And hopefully he'll continue to pop off now as the series will not get decided on Sunset after this break.
Well, at least they don't have to at least they don't have to remember that round. We can just look back and laugh at that round. It's all good. The downfall of your whole year coming down to not being able to find a Viper after getting stung by the fish. You'd have nightmares, man. The whole off season. Okay, let me spam some ads and upload this VOD. Lord Buckethead 67, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 9 months. Mute stream? No, we're fine, It's just VOD. It's fine.
Step into the ring.
Good.
Step into the ring.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat.
Step into the ring.
Just start.
Step into the ring. onto half as his whole body sticking this one. What do they have to push this one off? It's only bullets flying forwards and away, but still half gain. Som sticking in, nothing to deny. The charge against him. Gecko with the defuse. Look at that wingman already getting the half on line. C9.
And we're going to map 3, and here we go. Okay, we got a big zoom in there. I wasn't ready for that one.
Chowing down.
Yeah, right, chowing down on that potassium. Of course, C9 manages to pick up the dub on Icebox, a big win that they needed in order to keep themselves in the running for a spot in the playoffs here. Let's not forget what's on the line. NRG, though, need this win to stay alive, but in their way was, well, Oxy. He went off that game. That kid was on fire. Finally, right? That's what we wanted to see.
This guy just had the most dominant performance we have seen here in Stage 2. I mean, just lights out on this Reyna. Starting out on defense, this guy got 20 kills in the first 12 rounds of the game. Went on to have 33 in total. But his Reyna was the reason they were getting these rounds.
Yeah, this was an all-timer performance for Oxy, and I mean, their attacking side in particular on this map, they've been struggling there a lot, but they've been great on it on Icebox. The way they're hitting A, scaling around Oxy has been excellent, and I mean, just giving Oxy a character where he has full agency to go take his one, find his opportunity to overheat into these rounds without big implications, just powers this guy up. And you can see the result.
Pray for those results.
Finally, we see some energy. We see the Oxy that we know have that fire into him. And like, look at that. That's
wow, what a massive difference from that Stage 1 to Stage 2. But good to see him really step up here against NRG and
That's the thing, right? Because the team had talked about playing less around him. He had not been performing at the level when he was dominating back during Stage 1, and then comes in with an unreal Icebox performance.
And I want to give credit to the rest of Cloud9 too. I mean, Moose winning that pivotal clutch at the very end to close things out. I think they played a much tighter game, had really good trading and scaling off the space that Oxy was taking throughout that map, and also showing some super good mental resiliency to stay in that game, especially after that Som round, right?
Especially after that was crazy. That was such an insane round that we were just watching. We were like, how?
And that came after the defuse, I believe, as well. Didn't use the dismiss and didn't get the defuse.
It was insane. Back-to-back round losses like that. But another person I want to shout out is Vanity on that defensive side. He was great, supporting Oxy as well. He was up there, man. He had like 20 of his own.
Yeah, no, I think he was really solid, and honestly, like, finding ways to, like, call in such a crazy game. I cannot stress this enough. This was one of the craziest games of Valorant I have ever watched. Whether it was that insane 3K while the spike is being diffused, to at the end of the game, right? The final round, the spike is in spawn, C9 are in defender spawn.
3 guys in different parts of the map.
Each other. You rewind 2 rounds before that, it's 10-10, and NRG are going for this refight in B main over on yellow, and their flash gets blocked by the orb, a known interaction. But it is just ridiculous how many of these micro things altered the course of the game that genuinely could have gone either way.
And that's huge for NRG, because this is their game to stay alive. If they had 2-0'd here against Cloud9, they would have stayed in the running for playoffs. They would have set themselves up for success. That map differential would have been different, but all these little things now have kept Cloud9 in it, and now they have a great chance to clinch playoffs in map 3.
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, another thing, too, that we were really, hammering C9 on was that attack, and we definitely saw that improvement there. It felt like they watched our desk and then was like, all right, we're going to do everything that they said.
That is not what they did, Golden.
I like to think people care about the things we say here.
No one cares.
This is factual.
Okay.
Aww,
keep collecting your paycheck. Anyways, no. Honestly, though, like, and I will. Icebox was not my concern, because, like, the attack thing, yes, they sorted things out on this map, but I still need to see a good attack from them on Sunset, because when you look at their last 2 series, their Icebox against G2, I believe, went very similarly to this, where they won 9 out of 12 of their attacking rounds. That has been the only map they have figured out, and we still need to see that carry over into a map 3 if they're going to win and lock themselves into playoffs.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think a big key factor of why they have success on this Icebox is that, Oxy has less of a leash, and like he's actually getting supported in the right ways, because when it comes down to Icebox, you think of site hits, site exec utility, and then you play a post plant. Now, when we're actually enabling Oxy to can
What
get
on
onto the
earth?
site,
What
and
on
he's
earth to
able
see
get
9
on
play in
there,
this chat?
he'll dominate. And that's what
With
we
the
saw right
noise.
now. So if they can replicate some type of success like that on Sunset, where maybe he doesn't die right away when he's entering into the actual site, he can own.
So we haven't seen Cloud9
NRG looked pretty good
play
on this when I
Sunset
watched the CERN game.
Since the start of Stage 2, since
You think we'll see Neon?
that have come through. And honestly, I think there's a world where we do. Oxy, I love when they're playing these comps where they put a lot into him. I think he's a great movement player. His best role has always been the Raze. I feel like it makes a lot of sense, but we get the spoiler
Raze,
there.
Cypher, Viper, Omen, Sky.
A little bit of a spoiler there, brother.
They play at Sky.
Yeah, well, we're going to get Victor on the Neon, though, for NRG, so we're going to see that come back into play here.
This has been my favorite map to watch from this new NRG. I think Finesse's attack side calling is great. I love the set plays around
Does
the
look like one of their better maps.
And we'll see what we
There's
get.
a world where they
from-
might have got
Oh,
2
whoa.
maps.
Double smoke comp
What
here.
is it?
That
Sorry,
is
there's a world where they might have got their
so
best
honestly,
maps.
I expect this team on defense,
Sen and
especially attack
Sunset.
2, to be taking a lot of space into mid because you have extra smokes to be able to burn on that. That is wild. They're looking to fight a lot with the Glove Tank.
Well, you heard our analysts. Let's see how this plays out. It's now time to start map 3.
There's
We're
a
going to
lot
send
of
it back
one-ways.
to your casters one last time. Vansili and Rivington.
Thank you, GB. Tiebreaker map now on Sunset, and Cloud9 are pulling out all stops. A
Omen,
Clove in their
Sky, Raze,
composition. And
Cypher.
Mimi mentioned it. They haven't played this since the beginning of stage 2,
I'm a
rather.
one-way A.
Maybe going with this double controller is a way to add
Gambles,
back into
Sag. Dude,
NRG's
there's
play
some-
style. And I do agree with what
This has
Ender was saying here,
potential.
Riv. There's a possibility because you have all of these controllers, double controller.
This
lots of
definitely has
smokes,
some
you can go for
potential.
mid-control,
One ways are
but
really
they
strong
are
on this
still
map.
lacking a
I
lot
think
of
that when everyone's kind of doing this
fight.
whole
Yeah. Potentially you
fight
have here
one
from a
site,
breacher from a
retake
Neon.
the other
So
site,
kind of
if
intrigued to see how
you use
C9's gonna work the
Clove
defensive side.
as that anchor and maybe
could
gave
suffer,
them
but I
some
feel
like
they're
Cypher
stalled, like understand and all the smokes,
Could be
they
a
can just
thing.
keep
We'll see.
re-upping the
C9
smoke,
start on defense,
causing
and then
NRG to
NRG on
use util
attack,
to
yeah.
get into these positions a little bit more than they would
No
want
raid
to
boss for this one.
before they get to the site. And we'll see that already 2 smokes, 1 towards mid from that attack.
Yeah,
side
and I
of
imagine
NRG,
this is just a
and the
palmer
way
one
for
way
long
for
here.
pretty much the whole game.
Looking to aftershock out the trips as they slide on into B for a first round hit here.
And that's where the combination and the
I
composition
like
of NRG
NRG's
is
comp.
too good now for these
I'm a
B-side
fan of
hits.
this comp on
Aftershock
this map. I
breaking
think the
trips, or it could
overwhelm
just be a
is
prowler.
so
There's
strong.
a lot of utility you could use.
I think the
Now a pop
fade,
flash, and they're trying to push
breach,
back towards the
neon
spawn. Unfortunately, it does
is
not
a
connect for the pain shells that were thrown,
disgusting
but it's a
combo.
1-for-1 at least for now. 4-on-4, a flood back from Boba. Right-click classes from Vanity down to 2.
Wow,
Knockdown
Vanity
on the
got
third.
3.
Finesse now trying to stay alive, half HP. Up in contact, 2
He killed the guy
out.
B main as well.
Cloud9 get the pistol.
A pistol for Cloud9 to start it off. Usually the
We
second
are
half has
at
been where
3-2 for
they've been finding
pistols.
that
We haven't had a
success,
map
but here,
yet where we've gone 1-1
very
for
big from
pistols. It's
Vanity
been
once
2-0
again
into
to come up
2-0.
with a lot of kills. Team swarms perfectly on that, and a good reaction too, leaving the site open after the trips went down immediately.
I mean, show me the main man. Nice, nice.
Right, so they go for the
Nice,
retake
man.
against
He
that, and
melted
it's
him.
the right choice. I feel like C9 might have trouble as it comes to with the breach, with the fade. I'm really interested to see how they're going to play around all this util NRG attacks the site with. Right now, it's to be on the front lines and push out of B with all these pings behind them. Let's see what
With the
NRG
plant,
has
they can buy a
planned.
little bit more into it in terms of NRG. We are so heavy committed with this gun. Vanity, please get out of
They're
there.
at the Victor being chased down. GB's away, but Crashies is chasing
Yeah,
it
at
down.
least they can't get the
Ruby
gun
then
yet.
answers back towards the middle. No opportunities to split for NRG. And no
Oh,
opportunities
they
yet
walk
to get
out,
the
they
plant
get the
down.
gun,
Weapon
that's what I
upgrade
was
at
worried
least,
about.
As Moose is hiding inside this smoke. It's up to Ethan and Som. The upgrade was a Bulldog, so they do have firepower. Moose about to get backstabbed. That's another weapon down here for Ethan
6
to pick
HP
up after
should
the
be
plant.
okay because of that. They're
And
very
Sen now
fast
too
in B
far out
main.
of reach. They need to fight together.
Oh yeah,
The
they had the
backstab
reload.
coming out.
Nice
Beautiful
easy
pop
timing.
flash outside of the close smoke. And that is
Okay.
going to be Cloud9 in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Playing and converting
I was a
the
bit worried.
anti-eco.
I was a bit
Really
worried about
nicely
like it.
played.
Also,
You
it
see
looks like we're
Som
just going to be
holding
seeing
6
double
bullets to that
one-ways the whole
Bulldog,
time
kind of
over towards
hesitating,
A main,
waiting
B main, and
to
just
get the
fight
reload
really
on,
early,
and
make
that's
sure they can kind of
exactly
use all their
when you
util.
heard the pop flash out of the smoke. You
And
were
I think
calling
when you're
there.
playing against a
Nicely
breach, you're playing
played
against
as NRG tried to
Viper,
find a window of recuperation
Fade.
on
It's
that
definitely
post-plant.
doable.
The C9 grab 2. Losing a few members
Rid of
though.
the Prowlers, get rid of the
See
flashes.
if they keep these weapons down on Vanity and Moose here so they can get some rifles for the bonus round. It looks like they will. So those two classics are going to be buys for Moose and Vanity next round, as we have NRG's bonus coming out here. Oh, you get a stinger on Moose.
Yeah, NRG's buy around. Looking for that mid control. And right now for Cloud9 with Remember, the amount of smokes that Ender was talking about, it's not the plan yet here to fight back against that. Just a camera play to look for a trap play towards the long A. So a gamble. That NRG, we're going to try to pivot towards the A site to probe the area to see how C9
Yeah,
works
they
on
had,
the defensive side.
they had a nice trap play with the
NRG goes in
camera,
for a
some
split
kind
to
of
B.
medal naze combo,
That's
something
a nice
like this.
holding market.
Flash probably.
Along with Sam is gonna be
Instant
very
reaction
tough
to
for
this is
C9
dog
to
down
make it
middle,
across
clear
that
all the
area.
middle. And Vanity
Looks
is
like
going
they'll go full
fast behind
spawn.
B
It's
minx.
just
They
gonna be
imagine
Vanity
right now that
trying to
everyone's
get the
stacked over
kills
towards
on
B main
the
playing
last
off the plant.
That's a flash that's going to fully blind one. Cage comes up. Finesse is trying to
They
keep the
did-
players
they
alive.
handled this pretty well.
That's a 1-for-1. Oxy
They handled
tries
this really
by
well.
with the Spectre to drop both players inside market. Ethan realizing that he has to push
Yeah,
back
dude,
towards
they're
the
even
spawn,
putting the
able
smoke
to get
into
the
it.
headshot onto Rooney. There's a late backstab happening through, but Vanity's
They're
very
so
slow
confident
on
there's
this.
so many people over
All
towards
the
B
players
main.
committed for energy inside this A side. There's
Yeah,
the
they
first
have
walkout.
no
Nobody's cleared
idea
it.
they're fighting
Both of them
site.
drop it. No opportunities then for Vanity to get the defuse. He's looking for exits. And as he hears the players retreat out, the second smoke comes up. It looks like Rooney didn't want to give a
Bonus
chance
though,
here for Vanity getting
I was like,
double gun rebuy, double armor rebuy.
What are you doing? Maybe he thought he was going to try to continuously run through the smoke and give him some entrance cover.
They actually handled
But
this really well. I think the
just
Sky
denial
Util was
cover
very
there
nice.
as we see
Insta
it.
dog over
So a
towards
few kills
middle,
for Oxy. We are
market
getting the
flash to
Rays
get
all
info, then
online.
flash to
That
pop
is
through
gonna
the
be a knock
smoke.
for NRG to Cloud9's
Shout out to
first
NRG
few
for
rounds.
changing up
Bonuses grabs.
maybe.
We'll get those
I guess when they
full
played
gun rounds
Sentinels, they
coming in here.
played off
Rooney's
spawn over
ultimate
towards
is up
B a
too,
lot.
so we'll
So
see
they
how
decided
try
first round over
use
towards B,
that
they
if
fight
have a
site.
protocol around
And
it
now
once
if
the
they
site
want
hit
to, they
comes
might
in.
have conditioned them
And
to use more
our
Util on site, and then they
pressure
play
over
like
towards
deeper
A
B
here
main.
for NRG in round 4.
It's fast. The paranoia is pushing Oxy away. As you see Victor just hightailing inside the elbow. Slide through, counter flash. Half blind is Victor. And fast lanes up and looks to retreat.
NRG are going to have a very rough time at A. First of all, they got to get through this one way. Then they got to get through this one way.
Actually committed on both sides of the wall here of the A site.
That was fast. I mean, look at Zeppa. He doesn't even have util left. Just to heal. So again, NRG slow it down. One of FNS's favorite things. Give me time in this round.
Palma smoke.
They're just waiting for C9 to get these little peaks.
Vanity could get involved with the smoke as well. It's just the fact that he's holding this angle.
Anything that's behind them, all they have to do is look forward.
They found my wire.
They don't want to overcommit here on these jiggle peaks. But as the Prowler does so, forces the hand, but Rooney's not done yet. Comes back out, here's a fight towards the A side. Oxy drops two, but Finesse is pushing forward. They pinch in towards the A side, the hat comes out to get information of the last two, but unfortunately here, Moose falls. And Vanity full kit, but up against 3 players, and Ethan with the Rolling Thunder inside the site, if needed be. Jump spot now. They know that Vanity's on top of the dumpster.
I didn't like how C9 played this.
Crashy is just waiting here for
It's the
a
whole
second
point of
contact
all
to
of
come
their
through.
smokes to
You
not
already see the
just
camera
be
towards the elbow as
impossible to
well.
get through over towards
That's Finesse
site.
watching
Why
towards
did
the
they send
entrance of
it?
the A site. So everything
Get the Clove,
in
use
favor
their last
of
smoke over
NRG for
towards
that round.
side.
For this round, rather, in the pulse plan, and Vanity is
Just
going
fall
to
back home and can one-way this.
Yeah, just patience from NRG. I think Cloud9 there, maybe a little miscommunication across the map. We saw as soon as Vanity destroyed that trip over at B main, they pushed down that pawn shop side towards dumpster of A, trying to get info on both sides of the extremities. You almost know once Vanity takes that trip, their market or towards A. So they walked right into NRG as if the communication was not there, that Vanity didn't see anything.
NRG did a good
I think
job
that's
to
gonna
cut
be a miss
sound.
for C9 and why NRG is just able to
But after
collapse
watching
on
back, I'm
these.
pretty
Great
sure they
attempt
did.
from Oxy in the site. You can only
How
do so
did he
much
get the second kill, by the way?
you're getting doubled up by
Even
teammates.
with a mess up
Man,
over towards
Finesse
side,
just
they still managed to win this round.
continues to pop off in these situations when he's presented with a possible multi-kill.
Okay, with those 2 rounds
there's 2 more
being
in favor of
really
NRG.
clean
Rolling
from
Thunder's
NRG,
up
the
after
money's
this.
really
Victor's
good. We've
one
got
off
1
ult.
person, 2 people
Sam's
that
gonna
can't
be there
buy
soon
next.
too. They should
We've
be
got
able to roll
double
this
drops,
over
they'll be
pretty
fine.
easily into another
C9
round
have to eco if
with
they...
low buy also of C9.
Looks like it was
they low
something
buy
similar
this,
here
okay.
to like a B split type
C9
of hit.
buy next.
Camera could spot B main. They have the showstopper that's close. Paranoia could push forward and allowing C9 to really fight against an energy push towards the B site. But the read is good and the call is good for Finesse to have the attack side pivot more towards A at the beginning.
NRG, disrespect the one way over towards A. They get over towards side. They cut sound again.
So he's collapsed with the utility and try to be ready for this hit.
Oh, misses the satchel, but does not miss the rocket onto
He did
Crashies.
so much
That's
damage.
initiation down, but there's still a Rolling Thunder available for Ethan. Want to try to re-hit the site. Overdrive now available on top of that with Victor. And no smokes are going to be a little bit pesky here.
Vanity Omen flash. It's going to be big.
Blocking the vision for NRG to try to come in. There's our rolling
Great Omen flash hit both.
And the
What a flash,
Victor
man.
right away.
Wait.
Through smokes, we get kills. That's Oxy and Vanity to fall. Traded right back. But health advantage and make that even a
What is the timing on that?
catching Ethan off guard.
These guys are too low
Long
HP.
range
It's a
with the
done run.
Guardian. Som is left alone. And you hear now
Shout out to
Rudy getting
Vanity,
the
man.
last pick. Cloud9.
This looks horrible to play against.
Zappo with a frenzy there.
I wouldn't be surprised if NRG call a timeout soon.
Honestly.
They gotta take more middle.
Good in that close
They gotta just make them use more smokes, I think, because only a control waiting to bust is not going to be enough at the moment.
I think it was really good of Cloud9 to do a little less peeking out with their bodies and a little more util peek. They had the showstopper there. They start peeking out of smokes after util, and yeah, it's a lot
Omar
harder for
Vega
NRG to
with
collapse
the
down
5
onto the
months.
site
Thank you
there.
so much.
Great util, especially using the Rolling Thunder and not being able to come up with that win.
I think that's hard to
Cloud9's
disagree
loving
with,
it. They are
to be honest.
enjoying
Pretty
everything
accurate.
about this right now, especially if they can keep the momentum going. We're going to see NRG.
Oxy is a beast.
One of their first or second
shot.
moves towards mid
Vanity
here.
right now?
Paranoia trying to play it close.
Ooh.
Will be able to manage to get the kill on the
Vanity
crashies,
right
but
now.
Som jumps right back.
He's fragging out heavy.
Victor trips one up towards the B site, but nobody is going to be able to spray him down. So those two players staying alive. Well, actually, all three are in group for NRG. Back towards the news. And C9, they have camera watching front B site. They got a dog watching now, spotting the
And
players
Oxy just
towards
wins
news.
this with the
And
push.
there's that pinch from behind from Oxy. Looking to walk up. There's that ADS. There's that tap on the first. And there's that double swing
you
towards
did
the end, at
enough.
least
Relax.
for the information. As Rooney's trying to do the same. Is doing some pop damage at least, but Ethan and Som
that
are trying to
extra
rotate
fade
towards the
away
inside, and
damage
Ethan
is...
survives at 7.
They've split the map for a plant above and against all the odds here, just being searched up by C9. And now recoup back towards spawn. Ethan and Som are ready to defend. Som takes the high ground.
Hey,
and then he just gets
Moose is
hit out by
incredibly
Moose.
smart.
Completely red on the play.
At least there's no utility right now for them to flash through, so Ethan can play outside in the open, maybe catch some players off guard. There's that spike, there's that first kill. There's that second swing. He has 2 flashes to work with. Rudy turns away. Now hiding ground towards the slant. Runs
Oh, wait, 7 HP the whole time. 1v3.
at 7 HP.
What is that, though?
He didn't even look nervous.
Oh my
even
god.
look
Dude,
like it
C9
was a
lose some
problem.
outrageous rounds, don't
Yes,
they?
hydrate. Som just laughing. Ethan not even moving, not even flinching in his facial expression here as it's just another round. A 4K in the end, though. And even peeks out. He re-peeks that. Doesn't even wait for the spike to be diffused. That's some disgusting confidence right there. Yeah, I'd call have a timeout after that as well. But NRG,
NRG call a timeout. Just think about that for a little
They even up
bit.
the game, and Chet still wants a word with the squad.
That gives at least a chance now with this timeout from NRG so that Imi could start calling things across now.
True.
Yes, you're trying to stop the momentum for Cloud9 because they've been looking pretty good here on the defensive side. This is something new that Chet and Finesse has to prep on the fly here because of the second controller coming out for Rooney. But on the other end, though, that type of triple swing that was a one-on-one-on-one and a loss to Ethan, that
Joe
doesn't
called it
work
before
out
the
in the
1v3.
favor of Cloud9. And
Yeah.
you see
I
it here,
agree.
an instant timeout coming out of Cloud9 at the same time, and Imi
Still,
definitely wanted
still works well,
to
though.
let that message known.
I can't recall the last time I've seen this. Honestly, they get 2 minutes of chat time with the squad, so this is also NRG still chatting. And we have to remember that round was NRG basically out of it. They had to figure out a way across the map, basically through hot lava, into a site, and still find the win. That kind of stuff for NRG, I think Chet comes in, relays what happened on the round, because that was one of the first ones we really saw NRG try to go through mid, other than
Double.
the pistol round.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Maybe how
Back to
Cloud9
back.
reacted.
They both
And
caught a timeout
lot
at the same
discussion
time.
of just what's going on the
Give
map
the 2
here,
minutes.
because it seems like we're gonna get some new strats after this. It's been A, B, a few mid, and teams are
Opponent
reading
can
each
talk
other
during your
really well
timeout.
in
Yeah.
these situations.
They just called it at
Yeah.
the same time. That's it.
Imi's the last one to call that timeout as
a
we're
rare
gonna get
one.
back into game on round 7 here. And a little bit of a low buy on the side of Cloud9 as we get into this round. and no real big ultimates to be worrying about on this one. But wait, Ethan's almost to his Rolling Thunder again, which is kind of ridiculous if you think about it.
Yeah. I mean, a plant and a 3K, that's 4 whole points for you. They're looking for the control for the A side first, but not necessarily for orb control.
C9 want to go aggro over towards middle.
Yep. After this double timeout, they're buying just enough.
It was
to have
9-3, right? Last time when NRG's played Sentinel,
and there's that walk down.
they got 9 on attack. Oh, Ethan, dude, Ethan's up to 10 kills. He's got another ult.
And we do get to different strats, but it feels like C9 wanted to play contact there. That's what we saw as these shots come in from Market. Not enough. I almost say, where are the smokes? You double smokes and they contact towards mid. They're trying to catch energy off guard, but you can make these situations safer. C9 is playing very high risk for the reward they want on these rounds, and while it is a lower buy and you can go a little weird on it, go outside the box in your push, they don't really come up with too much. And it was a good read by NRG to play it slow on the mid too, so they did not lose that space right away on the round. So after the timeouts, NRG pull it into their favor in a 4-3. Rolling Thunder back. And still not too many kills going to the side of C9 to build up those ults just yet, or even having the orb control on B. They are playing back out of sight on both sides, knowing this Rolling Thunder could be a problem.
With the smoke here, the block vision, create pressure.
Victor, he didn't decide to peek.
I like this a lot, man.
Dog pushes forward though, that gives
and this guy at middle never feels comfy. They insta-recode this though. It is a really cool round from NRG. I think that C9 handled it insanely well though.
No information gets punished for it, sees to keep players behind for Cloud9. Now the hat gets thrown out. There's information of where NRG are at. All pinned, clumped inside the B side. Rolling Thunder that's been rolled out now by Ethan. Backstab now by Oxy. Could have been a 3 into the round, but Sam is able to stop him in his tracks. Disadvantage though for NRG. So at least they get the plant down. 4 versus 2. Make that only Ethan alone. And this time around,
yeah, this time that's not going to be happening on this one. Okay, so lovely run from NRG. They're trying to create a lot of fake pressure over towards here, and then instead they split up over towards B. What was really cool though was C9, this guy here, insta-dog, clears this, realizes that no one following that up, and then they just set their guy back up in terms of Oxy over towards A, and he clears all of A. They knew before they had pretty much gone through market that this was a fake.
With confidence to start this one. Giving Moose that first kill, and yeah, no follow-up on the Rolling Thunder means they just walk out of Boba.
King Landoza, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the raid.
Back up to a tied game.
Hope your stream is good, bro.
Rooney with that ultimate.
Appreciate you.
Last time they used it over towards A and tried to get a push on what was happening in that A main lobby area.
Oxy.
We're gonna see energy start flexing towards
One
B.
away
It's
from
been
his
a
ult.
few rounds here, so they're hoping to get the soft side out of Cloud9.
Another dropping smoke.
A nice change up from C9. They changed the side that they're playing retake on.
Gets that timing. Not done yet once again by Rooney, but everybody's dropping at least. Oxy for the support. Both of them fall on top of that.
Okay, it does fall apart, but I still like that C9 felt that they were going to change it up and they were going to go fast over towards B.
Yeah, tethered up easy.
We got to start looking at this money though. Oxy,
So
Moose needs to save.
A little bit of a mid.
Oxy's the only person that can't buy. Rooney also.
Then
yeah, that's right. Both of them can't.
Cloud9 has had a pretty good
1-9 loss bonus on this. If this guy survives with 3, drop 1,
trips, get themselves into sight.
Be okay with 2-9.
Though, really nice job absorbing that early fight from C9. There hasn't been much action being made.
Perfect round for NRG considering the money's low. 5 people surviving.
Is reactive. I think that's one of the biggest things too. And this one is throughout game 1, even 2, where NRG lost. The reactive style to each play C9 has almost pauses the round as teams readjust and figure out how to get back into it. It favors NRG so much.
Yeah, and I don't know if there was a slight hesitation for Cloud9 too after the dropping smoke to insert once again a player behind the map, behind a billboard just like it did before.
C9 comp attacks for defense-sided. I think it's one of those comps that struggles to get into a site but wins the afterplant.
There's nothing really that you can do at that point when there's so many
when
players
people
and
like to
ability from
play
NRG
one site retake,
to overwhelm
should do pretty well on attack.
Their attempt to surprise
Just if I think it's going to be down to if NRG can like disguise where FNS is playing.
Still only a shorty
if they can disguise which Right
The
there,
showstopper,
playing
satchels
retake
of
on.
Shorty could be definitely good enough, and they're
Down
going
to
to try
that a
that
lot.
again on that trap play with the camera.
I know what C9's doing here.
Yep. Giving C9 just a little bit of
In
the
that
same look here,
trap
but with
play.
an idea for energy to also flex towards A. See if there's a rotation.
What a good read.
What a good read from NRG. They were so ready for this.
I mean, Ethan was
Yeah,
already
and
waiting
maybe
behind.
C9's done this setup with the Raze ult too many times. They had a very good read into this. Sees and they sent the Neon in so they could insta get out.
We even saw FNS was
Good
over here
homework
with
done from
Sam to
NRG.
begin, and he ran back over to throw that cam in just to sell that fake even more. They go for what is a re-hit that C9 has to consider, but it's not a re-hit. They're moving towards the right side of the map, and Zeppa, always the anchor, hasn't moved just yet. Could be the one to thwart this rotation.
Hey, they go to the site with his 2 guns.
It's going to be a lot of time before the
Zeppa
rest of the C9 members get here. And
probably
looks like
needs
Victor's ready to go.
to leave the site.
Rolled that camera.
Yeah.
He has to give up that spot. TP inside that site. Spot Zeppa once again towards the back of the spawn. So Gate is also given up by Cloud9. All of them grouping up now towards
30
shop.
seconds left.
No utility left for Zeppa either. For them
They got an
work
Omen
through the
flash
smoke.
to retake. That's like their main bit of util right now. They got no sky flashes.
Triple face on the dumpster.
Vanity has paranoia. Shorty close. There's 1 for 1.
Yeah,
but I don't think the paranoia was thrown to allow the last 3 players to rotate back from the spawn. That's all of C9 about to walk out 1 by 1 through the smoke. And 1 by 1 they fall.
Shout out to NRG, man. Great read on this. Perfect.
Great control on that. You can see.
Yeah, that was pure
just on the
anti-strat.
mini-map what FNS has in mind for these rounds. Say, okay, we took B really strong last time. They'll probably look for that again because we're comfortable at it, but no, it was an A play the whole time.
They
Just
also
really
knew
big
that
on the
I think they would be
misdirection
weak.
here on
Oh,
Sunset. And it
obviously
should
it's a
be.
3-person
Victor can
trap
get across
play
the map
over
in
towards
no
B,
time.
right? So they knew
You
they'd
have
be
to
weak
use
over
that
towards
neon.
A, so they didn't have to use that Omen
We're
flash to get over towards the
slowly
site.
seeing C9 fall behind in rounds now. 3 sheriffs, just the hero rifle, out onto Rooney.
Sheriff and
Omen
Vanity.
flash for after
Let's
plant.
get a chest shot onto Victor, but the speed is quick. Able to TP away, though at least.
Then they
Victor
add in a
continuing to
round
hide
that
here
is
inside the
punishing
site.
them swinging
Vanity
early to
finally
try and
manages
break
to
the
dodge all
cam.
of that util. Stays alive for now, but the site's given up, and Energy gets the plant down until the paint shells come through and drop Ethan. Through the smoke, though, Crashes giving it a look back over to Energy.
Yeah,
4
and
versus
earlier when they
4.
played over towards
Fast
B,
lane
they
to allow
played
now
so many
Victor to
people
fall
over
back
towards site,
B main,
C9,
and it looks to be the
thinking that they're
spam
playing
game
heavy
all
site,
over
use a
again.
good amount of util to take site, and now they don't have as much util to
Slow
clear
in.
over
They even
towards
have a
B main.
trip if they try to push here on the
Dude, I
crossfire
miss watching
in B main.
I miss watching FNS, man.
He's being thrown, and
Like,
there's a spray.
the amount of
through the smoke.
layers
There's
on
another tap in.
their
We're just
stuff
trying to
and
find
just
a
game
timing off those
plans is
reloads,
just
but there's
good.
just so many players out from Energy towards this B main to really not give a chance now for Cloud9 to find that timing to fight back. Trashies 4 in the round as Energy are up now at 7-4.
This is Crab walking through the smoke, taking shots. They even planted on the left side pillar too, which makes it harder. So you see even more.
Spawn is cooked,
spam
yeah. I
going
mean, this
through.
is playing the map. This is playing the map to
They still were able to hit the shots.
how it's
though.
meant to be, I
Get
guess.
control.
Shout
And
out to
actually,
Heretics
the
for
site
being the
take
first
on
ones to
this
do this and
is
show us
just
how to do
beautiful.
it.
Like they didn't do anything extravagant,
But
but
yeah,
the space
the-
being opened up for Victor, that
it's
smoke
just so
towards
nice
market,
that
he
they do
slides
this,
in.
though.
Basically, no one can trade that because you have more members.
Like they had that
Then the
one
Hawk
round,
goes over stairs,
I think
backside,
it was third
he
round or
slides
something,
into
where they
site
thought they
again
was
and
heavy
has
over
nothing to
towards B.
worry
They were on
about. If
site.
it's clear, he gets to look at the
Raw
entrance to the
conditioning.
site. Yeah, nothing really Victor has to do other than aim at heads on that site entry. The utility
it's like the long con.
Off your feet, Oxy, and he gets thrown right into the fire. Or line of
Omen and
fire.
Paranoias as well being thrown from both teams, so a stalemate.
What
to
the
come
hell are these
across, and
Seekers
they're
doing
just
over
trying to
towards
force
A?
the hand. The Seekers
Trying to go on
trying
top of
push
the,
back and fight back towards
whatever
middle.
the hell that box
But the
is.
Seekers does enough. It
It took
spots all
ages.
three, at least 3 out of the 5 up towards B-Link. Nox is at 1 HP after the first commitment of Energy towards News.
Anchoring inside here.
Do they insert one and go back?
Quick heal.
Okay, as soon as they see that smoke, they know they've
quick
confirmed
clear.
that there's pressure
So,
here and there's going to
good
be 2
info
people
grab,
over
at least
towards
by the
site.
Trailblazer.
They decide to
Doesn't go to
insert
just the
one,
wayside
go
there.
for the
They
left.
pick up at least a
Okay,
few
just
members
double check that
firing
no one's
vandals
trying to
with
get the
A-main.
angle.
But the
And
B
they-
play, I think Victor
they
feels
really
so safe going into this site. The way they
wanted
can
to
destroy the
100%
trips
make
and
sure
he-
that they
him
actually
taking
push them
space
off.
with
Like
the
the complete
utility.
polar
Once up
opposite
for
to the old
Crashies, you're gonna
NRG
see
where
that
they'd
go
use a
over the
little bit of
stairs into
util.
site.
I would say they maybe
They're just gonna
overused
fault line towards
some
the
of the
right
util
side
just
too,
to
so
confirm
Victor's
it.
safe on this
I'd rather see that than what old NRG used to do, where
That's
they
the
just
thing, you give the
threw
space
one
for
bit of
Energy,
util
they're
and just felt
definitely
like that was
gonna
it.
take it. Hot did get some information, but Moose still wins that fight against Victor. So no dive, no opening, no first blood.
How do
but
they
at
play the
least
after plant now? On site?
A drop down
Oh,
for Vanity, though,
bro, Vanity
as Finesse is able to push
dragged
right
out
back
pretty
out.
heavy on this half.
Saw him
Get
trying
a
to
lot
look
of
across,
impact.
crouching under the platform. Finesse just right next to their trip.
No,
Beats it out so that Saw can
Finesse,
pop
no.
up, but couldn't land the shots. He now stands alone, and there's Oxy with the shorty.
7-5.
So many rounds.
Okay, so
we've seen
NRG
C9
have
just press
been
W at
struggling a
time.
little
Energy's
bit on
not
their
thinking.
defense
Vanity dropping
half
into sight. It was
on
moves off
some
the cat
maps.
on ascent.
Obviously
And
not
Energy
other
falls
maps,
apart.
but
It's
on
hard
some
to find
maps.
that window.
This was one of them. It got
But
3 against
Vanity and
them.
Squad do it every so often, and a great anchor by Moose this time. They've been playing outside the site. This time Moose takes the fight, starts off the team to get a really nice retake here, and make it a 7-5. Honestly, it was a bit of back and forth,
Still
but I
look
feel like Energy
overall,
kept gaining control
overall
there,
map
and C9 was still able
like
to pull
control
it
here.
That was definitely a much
It was
needed
sick.
round there for Cloud9. A very competitive half as Energy takes the lead, and the series will
It
now
was just a
conclude
nice
after
half
this
from
break.
FNS in general. Let me mute this before. Three short rounds? Yeah, you had a lot of them, right? 3. C9 win pistol? Yeah, I kind of think that NRG have to win pistol. But I also don't know how the C9 comp's going to look. It's really good in afterplant. NRG might have to fight more than they would like to on both sides on the map. Was the halftime score 7-5?
(7-5) half here for NRG on map number 3. And in the first half, it was Ethan leading the charge. No longer the IGL for the team. He's playing great.
This guy is dominating. I mean, all the rounds he has been stepping up, but no more like that clutch. He's in that 1v3 situation with 7
Yeah,
HP
7
and just
HP.
playing it to absolute perfection. Somehow winning those fights, isolating them too. Like, not only is he setting up his team, but the way he is approaching every fight he takes is elite.
He's an absolute menace, and in general, this team on their post plants, they were phenomenal, and it was because of him as well. He was proactive on the post plants, taking wider angles than his squad while they're setting up omen flashes and etc. And not only that, but Victor, you know, gathering space on the actual site hits, holding down his little lane, having people swing off of him. It was a sight to see for
I
sure.
do think in those post plants too, you're feeling a little bit of the pain of C9's comp, having the solo Sky as opposed to a second initiator behind it. Like when Ethan's breach is doing the things it's doing, and C9 just don't have that same firepower, NRG's strong fundamentals and coordination is outshining them.
So now C9 trailing 2 at the half go into this with an interesting new comp and really a big opportunity here. If they can come back and win this map, they will lock up a playoff slot for themselves and for Crew Visa as well. But if NRG want to stay alive, they've got to dig deep and close out this series. We'll see who takes it as we hop back in with your casters.
Thank you very much, Mimi. Indeed, we do want to know what the look of Cloud9 is going to be on this Sunset map, now playing with this double controller of Vanity and Rooney on this Clove. We saw potentially what could be come of a value of a Clove coming through with the amount of pop flashes that Zeppo was able to provide here for his team so they could fight for space. Will that be the type of game style, the play style that C9 wants to bring now on their attack side? Pistol round now.
What's going on?
As they're going for
Okay.
late mid control. It's gonna stay pretty quiet for now. Not for NRG though.
4
Still
classics
used
for
across
C9.
the map here. We just saw Zeppa throw a guiding light into back alley, which was noticed, but everybody being seen on the left side here is going to cause pause for NRG as they do not rotate out of position just yet.
There's that util. A little bit of a stall coming through with the relay bolts thrown by Victor. None left. Actually, one left. He's just gonna fall back for a
Unbelievable
bit
stun
with the
from
slide
Victor.
available for him in that kit. And with that though, Seems like C9 wants to push back towards the A site, but they don't really have information of how many players are moving through and what their positions could be.
Just very big on inserting members into positions right now. Vanity here on the left side. You got the IGL away from the team, so this is going to be all up to the squad here on the right, but they're also leaving.
One stun cancels everything.
So this 3 squad's going to have to
they
work together
leave
here
one
to trade a
inserted
kill,
over
or at
towards
least
B.
come out
They
on
have
top.
one middle.
Actually, it's only 2 now. It's like breadcrumbs here for Cloud9. They're just leaving one
over
person every
towards
so
A,
often,
but they take the orb, so
just
they
to make
kind
sure
of
there's
know
no
that there's
flank
one
on any of their
here.
positions.
30 seconds
Looks
left.
like Rooney just got
Weird
spotted
rounds.
from the back of the
Did they
site.
expect FNS
And
on
that's
site?
Sam trying to hold his ground. A push here towards Generator as Finesse drops 2. And that's the lack of utility. That single initiator.
Hey, he did that. He did
that
so
the
well,
Death was
though.
talking about. Or that
He did
util was
so
already
well.
used
He
to
did everything.
Trying to find information at the beginning, but Moose at least is trying to find some fight. 10 seconds left. Vanity is now left alone. I have the spike. Ghost upgraded. Has to stick the spike. An easy kill for Som.
Oh,
but
pistols.
the lack of utility
3-3.
try to
First
entry
map that we
right
get a
there towards
1-1.
That A site allowed Finesse to get those 2 picks.
FNS did
It
great.
feels like they're so
Dragged out
comfortable doing
heavy,
it.
got
I
2, body shot the
specifically
last one.
remember, it
Tom's
stays in
gonna
my
kill.
brain when we had Zix on the post show saying, yeah, when we recognize C9's play, they just lack util use on that site take, and it could still be comfort, right? They push in, but they're not behind each other.
Okay,
like,
so
the pistol
what
kills
I
just
believe
to
was a
come from behind the
must-win.
box, one after the other. They
Must-win
have to at
pistol.
least maybe tether themselves, get those little ropes, make sure they can't be unchained. This is just the 1-on-1s are too much
this
for
has
C9
potential
right
to be
now.
real
They gotta
close.
fix it. NRG here gonna pull that
Again,
first
still
round
no
into their
idea if the
favor.
C9 comp's going to be
Now go ahead for
as
a hard
good as I
ace
think
stack.
on
So
attack.
C9's chosen correctly, but it's going to be a hell of a post plant here. If it's
I think
just
NRG needs
basically
to
a
make
rush
sure they
and
don't
plant
do
for
this
them.
too much, but fine against Nico.
They'll spot Som on a top of news. ADSing with the Bulldog, and it's just easy pickings. Nobody's trying to swing across here. Nobody's trying to push inside that smoke. Finally, some damage done. But there's always
Keep all the Bulldogs.
1 or 2
Do we
plays
get
behind
there's
that
one more, right?
initial play from NRG, and they convert the anti-eco.
You can see the members of C9 thinking it was a spam kill. So maybe he won't see me. They run in. Zeppa goes down again. Not having a
Chat,
great
free
game.
Spectres.
And yeah,
Free
another
Stinger,
round
sorry?
as we would
Free
expect
Stingers,
from NRG there, just the low buy on C9, trying to get some money from the plant. So here's the weapons, right? The attack side has to
End
hit
spells?
strong.
Yeah, it's very strong.
Ender mentioned it on the desk. This is not a double initiator comp coming in from Cloud9. It does seem to affect the amount of pressure, obviously, they're putting on. NRG's hit back with a breach and a fade. So what can they formulate? Or what can they do? Not even really leaving their spawn to start this one.
Big buy
Go
rounds.
ahead and give a lot of map space.
They've
to
already
NRG
used a flash
start.
to clear middle.
This could prove dangerous.
Like this from NRG. And
Through the
I think
flash at
when
the
you're
very
kind of
beginning to see
looking
if
at
there's gonna be
C9's
a
comp, if you
con-
start creating a
energy
lot of
for
pressure
mid
like this
control.
over towards places,
Still leaving Rudy the one that's
any
gonna be
extra
watching
pressure
the
to
flame.
try and make sure that Zeppa has a
So
rough
that
time
the utility used
using
by
all his
Moose
util
with
early,
this camera could
the
support
better.
Cloud9 on early B main control.
I like this push already.
But yeah, it's just going back and
You know,
forth.
doing
right now.
a
It's
similar
long
thing
game
to the
for
pistol,
Cloud9.
insert one over towards
Trying
B.
to force some sort of
Now they're gonna
mistake
push back
out
A.
of energy when they've already broke the trip earlier on towards this A site with the Prowler.
Yeah. And they got Crashies online here to watch down A main so early. See a lot of players doing
Yeah,
that.
so far,
Superman grabbing
Skyflash
so
to
many
clear
kills in
middle.
situations like
Into the
that.
dog to take
I mean,
over
if you're
towards
giving
A.
NRG that space, they're going to take
Question
it.
mark,
So
question
very
mark,
nice
and
job by
Fury.
C9
Two
to
people
say,
holding
now
over
back
towards
off
here.
these
40
forward
seconds.
angles.
They got to make a
We're
call
taking a
like
little bit
this
of the
from
map back,
NRG.
'cause
Clear out B main. No one
doesn't
over
seem
towards
like they
B
have
main. They're probably
enough
heading
control
A.
to do
Try and
what
get a
they
free
wanna do
pass and
just
stack
yet.
on A.
Here towards mid, a camera's going to give all the info if Moose even
30
tries to
seconds
get up in here.
As it breaks,
The interesting
nice
thing is,
pinch back
I
towards
think
the A
no
site.
one
They even heard the rotate though
from
from
C9 was close enough to hit the Ominal, so they don't know
and
that
the
to
cage
check B
comes up,
main.
He's trying to get a spray across it, but all of C9 able to stay
15
alive and
seconds
move
to
inside
plant.
the 8 site. Plant attempt, 13 seconds left. Wow. Pushed out of
10
it. Moose
seconds
now
left.
tries to go for a second attempt, but no wall bangs coming in from the
Nothing
spawn.
Planted the spike.
It'll be a 5 versus 5 fight in a pulse plant now.
Omen
What
flash
a drawn-out
stun.
round from C9. I don't think we've seen
Double
one this
stun.
late throughout the entire
They die.
series
They
here.
got good retake.
They're going to have to lock it in here for the retake.
Paranoia's gonna hit 2 really bold. It's actually gonna concuss Rooney and not give
Dude,
him
look at
a chance
FNS.
here
He
to
might get a
first
big
one.
kill here as well.
Double headshot side. And that allows
Oh,
you the
Oxy.
rest of energy to move forward. Oxy now left alone. There's that first. Catching Ethan on a reload.
He's the other. Oh, yeah, dude, what a retake. The Omen Flash hit like 3, right?
Ethan is something else this series. What the hell? He cannot lose in any of these 1v1 situations, it seems. And another clutch round for him to come in super strong. And what was that from Victor? Sliding double headshot transfer?
Wait, what?
That's
Dude, I was looking at the
absurd.
mini-map. What the hell was that?
Yeah, the cleanup's definitely going to come from the teammates if you're hitting that much damage on your opponent. Beautiful retake here. And I got to say, C9 played that round really well without having the map control. They were retaking space accordingly, pushing energy back off initial angles, and then they took the site really nice. And at that point, energy's also staying back with 20 seconds left in the round because you don't want to be the first one going down. But still, the retake is just absurdly strong right now.
That's the thing. When they were still good to enter the site, that was the game plan for Energy. Look how far back they were playing towards that spawn.
Yeah.
And when they go for the plant for Cloud9 and they try to insert themselves across our setups out towards the A short, look at the amount of util. The Paranoid hit 2. They have the concuss coming out from Victor to even take down Rooney. So all those little nooks and crannies that you're trying to hide inside here for Cloud9, it's all going to get
for the gifted.
flushed out here by that util. So they have to rethink that.
So maybe one thing that C9's going to look at
here,
here,
where it gets difficult because again,
as they
you don't have
have a low
utility on your initiator.
trying to get some more util into the site. That is played. Retake. Oops.
We'll get it.
Right, one more.
Right. Third time's a charm.
Okay.
It's been a while.
Just right on the floor.
Been there, done the same. All right, towards the B side again. C9. They actually played the round really well when they feinted this early pressure, then controlled the map a little bit. I'd say if they can insert somebody a little deeper even on these rounds to get more info, they're better off. Not out, but a low buy on this is going to make it very tough. And it's up to Oxy basically blasting in.
And C9 haven't really gone for a full commit pop towards the B side, so they want to test it with the lower weapons. And it's the overdrive that gets to. It's just sliding across here and just drain that damage. And there's that third in the round.
Perfect from Victor.
Okay.
I like this from NRG. They're double fighting both sides.
I feel like NRG has hit a groove, and they're just at 100 miles an hour on each one of these rounds. Really nicely done by Finesse to kind of read what these plays are and how much Cloud9 can do with this composition. I mean, going into this game, having a double initiator against what C9 brings with a single and 2 smokes, I'm sure FNS and the team were already discussing how they're going to take these rounds, what they would do if they even see the smokes, and to just basically make space for Victor to clear through. And that's what we're seeing.
It's just too dangerous right now, and in the eyes of Cloud9. This gives me reminiscence of when they played against Sentinels and not able to convert any attack rounds outside of potentially just pistols.
If they can win this, they're going to have
NRG has full control, and they're
so
doing
they can kind of string a couple of rounds.
What C9 to do, just push forward.
They got to win this round first
gain
without
that
ults.
space, force them into where the stack could be, where the delay could be, and it's the paranoia out towards the market from Som. It's going to push a couple of these players away.
That kill, Sam almost had his back to Moose there for a second.
Three-person reaction to them trying to take market.
As Moose was peeking something else. And Sam is going to go ahead and get the safety, just chipped up a little bit on the damage. NRG is basically shoveling C9 over towards his B site, and they're going to be ready for the retake after this post plant.
So the paint shells to bring the trips towards the front. A pinch towards the B side from Market and B main, and once again, Energy comfortable.
NRG fast behind, so even though it's going to be a good plant for B main, got 3 people that can create pressure.
And Vanity is looking to push towards the spawn.
Over 3.
Trying to find an opening, and nobody's pushing through back, except for the flank of Victor.
Whoa.
And now you're going to start swarming in. There's a
What is this round from Victor?
Only Vanity is
that was their big buy round. Oh man, he's absolutely just ended them.
Are now at series point.
Yeah, fully ended them. He had some really nice shots on B main before the slide kill.
You hear her coming, but you still can't do anything as she's popping out of these smokes at just close to medium range. I was gonna say,
yeah, the second one is lovely.
With the Fade and the Neon heading over towards B main, they have such great possibility to take it. They don't even need the util. Victor just pops off 2 shots. They didn't even need the breach util from Ethan to come into B main to take it. That's how much they are ahead in each one of these situations.
That's a lot.
Because all that util is ready for the site.
And these ults looking like they're about to come online just a little bit too late.
Side of Sunset are just blacking out Cloud9 right now. The split across the map as they try to play a little default here just to read an NRG push, recognizing that map control knowledge is too much. We'll see a B main control though for C9.
Saving grace potentially here, at least a trade.
Nice shots, but Victor is insane at the moment. Takes down one of their smokes.
After the Oxy kill onto Victor. A chance to turn it around, but no more smokes. Well, as I say that, I forgot they have Rudy.
I mean, kind of Ethan pretty much dominated the attack.
The whole time on
then
the first half,
Victor's dominated defense.
What have the smokes been doing that facilitate what Cloud9 wants to bring to the table? It seems like NRG is not worried about it. Here a play towards A main.
Showstopper out. He goes long range.
Wait.
What? Wait, wow.
Wait,
They
what?
dodged it.
Yeah, hit the back wall.
Throwing C's nades, trying to keep Ethan cornered. Jumps out, finally gets picked off. Meanwhile, the Crashies has made it inside the site. There's that push forward, a three-player swing, this time towards the generator. Back and forth we go. But it's up to Finesse alone. A chance here for C9 to stay alive.
Spike planted.
Plat now down. Ult available for Rooney too. So he'll play the contact. He'll jiggle to find the information. Neural Theft also being thrown. To ping up Finesse inside the back of this A site. You're just gonna wait it out. First contact will be Rooney no matter what. Finesse walks forward and Rooney crosses that
we'll slow
line
count
and
this down.
stops him from crossing that line. And C9 is able to continue to fight.
Let's play towards B, but that was not the start. Cloud9 start doing a bit of their own map misdirection, playing both sites now.
It's a very nice round from Rooney. Good shots.
Black seeing C9 going mid, but maybe they don't need to. If they keep playing towards A here and keeping alert, maybe it's efficient enough for them to get
how'd you repeat
a few
that?
more rounds here, bring us to 12-12. Tall
They
task
got a lot of
score.
space
Victor
from the
brings out
Seekers
operator.
and the
economy
Razor.
for NRG is there and ready to shut down C9 at every turn.
You see Oxy already rotating out here to group up with Rooney. And a fake flash towards B main for Zeppas. They're trying to use this Clo Vault potentially to just be the spearhead. To try to get inside this A site.
They have for it a good clear on elbow here with that Clo Vault. Maybe a little fade utility after it. Crashies gives himself a little breathing room here. NRG with a peek on B main.
Again.
Aren't going to be in the right spot, and now it's Rooney moving in with the overheal.
They should have
They're going to get a plan.
I definitely think that they overused that
NRG
on
is
flash.
just going to consider this a very slow round on the rotation.
Moose. Able to drop one.
Do they opt
That
for,
is
they should be opting for
and
more
looks
one-way
like after
smokes,
that
right?
drop, Rooney doesn't want to go for the ult. He's just going to try to stay
They
here
can
into
just
the
palm a
astral plane
one-way
and just
here,
smoke
here.
for his teammates.
It should be an absolute nightmare.
As they have 4 players anchored up for Cloud9, only one plane towards the extremity. That's going to be Moose. His role now is to high-low with Oxy to look towards the pawn shop. But NRG are rotating back towards the gate, and before the smoke blooms, Vanity is able to connect that kill onto Finesse. And that will force the last 2 players to fall back and save their rifles into the next
Looking
round.
a little
especially
bit
when
better
Victor
to what I thought of how the
invested
comp
in
would
an
work in some of the after plant
C9
situations.
have not heard
But they
yet.
did
That
just
op
have the
was on
numbers
the
as
B
well.
main watch, and that was
Okay,
Cloud9
7 chances
starting
down
at
to
B main,
5.
right? Continuously putting Oxy there to
and
start.
NRG
looking
have
for
one
a
more
few
timeout.
fights, as last
They
round
wanna use
Zeppa
it.
or a few rounds had been guiding light or using utility towards
I think
A.
they need to
As you mentioned, we got that
disguise-
utility towards B.
I didn't even know. I'm not even sure they need to disguise the
so again, misdirection
fights
for
at the
C9
moment.
is what gives them the
I think if
opportunity
they
to
actually
take
keep
another
everyone
round.
alive and they try a 5-person retake, they'll probably
A
win
lot of
again.
work to
I
do,
think
though.
C9 are using
They
the
have
Omen
to
Flash too freely.
crack through this economy of
I don't even think they need
NRG.
to
We're gonna
do
call
too
a
much
timeout
other
here
than
as
not
we
lose
check
the
replay.
first kill.
Like we said, the op's still online. Not too many ultimates to be seeing here. But I think what NRG was doing really right on their defensive side is almost allowing that space to C9. When they take the fights early, it seems like C9 is happy to fight in the chaos and take the lower number fight every time.
We saw as well the flash here that Zeppa was throwing at the beginning of the B main. It's also to get contact. Again, maybe they don't know that Victor has the operator, but if it does get the ping, they do know that there's aggression coming out from NRG on the defensive side, and maybe that's also one of those calls that you want to pivot quickly. What you're seeing here on that previous round, there was a lot of confidence coming through from NRG. I mean, they won 5 rounds in a row since the pistol round here of the second half, so maybe a little bit complacent, and you saw that Crashies got caught off guard here towards the elbow. So you might want to try to start using utility a little bit more here to try to get the better read of where Cloud9 are looking to finish.
Yeah.
Because they are going
It's,
back and forth and
good
rapid all
stuff
the way
out.
through spawn every time.
Here's that fake too from Zeppa again. Guiding light, check. Possible catch on somebody just peeking that B main area. Like you said, giving that knowledge and intention of what B main might hold. A quick smoke out here from Rooney. Puts it in front of him.
Nice from NRG. One
Again,
prowler,
remember, NRG,
one
they
smoke,
only need
all the
this
B main
one
control.
round to stay alive in the race for playoff contention. C9 is trying to bring this into an overtime and hopefully win this to clinch a playoff spot. Victor under heavy attack. There's a lot of util being thrown. Metal on the top of that to debunk
Dude,
it.
if they can get everyone out of sight.
That's 2 first blood scored by C9.
This is big. This is the momentum they need. They can start to get through these rounds.
I think NRG messing up a little bit.
Wasn't even
I'm
really
telling you,
used by Victor.
C9 are using that Omen Flash
C9
too
are gonna
free.
be able
They
to hold this. That's an
can
NRG
retake the
save.
site now.
A little bit of an up
I
tempo
really think
here
they
by
can retake the
Cloud9
site.
gets them in towards the back of the site very fast. They
Don't
still
think they
got
need
the
to fight
ultimate
anymore.
to use for Rooney if they want to try something out of the box in these rounds to come. But yeah, really nicely, possibly getting the flawless on this round, but they're going to go hunting Vans. They could use a few more alt orbs on a priority like Zeppa for sure, or Oxy.
And also trying to hurt the economy on the side of NRG, a chance to come back on top of that. Yeah, Crush is able to get 2. And Ethan and Som still contested. One way
Ethan
smoke
would
on
like
the
a
top of
couple
news.
kills.
Then he's
Obviously,
trying
he
to
would
lurk around and try
like
to
to
find
keep
him.
his gun here.
Looking back towards that B side instantly.
Oh, they
both
take them
those
all
slurs
down.
fall from both Zeppa and
Everyone can
Benny,
buy apart from
working
Ethan.
in tandem. And that's going to force all the buys
Oh,
for
he can get
NRG
dropped.
in this next round.
All right. You can actually hear some drops going out as they go ahead and push the site. Clearing through. A little bit of a mistake here. Oxy jumping around the corner with his knife, and the team was still kind of pulling up the rear as they came in as the caboose. So not a big death. They still got the rebuy, and they're still very happy with how many survived in the round. Another buy here for NRG. Same on C9.
And look at these pings coming through. This time they're looking to fight against Rooney. Every time he jiggles up towards the elbow, because he has this ult available. And this time they're able to fault line and fight
camera.
back. But Rooney's moving in alone. So they've actually conditioned this for Cloud9 to start. So keeping Rooney inserted
Nice
here,
LED
4
default at the
players
moment
working
from
up towards
Cena.
middle, they break the camera.
Cleared a
and
little bit of A
potentially now
control,
starts
not this
breaking the
angle.
rotate from NRG.
Absolutely.
Schmuck over
You
towards
can
middle,
see
which
the
means that
intention
these
here
A
on the
guys need to be a
minimap
little bit
looking
proactive.
back. Now they have to watch over
One more
with that
prowler into
hammer
stun.
gone. A lot of worry has to be had about their defensive side now being an attack side for C9. It looks like the
Asuna,
spike is
what's up,
actually
bro? How
going
we
to come in
doing?
here. They're going to try to split towards A, but I don't know how long these smokes last.
A dangerous one for
You
sure,
calling
especially
people
with the
out?
spike moving up
Back.
towards the pawn shot.
Hit him.
Pincer maneuver on both sides, and that's Oxy opening it up. Let's go!
Give me this replay, man.
C9 are controlling
Give me this
east side
replay.
of Sunset.
How?
There's the smokes. That's what we're waiting for. We've seen a few where where Rooney was playing in his own smoke towards A. All of C9 basically did that for the last round.
Oh
These two
my God.
smokes up towards spawn, really making NRG
That
feel
is
uncomfortable on their own side of the map.
satisfying as
And
hell,
a
man.
4K from
It's
Oxy
clean.
as he just laser beams the peaking members of NRG on that round.
You asked if they knew the timing of the smokes. Looks like Oxy
Right.
definitely knew the timing
I
of
mean,
the one.
so
I don't
it's
think
seven.
NRG thought they were going to dissipate
7
in
chances
3 or
to
4
3
seconds as they
chances.
approached that area.
They
They
are.
got caught right out in the open on those peaks.
Get so much money
Talk
that
about
they're
all the
buying an
chances
off and an
available
off
for
angle,
NRG, though.
expecting
They've
them
been
to
at that
push.
point for a long time.
Not the worst call. They've been
Just a matter
prowling
of
it, but a
time
lot of
until they
times they
start
smoke
bringing these
it.
ultimates in their favor too.
NRG call for a
3
punish
chances.
over towards middle.
Pushing in a very slow round. This is like watching the death ball. They're sitting on the mailbox back here in spawn. Trying to give NRG a
Yeah,
different
they're
look,
gonna
though.
hit. I mean, they had the Omen Flash, so maybe that's a go signal to go towards side. There was a kill trip. Omen Flash goes out on attack.
Showstopper pushing some away down to
Yeah,
41
NRG would
HP.
take some of this.
And
This is a
there's
big
the
win.
overdrive towards the back of the site. But it's a twofer for Cloud9. The advantage coming through. And no opportunities for NRG to flip back inside the site. Ethan now getting
Oh,
caught towards the back
Fatal.
by the dog. And he's
Fatal
now
in a
pinned.
2v4.
Met up with Crashies, who runs
Nice.
by and gets the headshot into Vanity, and somehow it's a 2 versus 2. Spike is down. Crashies. Another one of Rooney forces the res. Moose gets the pick.
God, he's trying to do it all.
Crashies once again is trying to get another momentum clutch for NRG to close out the series if it can. Camera pings him. He doesn't care to remove the dart.
Nah, use it.
Hot now out the swing out from Cloud9.
Oh, and he used the ult, man.
Pushing this into overtime on the
Zephyr
attack.
one, well, Zephyr 3 away from his ult now. NRG have to eco one, I'm pretty sure. They've only got one more buy round to do this.
Everybody's swinging right now. It's not just one person. Everybody was on their W key as they hit this site. And I think we've seen that be a little disjointed for C9 on some of these takes. They're literally standing in the same spot again for this round.
Really would love the Fatal to combo with the
And they are going to
Breachel.
give the cam to Rooney again to play this smoke, which basically denies this line that Crashies wants to get on right away, right? Walks up, but he's not going to see much and has to wonder what's on the other side. Already
Like this though from NRG, trying something new.
the push
Walking
though
out
from
towards
Victor
middle.
is new for NRG. And there's a lot of support there just from the back from Ethan to fault line down through mid or tiles to deny a push on Victor.
And that bird actually got popped in front of the door. So that does get information if there's
Good
players
though,
pushing
but
down
do
towards
they hear
middle,
the
or
door?
people
Like if
peeking
you close the
inside
door,
news,
you're
and now
not
they
you've left
realize
middle.
that for NRG, they fall
They
back,
should be
close their
pretty
door,
free
give
to
it up,
take this.
especially with the lure buy that you have. You just want to let
Yeah,
C9
and
walk
Spoonbot
into
clear
your
middle, they've
potential
smoke
stack.
as well.
And it's a gamble now to rotate more members towards this A site. Well, maybe a second guess now from Victor.
It's like Oxy wants to either play with Vanity
Yeah,
or
we're doing that
go
same
the other
split
way.
through middle.
Man, they
Looks like a really
the
good
way
call at
mid
the
worked
moment.
out for him last time. But do they have the smokes for it again? It looks like a contact play.
Vanity does have it, but they exactly what you're calling.
Yeah.
Just trying to walk across and energy staying
Look at
timid
this gap they
on the
found.
control. And there's that timing.
Can't get much better than this. Yeah, and
Ethan's
give me
still in the
Moose.
back of the spawn. There's 30 seconds left. Soon they'll realize now that the A side is open and Moose is going to be the one lurking and trying to cut the rotates. Able to drop the first one now, and as his cage comes down, he'll be met up by both Finesse and
He
Tom.
played it so well. He played it so well. Okay, 7 chances to finish this, and now it's down to one last chance for NRG. No Fatal in sight for this one. Full buy,
Going to
Breachel,
OT here, especially with how
Terminal,
dominant
and
again
I
NRG has
think
been. It
what's that
feels
other
like they are in control
Cypher or Omen?
until they're not. It sounds weird, but somehow the game is just
Cypher.
flipping night and day in an instance. And C9 seems to have all the momentum now. This is going to be a tough one. It is a buy-in here from the side of NRG with some low armor, though, as we get into it. Rolling Thunder's there for denial. And see how they play this round as C9 stays on their own side to start it off again.
This is a crazy call. Again, Energy not forced to use a Rolling Thunder before, making sure that their economy is right.
Yeah.
But in the last round of regulation, an AWP comes out early for Vanity.
Yeah, I mean, he's just
An
doing that
Orthodox
thing where he's
play
waiting for a push
has been
again.
so good and rotating across the map with these pinches
United have
towards
mid
this
control,
A side. It
on
seems as
top
though the
mid
call is
camera.
try to have him pick towards the B main.
NRG
which might allow
really
here
heavy
C9 to
setup
move
now
through.
to punish over towards middle because they've been wrecked from it a couple of
Another
times. I
smoke
like
out.
the
You
change of
actually
having the
see
trip here though. They can't
Corday
leave this at one
just
point.
coming in right there from Rooney. That's going to make the NRG members at A think they might get a little bit of a play. It calls from the shadows in. Sam can deny that there's no members pushing.
Oh,
And you
someone
see the
gets
rotation
early A
coming in from B
info.
already.
They know this camera, so
Zippo
they
pick up
heard
the
it,
orb.
right?
Is trying to move in here so he can get a plant and get Seekers. It's not planted at the staircase, it's planted safe. Maybe now for C9 they have to fight inside
And they're
the
gonna
site.
hold back a
First one
site.
then comes in for Finesse, who throws
I
out that
think
hack.
Vanity
Seekers
messed
then
up his
coming in
own
as well
flash
for
once
C9
again.
as they're battling towards the back of the B
See.
site. That's a 1-for-1 big
Oh my god, was he not full blind? Dude, don't end it on the spam. Oh, they didn't plant stairs. Oh, they're wrecked.
Terms of C9 in terms of the
It's a
numbers
hard spam.
left alive. But all these folks coming through again, it's not really planted for them. Finesse gets another pick. Only 2
Ace.
left alive here at Cloud9, and they're just spraying across the smoke. Finally, Victor commits onto the defuse. The double swing inside. A triple kill. And it's
God, bro, it's such a broken map, dude. Even with the bad plant where it's either sides and they have to spam.
Versus NRG. I don't think anybody had this on the cards, but we got it. Let's see it again.
2v4 spam. They smoke themselves off. And they just spam either side. Oh my god, look at it.
From Vanity here on the
Oh, that was
top
nice though
plant
from
too,
Vanity,
on the
man.
forward pillar plant. Everything against C9, but they come out on top.
Holy hell.
Lower
Okay,
members,
so
even in the
7
4v3 in that
chances.
situation, they still
7
get it,
of
and
them.
we reset.
All
We're back
done.
to OT. We're going to OT. And we'll see what the buys
Oh,
are.
man.
No operators come out.
Dude,
Everybody
that's
looking
so
for the
crazy.
full team play on this because
Nothing mad
gonna
with
be
the
a
buys.
retake at this point with the power the sites are getting hit with.
And how close were they on the defuse, but...
What?
Let's hold that thought. Vanity first headshot to Victor.
Still cooking.
Yeah, and they wanted to try and do their fast punish of when they go over towards breaking the camera, they tried to disrespect the smoke and get annihilated by the early smoke trip.
And they have A main control right
And
now.
they
so
have a
this is
camera that spots all the way over towards
figure
middle.
out for
It's the
C9 that they can
Heretics
stay
camera.
here. Zeppa just has to watch mid for a little bit of a
Okay, I
peek.
think there was a time
Yeah,
because
you're
obviously
right,
they
that
were
first
drawing over
blood is
towards
so
A main
big
where they
'cause it's
could have
Victor.
timed this,
Who's
so they
gonna
just
dash
dog
into
to clear
site
it
now?
and then he can just perm out with
Nobody.
camera.
So they're gonna have to use this util extra careful and be on each other's shoulder. That much more for the side of NRG to get into the site.
Smokes came up towards middle. You saw the dog come down at the beginning as well. And insert it is definitely Oxy watching down towards the A ramp. So good map
God,
control
man, look at this guy.
allows Cloud9 once again to get another pick. And Vanity, over eager, tries to go for another peek. And yeah, she just gets punished by Som. Ethan now down to 10 HP through the smoke. Head shot it by the Phantom. Of Moose here on the top of the staircase.
Swing.
Oxy on that flank. Spike's gonna go down, but
If Ethan can get another kill, he gets his ult. And they might have to. Okay,
And
well.
Som's alone in the back lines. Traded out by Rooney. C9 with the defuse.
Now C9 have one chance as well.
At serious points.
There's no way.
Who and what is this team that has just awoken on the side of C9, especially from Vanity in these past few rounds? Are you kidding me? Able to start off with this. The early trip, not early trip, but the forward trip, allowing Vanity to get out even safer. One we haven't seen placed by Moose just yet on B main. But it did catch the side of NRG off guard, and they couldn't get back in. Vanity's ready to close out this game with
The
Cloud9.
coaches have
They are
a
ready
fresh timeout
to
if they
lock
want
in a
it. There it
spot,
is.
but we'll have to wait another minute as NRG calls a timeout to try and calm things down.
I mean, you kind of have to at this point. What was it, a 12-7 scoreline that they had for NRG? All these rounds corralled back here by Cloud9, pushes into overtime, now takes the lead, and this timeout could be very important. Remember, in these moments, a couple of weeks ago when NRG had to play here on this map and played overtime, they did have Victor on a glass cannon op towards the B main. And I don't know if it's going to be a call here that they want to utilize once more, especially with how Cloud9 once again have been looking for these extremity pressures at the beginning of these rounds on their attack side.
Great job getting the information that's just not allowing Finesse the movement they want anymore. I mean, think of how this is switched, right? The calls from Vanity that have gotten Cloud9 up through mid, behind NRG on so many of these rounds. It's kind of taking out the fact that C9 has to be in position to get these team fights on because they're finding the side of NRG players all the time, and that's an easy kill. One way to win it, just out stratting once you can't hit the shots, because NRG has been firing so strong today. Oxy still
8
on
rounds
top,
in a row.
22, 21, 20 on that list. You can see everybody is fighting their hardest to keep this one alive on both teams, if you look at the scoreboard. But it is going to be game point for C9.
There's no up here for Victor, but they are definitely still looking for the control towards B main. Now the camera is set up. It's going to allow the players to rotate out.
Gonna
but
find
look
this
at
trip
C9
over towards
walking
middle.
instantly on top of middle. Rare move here, as we talked about the amount of times they've been working towards the extremities. Victor holding towards the spawn,
Nice
but
trade.
it's a 1-for-1.
This one was a little bit
Now
off this,
Oxy
right?
looking to push back towards the Boba. TP coming back from Som to retreat back towards the B site. And Cloud9 are looking for this pinch. A
Finesse has to
final
do a
stand
lot
for
here.
both Finesse and
He's
Som
in a
towards the
really
B.
rough spot.
As the others are
Because
rotating, trying to
Moose
find
could
flanks.
see him at one point
Everybody
there.
is isolated. There's that first lineup, but it's a 1-for-1. Sight up for grabs
I'd say
for
done,
C9.
chat.
And this may be the final
I mean,
moments
someone
of
would have to
energy.
do a madness.
It'd be a beautiful comeback here for C9. Remember, they're strewn about the map. NRG's gonna have such a hard time trying to clear all these angles. A first shot from Oxy. And Rooney is low here. If Ethan and Crashies hit these shots, they're right in the spike.
And Crashies hit the trip. They know he's coming B main. He's all alone once again in another clutch attempt. Trip now broken. Camera is up. The first wall bang onto Rooney. Tap onto the spike. Last two players of Cloud9 back towards the market. Goes for that second tap. As the satchel comes up. The death split coming through.
Done.
Not enough time.
That is 9 rounds in a row. 9 rounds in a row. That's so devastating, bro. Well, I mean, they had their chances. That is, yeah. That'll boom you.
Cloud9 stun energy.
Now that's a
Coming
C9,
out
man.
on top, coming back from behind. After a set, it looked dark. But
NRG
they found the win on Sunset and
yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I know C9 and Crew are through.
Cloud9 losing the first map, it seems. And man, you can see it on NRG's face.
I imagine they must be out.
In control the whole time. Well, how does the momentum go back to C9? The calls in mid.
NRG is out
100%. What the safest part of the map is
Dream's
because they didn't have the same util. This isn't an initiator comp to get in. It's a double smoke comp that's supposed to make their own angles and make sure they give Oxy enough room to do the work. And Oxy did the work today.
Yeah, that double controller was so good here for Cloud9. Towards the end, we're questioning it. It was the
It was just a nice game to watch, really, from them. I think Vanity fragged out way heavier than I thought he was. Zephyr had a quiet game, but I'm telling you, his util was huge in this. The amount of times he was like clearing the fake pressure as well.
I mean, crazy clutches all around. Vanity as well on Icebox had so many pivotal clutches against FNS in the 1v1s for the IGL. So cool to see them back against each other after 2 years.
Oh, the Sky, it doesn't look fun, man. It doesn't look fun. Yeah, I agree with that.
On Cloud9 here after a hell of a fight.
Not anymore.
The unfortunate news, though, for NRG fans, that also ends the hopes of NRG going into the playoffs. But there is still some good things to pull out of that, right? You're looking at people questioning these last-minute rotations and last-minute, player changes. For example, with teams like MIBR, like Furia, what's going on? And now with NRG, they had Som and Finesse join. It didn't look too good for the first few weeks, but they figured that out, and they definitely showed some success. They won last week against Crew, and it looked so good when they started the series here against Cloud9, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. You got to trust the words of Alexis when you're winning or when you're playing and you're being a Cloud9 fan. Losing the first map is just part of the script.
Yeah, the faithful are rewarded on this one. The C9 fans getting their victory, and it was hard fought. Not hitting on Zeppa, 6-16 this game. That shows you how much teamwork went into the game. The fact that Zeppa's only initiator utility was still there for Oxy and the team to get in and make these plays and get the frags on the people that needed to close out the rounds, which also needed a lot of strategizing and kind of adapting to the rounds, which Cloud9 missed on Ascent, but pulled it out in just absolute stars on the last two maps.
Well, at least with that, a big congratulations to Cloud9, and let's send it down to Geek Heavy down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
That's
Hey, everybody, give it up
all
for
5 up.
Cloud9! Moose! Congratulations!
Thank you.
How does it feel? So y'all are going to playoffs. You clinched. How does it feel?
It feels good. It feels a lot better than when we were down 7-12 or whatever, but it feels good now.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if you heard me earlier doing the post. We had a halftime. It was during Icebox. I was talking about the girlfriend buff.
Yeah.
You got your girlfriend here. You got Alexis. She's in the audience. So are your parents.
Yeah, my parents are here. Yeah.
The girlfriend buff is a real thing, everybody. Yes.
It's real.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to kind of walk things back a little bit and talk about stage 2 as a whole, because y'all had a bit of a rocky start. Was there ever any doubt that that was so adorable? I saw that kiss. I saw it fly by. Anyways, was there ever any doubt that you all would make it this far?
At the start, there's definitely never any doubt, but I think we were losing. We weren't playing at all like ourselves, and then maybe a little bit of doubt crept in, but we kept trying new things and we kept grinding, and now we're in playoffs, so it worked out.
Yes, it indeed did. Now, let's talk about today's map specifically. I want to talk about map 1, which obviously didn't go in C9's favor. So I'm kind of curious, what was the thought process there? What was that, just y'all kind of filling out NRG, or what went wrong on that map in your opinion?
I mean, we knew they were going to pick that map, and obviously our results aren't too good on that map, but in practice, we're pretty good on that map. But I think maybe we've learned our lesson today, so I don't know if we'll be seeing it again.
Yeah. Now, okay, let's talk about map 2. Oxy was on fire, 33 kills. How did y'all work collectively to kind of assist him so that Oxy could just do what Oxy does best?
I didn't do anything personally. Like, you just sit there and listen to him scream, and you're like, all right, split 1, Oxy is back, and hopefully we can keep that rolling.
Yeah, I mean, my man's was definitely powering up. And speaking of map 2, how did y'all just manage to kind of like maintain that mental fortitude to just to get to where we are today, to get to that map 3 and just ultimately win?
I mean, we know we're good at Icebox, so I think the mental fortitude really came in on map 3 when we were down. They were on match point for, a long time. I'll give a lot of props to Vanity, our IGL. He kept us all dialed in, and he never showed any doubt that we were still on the map, so I think it helped us all.
I think it did indeed. Everybody, give it up once again for C9 and Moose.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to send things down to GB and the analyst desk, who are standing by with the one guy who seems to take umbrage with the girlfriend buff, Oxy.
Oh, man. Yes, indeed. There's Moose, absolute superstar. But we got a superstar of our own here on the desk to close things out. We got Oxy. Congratulations, man. That gave me, that aged me as I was watching it.
Me too. Trust me. You guys can't see it, but I got white hairs now.
You got I love it, brother. All right, first things first. Talk to me about the team's demeanor as you guys were starting that comeback, because you could see it happen. We were here chatting, and we were like, okay, this is happening. Oh, this is a comeback. This is real. It round after round. Was that the vibe with you guys as well?
Okay, well,
or was it round by round?
7-12, I think. And we were sitting there like, all right, guys, we lost pistol. It's all right. Let's just play like a scrim. And then we just played round by round. That's all you got to do in these comebacks, round by round by round, just bring it back slowly. And then all of our momentum started building up.
The pressure's on them at that point.
Yeah, the pressure's on them now.
Yeah.
And then, we just smoked them out.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, you have also, I think, as an individual in the league, have been one of the most up front, I'll just tell you, refreshing individuals to have in this league, because your passion, your energy, all that stuff. Do you feel like in the last few weeks you wanted to try and mix things up, change it up, try and not be so front and center, or do you feel like now you have that opportunity, you're like, screw it, I'm gonna just pop off every time, I'm gonna go Super Saiyan every time, I'm just gonna let my voice be heard?
No, 100%. I try to tone it down a little bit, but then I realized that's not my personality.
Brother, don't turn it down. If anyone ever tells you, listen, if there's one thing I've learned in my career, it's if someone tells you that you got to up your energy, that's a problem. If they tell you to bring it down, I'm always fine. Be up here, and then you bring it down later on. That's a good way to think about it.
Yeah, so I don't know. We just had some inspiring moments, and I just fuck it. I'm screaming now.
and then it worked. Did Scrim start on Icebox for you?
Oh, I don't know. Hey. Well, I don't know what happened on set. I was dreaming. I don't know what happened. 313 is crazy.
Yeah. It was crazy for us because we were like, okay, C9, you're gonna do something, and then you did. You did big time. Was there a sense of, I guess, after you guys had that moment when you guys all get up, talk to one another, what did you say to each other there after you made that incredible comeback?
After the comeback, I was like, wow. Beautiful. The adrenaline hit me. I don't know what was going on. I was just sitting there breathing. I don't know.
It felt like, even towards the end of Icebox, but especially on Sunset, the rounds were just crazy.
Yeah.
There were so many different rounds where you guys were able to poke up into top mid and get behind NRG. Was that something that you I don't know, was that something you were looking for in the game plan initially, or just something you stumbled into? Because obviously the first, the start of that attacking half was really rough for you guys.
Yeah, I think it was something we stumbled upon too, because it worked. It started working a lot. We walked top mid I don't know how many rounds, and then they just never turned around, and it kept working and working. It was like, if it keeps working, then might as well do it. So I was like, yeah.
Fair enough. No, very impressive. Now, you guys are in an incredible position. You've locked yourself in for the playoffs. You also did a solid for the boys over in Crew. They're locked in as well. Given the, how the stage had started and the way it has gone at this point, how has the team been throughout this entire experience? Because it had to have been frustrating.
Yeah. Well, we came off on the wrong foot with G2. I mean, honestly, when we started playing against G2, we were like, oh wow, we're looking good. We were 8-4 half, 10-2, 8-4. Came back. I don't know how it happened, but we came back on 2 of the maps, and we were like, oh, okay. And then the week after we went into it, I don't know what happened. We were down, demotivated. I don't know what happened. We got off on the wrong foot, definitely. Yeah. And we started losing a lot of scrims and stuff like that. But then after, after we played Sen, we're like, wow. We smoked out and damn, we got to change something.
That was a wake-up call for you.
Yeah, we woke up, definitely. Yeah. And I think we just started playing like we did on Split 1.
Did you think that was affecting you like individually as a player too? Because like you were lights out in stage 1, fantastic, and like it didn't feel the same in stage 2 until literally today. It's like, okay, he's back, you know? How did that affect you?
I don't know. I guess, I don't know. I feel like I was getting shit on. Fuck it. I don't know. The G2 games, 10 games, I won't be
I want you to
afraid
get
of
fined. Don't keep
sorry. My fault, guys. My fault. But
it's okay, brother. I love the energy. Keep it going.
I was getting pooped on and
saved. Well done. Well done.
And I don't know. I guess today I found my confidence back. So hey, time to win.
Yeah, you did. You certainly did. We do have a question from the Twitch chat there. It says, Oxy, how does it feel to be in the ranks of best duelists in the game? That was from Yuhuana, excuse me. Thank you for the submission. How does it, do you feel like you're in the ranks of best duelists of the game?
Me, my parents always told me not to be boastful. Stuff like that, prideful
Good
about
parents.
it. Yeah.
Keep you humble.
Yeah.
How much video games do they play though?
Huh? Oh, not at all.
Well, then say whatever you want.
True. I would like to say, like, there a little bit. I want to say I'm definitely up there. Definitely not yet. But
You think
I just
there's
gotta
more
keep
for you
working.
to do?
Yeah, I have so much to learn still, for sure. 100%.
I mean, let's not forget, this is still, your first season playing in this league. How have you feel like, because we haven't had many opportunities to chat here, how have you grown as an individual? Like, as a person, teammate, being in this squad, being present in this environment all the time? How have you grown?
Well, I definitely, because I moved out from home.
Yeah.
It's my first time coming out here. Not living by myself. I live with the team, but like they take care of me and all of that. But I think I became more mature.
Yeah.
A little bit. I wouldn't say a lot.
One of your teammates back there were like, word? He said that?
And I think, honestly, I became more confident.
Have you learned how to cook? Come on, man, brother.
You're all good. You're all good.
You're okay. To be fair,
Same.
Keep clicking heads. You'll learn how to make eggs later. You know what I'm saying?
I do remember the first time we talked though, and here you said like, I don't know, correct me if I get the quote wrong, but you said you were told not to think.
Yeah.
That was like your job was not to think.
100%.
Do you think now?
Oh, 100% not. If you hear the comments in our videos, like 10 seconds in the round, I'm like, wait, what are we doing, guys? I do it every round, so many times. But,
my gosh, dude, you're something else. But I respect it so much, and I think that's part of the reason why people have come to really enjoy watching C9, why they enjoy cheering you guys on. Seriously, and you guys, the passion, never lose that. Seriously, never lose that.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings and where we are right now in this competition, because thanks to Cloud9, Crew Visa have also qualified. So there you can see 5 teams locked in for playoffs. We have 1 spot left for grabs.
It's crazy how it feels the same.
One spot.
There would
And
be
they literally
6
play
teams
tomorrow.
still fighting for
Dude,
3
we're gonna have a
different spots, and now
whole
it's literally
last week of
up to
Americas that
100
means
Thieves
nothing.
versus Evil Geniuses, and they play tomorrow. The winner of that game is in, and we've set our playoffs.
The Sentinels G2 game will mean something.
Next week's game's a little bit different. I mean, any thoughts on that potential? on that match
It'll be
with,
like who plays who, basically.
I think 100 Thieves are kind of like us, and they got off on the wrong foot, and they haven't been playing like up to their standard. And EG, I don't even know what happened to EG. Is EG still like, I don't remember the last games they played.
They played against 11. They played like John the Sage on Icebox because they started moving away from the ISO comps.
Yeah.
And they got kind of smoked by Lev. Not gonna lie.
I mean, I don't know. I think it'll be an exciting match to watch though, because definitely any team can win. But
yo, this guy could cast.
This
get
guy,
him up there.
get him in
Anyone
the booth.
Can win.
Get him in the booth. All right. Well, as you guys know, we only have 1 match
Yeah,
tomorrow.
chat, we're gonna
and you heard from expert analyst
we're gonna end
Oxy
here.
himself.
This is a
It's gonna
banger
be
game
EG
tomorrow.
versus 100 Thieves, and
Banger
this is
game.
going to be
So
a
I will be here for Americas tomorrow for this game. I am here in under 6 hours. If you want to watch a show match, a T1 Bleed show match, if you want to watch it, I'll be there. If you want to watch it with me, why not? Why not? Game of the century.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, bro, this joint's messed up.
Yeah,
it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Well, in any
Chat.
case, though, I mean, that's good.
Give me someone's red. Find me someone's red.
Absolutely amazing stuff. Can't believe Cloud9 managed
You'll be there,
to make
Mitch.
the comeback
Respect.
happen. They lock in playoffs. That's going to do it for us here today.
Mel?
For the
Is Mel
entire
gonna
crew.
play?
We thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific time. Don't miss it. It's a massive match.
Yeah, make sure they're playing. Give me someone who's going to be playing.
MIBR
Mel's playing?
Furia take the stage as we see who's going to manage to come out on top in this clash with the Brazilian teams here. MIBR looking to pick up their first win.
How do I say this name? Leo? I can do Leo. Never done this. Let's do that. Leah? What is it? L-I-U-H. This the one? Is that right? Alright. Sounds good. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. If you're here in 5 hours or so, you know where to find me. If not, I'll see you for America's EG 100 Thieves. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Having a lot of fun recently with these games. Appreciate you all being here. Oh, okay, Infamous. Okay. Sounds good. Alright, peace, everyone. Peace. Of course, Mono. Thank you for sending that. Alright, peace, everyone. Chat, I'll see you all in a little bit. YouTube chat, appreciate you. See you soon.